Chapter 51, Witnessing Someone's Tragedy. Aleron, Ueha, Rias, and Roxanne were enjoying lunch in the open pavilion amidst the greenery of this massive tree branch. The food arrived one by one with such delicious aromas that genuinely invoked their hunger to devour the food. After eating for 10 minutes with gusto, Aleron patted his tummy and released a burp before chugging his jug of beer. It's good to be alive, Aleron contentedly closed his eyes. I'll start round 2 after a couple of minutes. The food was made of exotic natural ingredients and powerful monster's meat with a sprinkle of magic and crazy spices to increase the deliciousness of the dishes. I told you the food will be great, Rias smiled. Aleron nodded as he overlooked the city's huge buildings and population with a smile. Good city. With his vision skill activated, he was looking at people and vehicles, spotting some good places to visit next since he was high in the air and could observe many things. However, his gaze fell a few hundred meters away in a minor gap to the northeast of the tree which he was facing, and witnessed something that made him frown. He saw a young boy's terrified face briefly before it was covered by a pushing palm. He couldn't see further, but it was easy to imagine that the man smacked the kid on the ground. The area where Aleron witnessed this was not poor, but it was a slum-equivalent area of the city with weaker people who worked on bottom rugs with no power living there. And now that he had seen that scene, a bad taste churned in his stomach. I guess a beautiful city doesn't mean there is no suffering in it, Aleron sighed. I'll have to hurry. Aleron's pupils glowed as he utilized Magi lore and tried out a spell he derived from Grimoire, and watching Darzax's shadow drift spell syllabus he comprehended. I'll be back in a bit, Aleron said before he dropped into the table's shadow, feeling himself arriving in a world of shadows while watching the world in a limited range. This range was determined based on his senses, sensitivity, and control of the spell. As he drifted through the shadows leading towards that alley, he soon emerged from the young boy's shadow and faced 3 men in dark gold robes with their heads covered in hoods. The man who had grabbed the boy's face with his palm and kept him on the ground was startled. Swoosh. Aleron's eyes glinted dark as the boy melted into the shadow and left the man's grasp before emerging behind Aleron, while Aleron's leg swept speedily and broke the man's arm from the elbow. However, the man simply jumped back with a painful grunt. He was an epic rank powerhouse, but the young man before him was a peak epic rank with higher speed. He couldn't react in time due to both things happening. However, the 3 men didn't do anything and simply vanished from the alley. Are you okay? Everything's fine now, Aleron asked with a reassuring smile as he patted the terrified boy's head. Why were they after you? Mother, my mother, the boy spoke while trying to catch a breath, and his terrified eyes and words caused Aleron's heart to drop. Soul force, I can use it to peek into his memories, Aleron thought, sending a bit of his soul force into the boy's head. He somehow learned how to do this since Akuma Apuch had also gained access to his memories by fiddling with his mind using his soul force. When Aleron saw exactly what had occurred in this boy's small wooden house in this slum area, his eyes burned with anger. This boy looked around 10 years old, and those 3 men killed his mother in front of him after silently arriving at their house. The boy managed to escape because his dying mother had an innate talent from birth, but it could only produce vines by sprouting them from the ground. Since she was dying, she gave her all and sacrificed anything she could of her body as energy like blood as a source to empower the vines to ensnare those 3 to let her kid escape. But the vines were not strong enough, so those 3 men swiftly escaped the ensnarement. The terrified young boy ran blindly with only his mother's image flashing in his eyes. The people in the slums were weak, and despite the young boy running away with a terrified expression and ragged breathing, nobody stopped him or asked him what happened, while those 3 epic rank men silently and stealthily followed him using magic and led him to this valley 100 meters away from the house by further scaring him using magic to transmit their voices into his ears. Who were they? Why do they want to capture him alive? Aleron frowned. From the memories of the boy, he learned that those 3 wanted to capture him alive. Master, Ueha's voice echoed to his side as he didn't even know when she appeared. If you are looking for the 3 men that escaped, I've put a trail on them. Aleron's angered eyes calmed down and then turned cold. Good. Let them go to their hiding hole first. However, he didn't know that something was also happening to him. Something magical was about to trigger. This city has police forces to maintain law and order, so they should have some clues. Aleron used shadow drift again and left with the boy, appearing at his house. However, his eyes narrowed as soon as he looked at the spot where the young boy's mother should have been. Her dead body is gone. Aleron's fist clenched. And everything is as clean as possible. What the hell? Mother. The young boy spoke with tear-stricken eyes and fell on the floor. Where are you, Ma? The boy's breathing turned more ragged as he reached his limit and finally passed out. The only one in his life was his mother, and he grew up in this harsh world, raised by his mother. Losing her at this tender age, in this situation, certainly didn't bode well for the kid. From the moment he witnessed his mother dying to the chase by those 3 men while hearing scary voices in his mind, the boy was utterly traumatized. Aleron didn't waste time and took the boy to the police station that was right outside the slum, just 100 meters away from the house to the west. He also tried to soothe the kid's mind using his soul energy for proper rest. However, his mood worsened as soon as he arrived at the police station. Chapter 52, Legendary Awakening, New Innate Talent. Damn it, I told you that we can't find your daughter? She must have run away with someone. This isn't that common in this area, humph. Please don't say that, officer. This is simply not true. My daughter is just 15 years old and she always comes back from school on time. How can she run away like that? Someone surely abducted her. We are trying. Stop annoying us and we might just be able to do our job. Aleron watched this scene at the police station's building entrance just as he appeared outside of the station. But it's been 2 days and I've never seen you dash. Are you saying we don't work? Bastard? Hey, constable, throw him out. If he comes out again, then remove his daughter's missing case. That pig doesn't look like a good guy, Aleron thought as he looked at the police officer. Aleron arrived before the duo with the young boy in his arms and spoke, "Office, a murder just occurred in your area. This boy's mother was killed by 3 men in dark gold robes." Instantly, the officer's eyes shook, but he maintained his composure and turned to Aleron with a frown. "What? When?" "Just a minute ago," Aleron indifferently said. "Those 3 were trying to kidnap this boy, but I saved him." Pieces of trash, can't they do even a simple job properly, thought the policeman while cursing. The head officer of the station was in the cahoots all along. Otherwise, why would they broadly kill and kidnap someone? "You," the police officer turned his head to the crying man and snorted, "Go back and don't come back until we call you about your daughter. We are working." Afterward, he turned to Aleron and nodded, "Let's go. Show us the place." The protocols had to be followed, so he took a team of police officers and went to the house. "Damn, who is she?" The head officer looked at Yueha standing outside the house and gulped as he looked at her otherworldly beauty while he tucked away his bulging belly. "You, suppress your physical aura and make it seem like legendary rank," Aleron transmitted his voice to Yueha's ears. "Understood." Aleron felt something was wrong with the police officer. It was just his gut feeling, but it was strong. The police entered the house to investigate while the head officer saw Aleron walking towards Yueha and understood that they were together. He walked towards them and professionally asked in a somber tone as he looked at the kid that Aleron put inside a floating magic bubble for calmness and recovery, "So how did you find him?" "Saw him getting chased by the 3 men from the alley's gap and rushed to help," Aleron plainly answered. "So he doesn't what happened here, maybe the boy said about this mother dying and showed him the house before passing out." "I see, and what about you, miss? Were you present? Is that important?" Aleron calmly spoke, but he wasn't calm internally. Suddenly, one of the officers ran out of the house and said, "Sir, we didn't see any traces of magic or murder in the house. Either someone was swift enough to erase everything or nothing happened." "Young man, how do you know his mother died here?" the head police officer asked with a frown. "I checked his memories," Aleron coldly said. "Those 3 men killed his mother in front of him and were planning to capture him." Checked his memories, the head police officer suddenly felt cold sweat forming in his back before he inspected Aleron without probing into him and just by measuring his outer aura. Soon, he felt like slapping Aleron. This bastard is just epic rank. How dare he say he read the memories? His heart calmed down when he realized that this wasn't some hidden exceed rank powerhouse with an awakened soul or a primeval rank powerhouse. "How did you read his memories?" the head police officer asked with narrowed eyes. "I have an artifact that can do that," Aleron replied with a frown. "And this boy also knows because he witnessed it himself. I should salvage the situation instead of making things worse. As for this young man, I'll have to deal with him later." "All right, leave the boy at the station. We'll send him to the hospital and do further investigation," the head police officer said with a smile and stretched his hand at Aleron. "Thank you for timely help in saving the kid. You can go now. Leave the rest to us." The head police officer waved his hand as he attached a mana string to the magic bubble and took the boy with him as other police officers left with him. Aleron's fist clenched. His guts were churning as he felt more and more that something was wrong. A hint of strange crimson glow appeared in his eyes as if responding to his state of mind and the intuition he was having. "Master," Yueha spoke as her eyes showed some surprise upon sensing a strange aura from Aleron. A father was also asking them to look for his daughter, and now this. Aleron mumbled. "I don't like this. Master, you are going through legendary awakening." Only now did Aleron realize that a strange type of mysterious power was streaming in him before going to his source space and then establishing into his eyes. "Congratulations! You have awakened an innate talent, Eyes of Absolute Judgment." In the next second, Alero's aura burst out but he kept it under control. His stats were boosted by 10% due to his epic life rune evolving into legendary life rune, granting him a total of 30% of boost in stats as he successfully broke through to legendary rank. Eyes of Absolute Judgment. Effect, based on your moral compass, you will see the nature of the people and their depth. As indications. White mark, people who haven't spread suffering to others, and their current nature being good, people not willing to harm others and having passive kindness. Yellow mark, people who have spread a bit of suffering to others, but not too much and not much harmfully to the point of inflicting despair and loss of innocent life. Their nature, neutral, passive in nature, can act in a harmful way, but do not cross the moral lines based on your moral compass. Red mark, people who have spread serious suffering to others, bringing them despair and death. Their nature, evil, after harming innocents for their own gain and emotions, they do not hesitate to commit the evil again. Black mark, absolute scum and harbinger of despairs, who had spread terrible suffering to many people. Their nature, menace, unhinged sinners. Chapter 53, Summoning. Aleron's eyes flickered as he activated his talent while looking at the back of the head police officer. In the next second, a mark appeared atop his head. a big fat red skull mark indicating that he had spread serious suffering to others, bringing them despair and death. In Aleron's court, he must die, but he couldn't kill him in a broad day. You, Mark the boy and this piece of trash. Gyoe, you nodded. The other police officers didn't have red marks. Instead, they mostly had yellow marks with one of them having a white mark. Red and black will be punished if I see them, but I have to create a convenient method for it, Aleron thought. Since I got this power, I must utilize it. Let's return to the resto. The duo vanished in the next second and soon arrived back at the dining table. What happened, Ale? Rias asked with concern. Miss Ueha told us to stay here, so we didn't follow. You also broke through to legendary rank. Roxanne raised her eyebrows in surprise. Aleron sighed and said, 3 people killed a little kid's mother in front of him and planned to kidnap him. I intervened and saved him, but the darkness ran deeper than I thought. Rias and Roxanne frowned. What are you planning to do? Roxanne asked with a serious expression. If possible, I would like you to stay quiet and just enjoy your time. Aleron's pupils shrank as he looked at Roxanne, causing her goosebumps. I would rather die than not do anything. What's the fucking point of my powers and my way of life if I can't follow through it? Aleron placidly said before he activated his talent. Since I can do something about it, I will do it. Roxanne had a yellow mark while Rias had a white mark. Okay, relax. So what are you planning? Rias asked with a wry smile. I lost my appetite and I would like some silence alone to think, Aleron weakly smiled. So you can stay here and continue eating. You also stay here. All right, Ueha said with a smile. Master, do as you wish and follow your heart. I will abide by your decision and follow you. Afterward, Aleron disappeared as he entered into the secret realm. Arriving in the room, Aleron saw that Inorin, Darzax, and Ricky were steadily recovering. He left the room and arrived on the upper floor's open garden before opening his system interface. Ultimate Gacha System. Level 2 requires 50,000 to upgrade. Gacha points, 75,520. Summoning banners, 6/6. -1 Lords of Arcane -ticket, 0. 2 Myriad Spell Pool -ticket, 0. 3 Secret Realms, Festive Demiplanes -ticket, 0. 4 Arsenal of Elemental Armaments -tickets, 0. 5 Exotic Demons of Netherworlds -tickets, 0. 6 Yin-Yang Martial Convergence -ticket, 9. Gachapi, upgrade the system. Gachapi, it will take some days to finish the upgrade process. Once it's done, the points will be consumed to upgrade the system. Should I initiate it? Yes. Upgrade process initiated. I have to save 50,000 points for this. Gachapi, yes. The first thing he did was to use 9 summoning tickets of Yin-Yang Martial Convergence. As you have reached the legendary lifeform rank, the weakest summon will be of legendary rank, and the highest will be of primeval rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Fangtingan, the heavenly assault array master exceed rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Ruanzhou, the deadly illusion legendary rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Li Yin-sun, the destructive solar staff legendary rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Yorin Kexuan, the nature's alchemist legendary rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Yingzhou, the chaotic martial weapon legendary rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Hua Yunlong, the celestial dragon master exceed rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Mei Xingling, the whispering moon shadow primeval rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Liang Fenghuang, the phoenix songstress legendary rank. Congratulations! You have summoned Zhang Wuwei, the thundering warlord legendary rank. Master. The 9 powerhouses uttered in unison as they knelt on one knee facing Aleron. Welcome to the family, please stand up. Aleron smiled and continued, I am going to send you a packet of memories, so you can know about our current situation. Aleron used his soul force and created packets of memories before sending them to their minds. Everyone soon learned about the world and other things. Afterward, Aleron said, those whose names I speak, come and stand behind me. Mei Xiangling. Yes, master. A black-haired girl in a black leather outfit with a hood and a half-mask covering her mouth. Her moon-blue eyes faintly shone before she seemingly vanished and appeared behind Aleron without moving even a particle of air. Powerful. Aleron's eyes shone. Even though he could easily feel any trace of magic, he actually missed Mei from his perception when she vanished for a moment. Mei Xiangling, Whispering Moon Shadow. Rank, Primeval/Spirit Lord, Early Stage. Combat Classification, Assassin, Spy. She can do the job perfectly. Hua Yunlong. A lean muscled man wearing a half-laid silver-blue robe, with his bare right chest laced with pristine silver-black draconic scales. He had a long samurai-like ponytail with a sharp and chiseled face. He nodded and appeared behind Aleron with a stream of faint silver mist. Hua Yunlong, Celestial Dragon Master. Rank, Exceed/Spirit Core, Median Stage. Combat Classification, Fighter, Destructor. Fighter and with Dragon Master in the title? Interesting. Fangtingan. A long dark blue-haired middle-aged man with a long bright white beard and clear sky-blue eyes smiled and nodded. He wore a long and baggy sun ocean patterned robe, appearing carefree yet having an air of master on top of a handsome countenance. He walked blurringly in a second and appeared behind Aleron. Fangtingan, Heavenly Assault Array Master. Rank, Exceed/Spirit Core Late Stage. Combat classification, offensive support, array master. I can't wait to see his power, Aleron smiled. Meanwhile, a part of his mind was still thinking about what to do. The 6 of you can explore this island and gather resources to get strong. You are free to move until I require your help, Aleron said to the 6 legendary rank powerhouses before him. You can go now. Thank you, Master, Ruanzhou said with a cute smile with 2 hair buns on her head. We shall work hard. The others also nodded and disappeared from the garden, exploring this world with much excitement to experience life. It was like they were newborn babies, but with memories and powers already bestowed on them. However, the sense of reality to it was still detached and everyone still felt eager to live a real life. Afterward, Aleron turned around to face the 3 powerhouses. I suppose you want to establish your justice, Master, Hua Yunlong said with a broad grin, his eyes lighting up with silver-blue fighting spirits. Give us the orders and we shall purge them. The city is big, but I can use my pre-established array zone crystal to cover the city. Fang Tingen caressed his beard while smiling. We can thoroughly clean it and make it to the state of your liking. Master, Mei spoke in her faintly sharp voice, totally ethereally as it felt sharp yet soft and low at the same time. In the next moment, tens of Mei's clones manifested in the sky, appearing as real and having powers. Orders. Aleron couldn't help but feel extremely reassured. Mei already understood everything just from his memories. She guessed what he would want to do. Let's sit. Aleron waved his hand as he created a wooden table and 4 chairs with Magi lore. We will do thought chatting in this network and make a foolproof plan to achieve what I want, Aleron said as he created a soul network by connecting everyone with each other using soul force. Let's finish this meeting within 2 minutes. Chapter 54, Unexpected Development, 1. The meeting finished as Aleron made a plan on what to do. He exited with the 3 new subordinates, startling Rias and Roxanne. Of course, Aleron had told them to hide their aura because having 2 exceed rank powerhouses and 2 primeval rank powerhouses with him was basically carrying a powerful force enough to threaten any big entity on this light dusk continent. Report me of the finds via soul link, Mei. Aleron nodded at Mei before she vanished. Mei vanished silently. However, Rias had a special skill to measure someone, and even she was unable to measure that girl who had just disappeared. She managed to measure that the 2 men were exceed rank, but not Mei. Are they your subordinates as well? Roxanne gulped. We are our Lord's apostles. Fang Tingeg waved his hand fan as he poetically spoke while smiling. His supporters, his devotees, and the preachers of his teachings. Master must teach a lesson to some wicked force in this city, Hua said with a grin. And we shall deliver that lesson. What are you planning? Rias asked, her expression concerned. I am planning something, but I hope it won't come to that, Aleron said before he nodded to Hua and Fang. Go. Both of them disappeared. Rias Longinus, quite busy with new people. A trail of voices entered their pavilion from the left as Rias, Roxanne, Aleron, and Yueha turned their heads at a group of 4. Luthen Auerspeck walked towards their pavilion with the pink-haired twin-tail girl, a blue-haired young man in his early 20s whose eyes had undisguised pride, and a big-built 6-foot-tall black-haired man with military cut. All of them were legendary rank except for the Luthen, who was an exceed rank, but early. When Rias looked at him with her skill, she was visibly surprised to see his foundational stats at 20k. He already broke through to exceed rank? How did he acquire the legendary rank resources this fast? Luthen was a senior since he was 21 years old while Rias was 19 years old. Last she saw him in the academy 6 months ago, he had just entered legendary rank like her. But now, he was already exceed rank, though it appeared he only broke through recently. I am surprised, you already broke through to exceed rank, Rias said with a smile and also scanned Vizin, the blue-haired man. He also reached the peak of legendary rank. I have more surprises, but I'll save them for later, Luthen chuckled as his gaze went towards Aleron and Yueha. Is he your partner, Rias? Dolly glanced at Aleron before turning to Rias, or is your father's little competition announcement still valid? Both, Rias plainly smiled, her answer easily understandable as she meant that Aleron was her chosen partner and also capable of winning the tournament competition. So you are that confident in him, Vizin said with a narrowed-eyed grin as he looked at Aleron and Yueha. That I am, Rias plainly smiled. While Rias talked with them, Roxanne was filling Aleron and Yueha with information about those 4. Vizin Harder is the son of a powerful late-stage exceed rank powerhouse with a powerful all-rounder domain. His father is also the right-hand man of the Auerspeck clan head, Luthen's father. In terms of talent, Vizin is considered to be no less than Luthen. Dali Rusidar is from the Rusidar Kingdom, a powerful independent kingdom in the central independent territory of the continent that has ties with the Auerspeck clan. They are allies by trade and mutual interest. The big muscular guy is called Thorkil, I think. He is from an unknown village of Rusidar Kingdom who had acquired a divine blessing and is a talent nurtured in the Light Dusk Academy. They are Princess Rias's rivals, or to say, enemies, in the upcoming trial of the ruins of Azure Shard Moon. If they are enemy, then won't they make a move on Rias? Aleron frowned and also activated his eyes of absolute judgment to check them. Making a move on Princess Rias while she is in Auerspeck clan's city is basically turning the Empire into their open enemy. Neither of us can afford this enmity, so nothing can happen to Rias in this city unless a powerful third party risks coming here to fan the flames. Even then, it wouldn't be easy to hurt Princess Rias with the protective artifacts she has on top of some other trump card. Not to mention, we have you, Mr. Ale. Haha, Roxanne wryly chuckled. Aleron nodded and looked at the marks that started manifesting over their heads. This. Aleron's eyes shook and his heart trembled. A black mark and a red mark? What the fuck? What did they do? At the same time, Vizin had also plastered his eyes on Yueha and used a skill after determining that these two with Princess Rias were not any big shots based on his inspection of them. The skill he used was related to his divine blessing, A.K.A his class tree. It allowed him to designate layers and break past them. At the moment, he used the skill with the intention of seeing Yueha's naked figure by removing her clothes in his vision, sort of like an X-ray vision, but much more detailed and controlled. Meanwhile, Yueha's eyes glinted as she sensed something and her eyes flashed. Garbage. What is your name, friend? Luthen asked Aleron with a smile. If Rias chose you, then you must be impressive, haha. We should spar someday. Just as Luthen had asked this, Vizin was in the process of removing layers and suddenly received a backlash. Arg. Vizin screamed, his eyes blanked out while he felt stabbing and biting pain as if countless tiny freezing needles were pricking his eyeballs. Everyone was startled at this sudden development, including the security of the flood, but Luthen waved his hand at them and sent them away. This tree basically belonged to him since its owner was one of his family members and staff. Here knew Luthen. B-bitch? Arg. Vizin cursed as he finally started using a healing skill after the initial shock of pain. Luthen frowned and waved his hand as he also aided in healing the eyes. Master, that piece of trash was trying to see my naked body that solely belongs to you, humph. What is your judgment of him? I'm sure he is nothing good. Let's kill him. Yueha frostily looked at Vizin with murderous sparks in her eyes. What is the meaning of this? Luthen frowned as he looked at Yueha. This. Roxanne and Rias were taken aback and didn't know what to say as they didn't know what happened and why that happened. Meanwhile, Aleron's heart started beating faster, his hands shook as if eager to do something and his eyes trembled with veins in them popping, turning his eyes gradually bloodshot. What should I do? Talk or trap? He is the heir of the clan that basically rules this city, still. But he only struggled to think for 1 second before making his decision. Domain. In the next instant, on this big branch of this tree belonging to Golden Nectar House, a beautiful giant icy sphere appeared, with powdery shining icy blue sparks slowly whirling around it. This sudden phenomenon not only alerted the security on surrounding floors but also one of the 10 watchtowers placed at various places around the city. This tower was just 4 kilometers away from the Golden Nectar House and it covered 10 kilometers of area to detect any powerful energy concentration wavelength based on what atmospheric part of the city was affected. A primeval rank powerhouse like Yueha used her spirit domain, and even though it was in a small area, it was still a real deal with its intense energy concentration. The big shots of the city, including the Aurspec clan head, were instantly alerted by this phenomenon with the watchtower detecting this anomaly. While the public was swiftly evacuating from the tree, police officers of legendary rank and above were arriving to see the situation. Meanwhile, the scene inside the domain was no less hectic for the natives. Inside the domain, the scenery was seemingly vast with an unending frozen sea littered with sakura trees. Everyone was in the same position, but Luthen and Vizin were frozen from neck to toe with only their head having freedom. Dolly and Thorkil were fine, and they were free with nothing binding them. Scared at first, they soon became confused with this situation. Chapter 55, Unexpected Development, 2, Aleron taking action. Domain? Is she an exceed rank? Vizin thought as his expression twisted and face turned ugly, feeling as if he courted this trouble himself. Damn it! Why did my skill couldn't inspect her true power then? Rias, what is going on? Luthen looked at Rias and asked while hiding his anxiousness and trying to be calm, but his heart dropped as he saw her pale and troubled expression with her gaze maintained on Aleron. At that moment, he understood. So Rias doesn't have influence over him, but he has influence over her. Luthen was shocked. Who is he? Done. Aleron opened his eyes which had kept closed since Yueha activated her domain. He spent those several seconds creating a skill that utilized both Magi lore and Soul Force mind extraction. I don't need to be gentle with the trash of red and black marks, Aleron coldly thought as he looked at Vizin and Luthen. What are you planning to do? Rias hesitantly asked. Roxanne actually wanted to rebuke Aleron and tell him that they shouldn't do anything to Luthen to Vizin, but the courage to speak had already left her body. Both of them had seen Aleron's recently gained talent and if he was to exercise his power, they didn't have the right to stop him. Aleron was about to begin by using the skill, but he paused and looked at Rias upon hearing her. I'll show you after I find out what they did, Aleron said before turning his head back to Luthen and Vizin. What are you planning to do? Luthen frowned, feeling a sense of terror looking at Aleron who walked towards them. Why you better let us go? You already dared to assault us in this city. It won't be long before this domain is broken from the outside and you are surrounded by our forces, Vizin hissed with a ruthless expression after suppressing his fear. Get one thing in mind, Aleron said as he stopped 1 meter away from the duo, his eyes utterly icy cold. You can forget about living a normal life from now on. I just hope I can calm myself just with your deaths, Aleron muttered before his eyes released a swift ethereal string from each, one piercing into Luthen's forehead and another into Vizin's forehead. Arg. Both of them started screaming painfully, which also caused tumultuous waves into Dolly, Thorkil, Rias, and Roxanne. If Ale killed them, I can't imagine what will happen afterward. Rias's was mind getting short-circuit while Roxanne had stopped thinking altogether and turned into a passive robot. I job protecting Princess Rias only. Roxanne stood straight, her gaze diving into the sakura trees and snow as she ignored everything else. Master can create such a skill already. Wow. Yueha was a primeval rank powerhouse, so she also had her soul awakened. Upon seeing what Aleron did, she understood the skill and was surprised. Aha, but it's not strange. He has much freedom in his emotions and he is self-spiritual, which is characteristic of those with high talent in soul path. Maybe that's why he also awakened his soul early. Although Aleron awakened his soul early, it was indeed true that he was naturally prodigious in soul path due to his nature, unlike the magic path in which he became prodigious due to Magi lore of arcane lapis merging into his source. He is reading their memories. Forcefully, Yueha informed Rias and Roxanne, while Dolly and Thorkin gulped nervously. It sounds painful. Dolly thought while looking at Luthen and Vizen. She could never imagine going greet Rias would develop into this kind of situation. They decided to maintain silence for the time being since no harm was befalling them, unlike Luthen and Vizen who were screaming painfully. But it only lasted for 15 seconds before they turned silent and their exhausted and dim eyes bore onto Aleron. Why you? Aleron's lips trembled. Demons? Sacrifice? What the hell is going on in this city? Rias, compile this, please. I have something else to do, Aleron said and sent memories he extracted from Luthen and Vizen to Rias. Since Rias had more general knowledge regarding this world, she could understand and make him understand easily. I can't let you two die, Aleron mumbled with a slightly maddening expression in his eyes. He stretched his hand at Luthen's face with his fingers slightly trembling. He really wanted to delete this black-marked tumor, but merely removing him was letting him off too easy for what he had done to other people. No way, Rias shouted as she visibly trembled. What did those two do? Roxanne frowned. You bastards! How dare you collude with demons for resources and give them sacrifices? Rias screamed with anger bursting out of her eyes. She saw vivid images of them surrounded by dead bodies of kids in a ritual. What? Dolly was shocked. Colluding with demons. Thorkil's eyes widened. This, how? So the root of it all is your brother, Reincarnate. Rias spoke through her teeth as she gradually calmed down. As I expected, that was some kind of demonic ritual. Do you know more about it? Aleron asked, but his eyes were still closed as his focus was on his magic board. It's a simple ritual to contact with demons. In exchange for fresh and young human blood that demons like, these bastards acquired legendary rank resources. No wonder they progressed this fast. Rias clenched her fist. Damned scums. How many lives you have ruined, huh? Aleron opened his eyes and looked at them while suppressing his anger. Now, you will live the rest of your lives in pain. You sacrificed those kids while they were alive and filled with their suffering and destroyed families. Death is a freedom you won't gain anytime. Aleron's aura burst before Luthen and Vizen were trapped inside two separate crystallized prisons with gray and red crystal and metallic patterns. You, release them. It's time they feel some pain. Luthen and Vizen were unfrozen, but their suffering only began in this new prison. Hellfrost Crystal Prison. Tiny particles will constantly pierce all over your body in this prison and inflict constant pain throughout your body while also healing you, Aleron coldly said. Rot in here until I find other good use of your rotten lives. Both of them were screaming and rolling around in the small cramped prisons, but their voice was silent because Aleron had also added a voice isolation feature to the prison. You too. Aleron turned to Dolly and Thorkil. The duo trembled in fear. They didn't want to get hanged without knowing why. No need to be scared, Aleron smiled. Thorkil had a white mark while Dolly had a yellow rank, so he had no complaints about these two. You two haven't spread suffering to other people, so you are fine. I hope you continue to remain that way. After saying that, he turned to Yueha. What's the situation outside? Yueha's eyes slightly flickered. We are surrounded by over 30 legendary rank powerhouses ready with their armor and weapons, along with an arcane formation created by 4 exceed rank powerhouses. These 4 exceed rank powerhouses are also ready and focused, intending to make a move. As soon as I deactivate my domain. Aleron nodded and sat down on the ground, his arms crossed and his eyes closed. I need 2 minutes. We'll leave after I finish this task. A state of constant magi lore flow in this exoskeleton and a design board to apply my arcane syllabus knowledge instantly and activate its sequences. Aleron's body was soon covered in a 4-inch thick dreamy blue translucent jelly armor. Chapter 56, Unexpected Situation, 3/3, Tumor Brewing. At the moment, 3 men and a woman floated 20 meters away diagonally from the Yueha's domain sphere, surrounding it with 4 fancy magic circles established above their heads. The brown-haired woman adorning a black dress with a staff in her left hand and rapier in her right hand was strongest, being an exceed rank powerhouse of high stage with her foundational stats being above 90k and her domain awakened. Her name, Birgetta Rose. Aside from her, the gray-haired middle-aged man wearing a long hat and a wand in his hand was also in exceed rank with domain awakened, though he was in the median stage of exceed rank with his foundational stats around 65k 70k. Name, Jocker the Wand Herald. Meanwhile, the other men wearing black-red and blue-black suits were members of the Aurspec clan. One low stage exceed and another median stage exceed, but none of them had their domains awakened yet. Aside from these 4 Exceed rank powerhouses, many legendary rank powerhouses in their complete gear set and weapons were ready, floating 50 meters away in the surroundings. But one more person looking in his 50s soon arrived, floating just 10 meters away from Ueha's domain sphere. He was slim with a long dim golden beard, shoulder-length hair, and a sharp expression. His eyes glinted with magic as he looked at the domain sphere. A primeval rank powerhouse. Melkern frowned. Clan head, Luthen is inside, one of the men in suits said. And Mr. Lempart's son too, the other man in suit added. Any idea what is happening, Mr. Melkern? The woman asked. Melkern shook his head as a pulse of power also whirled around him, prepare to attack. My son is inside, and I formally ask your assistance. The brown-haired beautiful woman and the gray-haired middle-aged man nodded. They were leaders of the other 2 forces situated in the city. Although the Auerspec clan was the strongest and considered the leader of this city, the House of Dark Rose headed by Birgetta Rose and Sorcerer's Abode helmed by Jocker the Wand Herald were 2 organizations that were active in large areas with their bases in this big city. Nalem was sort of like an international city with connections and a trade center for all the big shots and forces in the Light Dusk continent. There were 6 such cities on this continent, with this one being one of them. There could be some hidden powerhouses present in the city as well, with no intention to reveal themselves and just enjoy their time in this lively city, though this current situation was too juicy for them not to pay any attention. After me, Melkern Auerspec said before he raised his hand and conjured a dark gold lightning bolt in his grasp. A plain necklace with a small fancy dual-colored gold-black crystal around his neck also shone as if he activated it. However, the domain sphere suddenly turned faint and gradually vanished, revealing all the people inside. Melkern paused and dispelled his attack, his pupil shrinking as he saw Luthen imprisoned while having a painful and screaming expression. This. What? Only a few gasps echoed before the surroundings turned silent and everyone looked at Melkern. Aleron looked at the people surrounding them before his gaze stopped at Melkern Auerspec, who felt like the leading figure here in early-stage primeval rank powerhouse. Who are you? Melkern held himself back and asked while suppressing his anger and impulse. His gaze was on Ueha, who gave him a feeling of death. However, Ueha merely walked before Aleron and knelt on one knee before saying, her voice crisp and clear into everyone's ears, Master, should I dispose of everyone in the surroundings? Everyone's face was covered with sweat hearing Ueha's words while feeling a biting chill crawling around them. Aleron had also finished using his talent and saw the marks on everyone. He was surprised that this Melkern Auerspec had a yellow mark. Aside from him, only the woman had a yellow mark. The other 3 Exceed ranks had red marks, with the middle-aged man having a black mark. The city has a tumor, Mr. Melker, Aleron said as he floated face-to-face with Melker 10 meters across him. Ueha also floated beside him, but 1 step behind him, indicating that she was on the head and wouldn't partake in the conversation. Can you release those 2 before we proceed further? Melkern asked, his expression grim. No, Aleron flatly rejected, his eyes turning distant. You may not be a good man, but you are not evil in my eyes. However, the same can't be said for your son. What do you mean? Melkern frowned as his eyes went to his son briefly before moving to Aleron. He clenched his fist but kept his patience because fighting would result in greater tragedy. Aleron opened his palm before Melkern, oozing out a strange white-blue round wisp that was slick in shape. Soul. Melkern's eyes flickered with shock. But his physical aura is just early-stage legendary rank. This is a memory packet. I know you don't check your son's memories, but I took the liberty after detecting filth in him. Aleron waved his hand gently as the wisp flew towards Melkern. Check it. Melkern clenched his teeth. You, disabled at the graybeard. Ueha's dark icy blue eyes pierced into the leader of Sorcerer's Abode. Jocker felt death infinitely close as he opened his mouth to speak, but instead of words, a scream rang out as everyone saw a faint icy spark flashing before they saw a shocking thing. Jocker the Wand Herald, a famous powerhouse of Exceed rank with his famous sorcery domain, was frozen from head to toe completely. Melkern's eyes shook. What was that? I didn't even sense a trace of magic and how she made the move. Is she that powerful? If Melker felt like this, the other 3 Exceed rank powerhouses felt as if doom stood before him. They didn't even try to escape because it was futile against this powerful primeval rank powerhouse. He is like your son, hence this result, Aleron indifferently said before turning to the woman and 2 men in suits. Don't worry, I am not planning to do anything to you. Birgetta Rose put away her staff and rapier before saying politely, I have no intention to fight and I would like to know more about this situation you've mentioned. What is the tumor? In this city. Aleron sent a memory packet to Birgetta Rose and the other 2 Exceed rank in suits. Melkern looked at the memory packet floating in front of him and then looked at his son, before gritting his teeth and taking it. Soon, the memories of his son and Vision's life flooded his mind. Birgetta Rose and the 2 men of the Auerspec clan also saw the same things. After 5 seconds, Melker opened his bloodshot eyes filled with shock and pain. What? Birgetta Rose exclaimed loudly, visibly trembling. A greater demon is in contact with Reikern and they are sacrificing people. This. Clan head. James Auerspec called out with a clenched fist as he was appalled at the actions of the clan head, both sons and other people involved with the demons. Clan head, this is wrong, Lake Auerspec hissed with anger. We have to capture Reikern as fast as possible. Melkern took a deep breath and looked at Aleron. If this situation is true and you are willing to help, I would like you to come to Auerspec clan for further discussion. The public will worry if this continues. Let's go, Aleron nodded. Of course, Aleron had already started making his move via Huayunlong, Meixianging, and Fangtingen. Goddess Palace. A handsome black-haired man wearing white shorts and an open blue shirt came to visit the goddess Elysia. Hey, Elysia, how's your progress going in this world? Elysia rolled her eyes as she sent the servants who were massaging her away. I only have light dust continent under me at the moment. I am trying to slowly make demons infiltrate and start the war that I've prophesied to them. It's going slowly. Anyway, what about you, Davin? Elysia asked. Davin leisurely leaned back on the chair and chuckled. I've conquered half of the planet under one force. The others are resisting, but they will be absorbed soon. The race will start soon, so you better hurry, Elysia. Davin grinned at her and looked at her figure. Otherwise, just become my wife and we can go from being rivals and future enemies into close allies. No thanks. I'll handle this on my own, Elysia rolled her eyes. I've already sprouted seeds of chaos in the northern star continent. It's just a matter of time before they are forced into an all-out war. Eventually, everything will come under me and I'll join the race. Davin laughed and said, eventually? Haha. You've slacked enough, so do it fast or lose it all. Good luck. Chapter 57, Reincarnate Auerspec, 1/2, Monitor Dome. Inside the Auerspec clan's meeting hall, Aleron, Ueha, Rias, and Roxanne sat at a table's south chairs while sitting across them were the Auerspec clan head and two of his nephews, James and Lake, along with a woman in her 30s, who was another exceed rank powerhouse and Melkern's niece. Birgetta Rose sat on the east side of the table, internally sighing at this mess while also feeling pity for Melkern. Knowing that both sons of Melkern's late wife turned out this way was devastating to everyone, but more to Melkern than anyone. Melkern had already lost his daughter and first wife 50 years ago. Knowing the pain of loved ones' loss and treasuring their memories, Melkern handled the city in his care and was a good ruler to the people. However, his sons turned out to be ruthless tyrants, killing and sacrificing innocents in pursuit of power by colluding with demons, which was akin to Melkern getting killed by his own sons. The old man's mental state is not good, Aleron thought as he looked at Melkern's eyes. He was sensitive and could perceive others' emotional state after awakening his soul. At the moment, Melkern was a mess inside but kept composure for the situation outside while suppressing other things. We have to know about the full situation. I've tried contacting Reincarnate, but as expected, Melkern's nails dug into his own palm at the tight clench of his fist. He is not picking it up. The situation at the Golden Nectar House must have alerted him, Birgetta nodded. We can't find him anymore, and James frowned. Searching this whole city to find him will take time. No need for that, Aleron shook his head. I've already taken some measures, and I am going to make one more move, albeit a big one. Aleron closed his eyes. But a moment later, everyone in the moderate hall felt a wave of energy releasing from him in an encompassing manner. It was as if a bubble expanded from him and it didn't take long before the whole city was covered in this invisible bubble. What is this energy? Melkern frowned. It doesn't feel like mana or soul force. Strange. The others were surprised but remained silent since Aleron's eyes were closed. Meanwhile, Aleron was cooking a skill he called Monitor Dome, spreading magi lore in this manner as it passed through everything and covered the city with multiple arcane syllabuses according to his desired effect as he designed it. It's not that easy, huh? Aleron's veins popped and sweat beads formed on his forehead as he was trying his best. Light reflection, physical model, adjustable, it should be like a 3D map. After over a minute passed, Aleron finally opened his eyes as they glowed faintly. When he looked at the result of his skill, his fist clenched with fervor as he successfully accomplished his goal. Now I can do it. In his mind, he could see the entire city and observe it live, observe every corner as if he were there, and more. Despite his magic potency increasing and reaching 5,001 points, it still cost him over 1,000,000 magi lore to cover the whole city with Monitor Dome. After all, it would have cost him way more if he tried to do this at 1,001 points in magic potency. I need to check my limit of control over the maximum amount of magi lore perfectly. Better do this early and measure it than in an emergency. As for this Monitor Dome, I need to be efficient with it, but no time for now. I'll refine this skill later. What did you do? Rias curiously asked. Aleron pointed at the table's center and said, this. His eyes released faint colorful ray traces that soon displayed the entire city in its miniature form. People, vehicles, buildings, floating air balloons, big buildings, and everything was displayed. A live 3D map? Although it was not like reality and was more like a hologram with assigned semi-transparent neo-colors to objects at best it was still properly observable for everything. This. Melkern and others were shocked as they realized what it was. It is a live map of the city, Norn gasped as she covered her mouth, her brown eyes shocked to the core. How? Aleron waved his hand as the map suddenly zoomed in towards a particular point. Everyone saw two glowing yellow dots above a car moving towards the city's southern area. They are moving, Aleron muttered, looking at Melkern and others across the table. This car has a police officer and a 10-year-old inside. At first, I couldn't understand the whole gist, but it became clear after acquiring your son's memories. There are people in the city working for Reincarnate to kidnap kids for the demon's sacrifice and exchange. Melkern narrowed his eyes. Will they lead us to Reincarnate? Aleron nodded and just as he was about to speak, he sensed something and smiled. Master. Everyone in the room was startled upon hearing the voice and turned to the table's left, behind the empty chair. I couldn't even notice her. Melkern was shocked. He had his soul sense covering this whole mansion in passive, and if an unfamiliar presence entered inside, he would directly know. But he couldn't even sense anything, and this mysterious figure in black silently arrived here and stood at the side with no one noticing until she spoke. What did you find? Aleron asked. May nodded and reported to Aleron via soul transmission, as it would be faster to relay information this way than speaking via mouth. After a few seconds, Aleron's brows furrowed and he looked at Melkern before sighing. Tell me the safest place in this city where no one would check anything or get suspicious of any crime. That. Melkern frowned, but his eyes widened a moment later and he stood up in shock. No way, Birgitta muttered and looked down at the floor. That bastard. James shouted with red eyes. How dare he sully the Auerspec clan and clan head like this? See clan head. Lake looked at Melkern, unable to bear how broken his eyes looked and what he must have been going through. And he didn't just make contact with a demon and exchange resources, Aleron said as his demeanor turned cold again. There is a demon under this mansion right now. A powerful one. At that, I just hope it's not as strong as that darned Akuma. Master, it is a greater demon of 10th class, Yueha said with a frown as she also just finished inspection after hearing May's report. Class 10. Melkern snapped out of his state as he heard it, his eyes showing clear panic. This is bad. Is it bad for us too? Aleron turned to Yueha. Hopefully not another enemy stronger than us. Like that Akuma. Class 10 greater demon? That's no less threat than that Akuma, Rias shuddered. Although they do not possess people, they are still strong, and class 10 is above primeval rank in terms of pure stats. Roxanne furrowed her brows. We should escape. If that's true, then we have to escape indeed, Birgitta said with a severe expression. This whole city might be targeted if such a demon is here. I have to let my people escape at least. She looked at Melkern but didn't know what to say. A part of her wanted to blame him since his son invited such a disaster here, but her thoughts were occupied by how to safely escape. This predicament. Is the goddess Elysia's prophecy already beginning? Norn trembled. But why our city first? Clan head, what should we do? Safety of citizens is a must. Activate the bunkers and start evacuating protocol, Melkern swiftly ordered. Looking at them panicking, Aleron frowned. They don't even know about the demonic formation yet. Fang, hurry up. But suddenly, a nefarious aura filled the hall and everyone felt a cold chill suffusing in them. It's too late, father. To the side, the floor wiggled like black mud before a bald man in his 30s emerged, with his iconic draconic tattoo on his head and his creamy embroidered robe. Reincarnate Auerspec. Chapter 58, Reincarnate Auerspec, 2 halves, Prophesy, REI. James shouted with bloodshot eyes, exploding with his power as his right hand instantly turned into a neon red-orange blade searing with intense power that appeared beside Reincarnate's neck, a mere inch away from it. Krark. Sparks flew instead of Reincarnate's head as black-scaled coatings with dark silver patterns materialized on his skin, blocking the attack completely and nullifying its powers against him. In the next moment, Reincarnate's fist enveloped in dark gold flames struck James as he shot toward Aleron's direction with a burning hole in his stomach. Aleron's eyes flashed as he used his skill. James came to a sudden halt while getting enveloped in a mystical dreamy bubble filled with blue, green, and golden motes. It was the same bubble in which Darzax, Inorin, and Ricky were recovering. Aleron put his behind for him to recover and looked at Reincarnate, who was also looking at him. Who the hell are you? Reincarnate's eyes were filled with killing intent aimed towards Aleron. Fucking piece of trash. You messed up everything by pulling that stunt at Golden Nectar House. Yueha's eyes shook. However, before she could take action, Aleron's hand grabbed hers to stop her from making any move. Not yet, you. Fang is preparing another array for the city's safety since we resolved the situation at Golden Nectar. We need some time. I'm sorry, Master. Thank you for stopping me. Yueha clenched her fists. She almost lost her control due to the insult that garbage threw at Aleron. But Master immediately sensed my intention and even thought ahead to improvise in this escalating situation. As expected of Master, Yueha felt happy, amazed, and proud. Reincarnate, Melkern spoke with his lips trembling and eyes bloodshot. Why? Reincarnate turned to his father and sighed loftily. Father, goddesses prophesy can't be prevented. The war will start and all the top powers know what will entail that. Instead of waiting for it, I am just taking the initiative to be at the top. Reincarnate grinned widely. You see, this continent, no, this world will enter a state of all-out war and a new order will be established. It doesn't matter if you are a demon, human, or beast folk. Only those who win will rule and remain. Reincarnate's eyes intensely lit up as he spat ruthless words. For us to be the ones winning, this city needs to be sacrificed and become a new center of power for us. What the hell are you saying? Lake shouted with a clenched fist. What are you planning? Birgitta Rose felt her heart racing with fear and worry as she swiftly contacted her subordinates and allies. Meanwhile, Aleron frowned as he relayed to May, you said there was a demonic formation underground designed with blood and high-rank resources. Yes, Master. But I couldn't figure out its purpose except that it felt nefarious. I fiddled with it secretly such that it shouldn't activate unless fixed. May's eyes were on Reincarnate. If he or that demon activates it, they will know it's faulty and fix it in no time. Fang, hurry up, Aleron thought while he was occupied by improving his combat prowess in his desperate attempt to turn the situation around in case they encountered a powerful foe. He didn't want to repeat the situation in a similar fashion like that with Akuma. He was reckless, unprepared, and took it lightly at that time, but not this time. He had unlimited magi lore and plenty of arcane knowledge, so he wanted to exert his full limits in utilizing his current powers without holding back. What I am planning? The plan is simple, and I wish you not to interfere in it, Reincarnate said with an annoyed expression. Our spec clan can exist with me as its head, though the city's population will plummet and we may make some enemies, but that's fine. Demons will be with us. More specifically, the Argondric demon clan. Reincarnate grinned and stretched his right bare arm towards them. His skin shone with black scales shining with a dark silver hue at the joints while shining with dark gold patterns. Did you know that our spec bloodline was mutated from the Argondric demon clan? What? Norn's eyes widened. What do you mean? Even, Mycern was shocked because he didn't know that. Lake trembled hearing about that piece of news, unable to digest it. We are descendants of an offspring that was born from a demon and a human, Reincarnate laughed. That's what I mean, sister. You see my bloodline. It directly evolved to a new stage, and became even more powerful than Argondric demons. The demons worship power. Now that our spec bloodline can become even more powerful than theirs, we are the new royalty of the Argondric demon clan. No. Reincarnate paused and grinned widely. We are Ordrake clan from now on and I am the head, Reincarnate Ordrake. Turning to Aleron, Reincarnate grimaced. We wanted to prepare for a month more, but you ruined it. You need to die first, trash. Looking at him and hearing his words, Mycern and others were overwhelmed and in despair because to them, they had no way of stopping a class 10 demon who had colluded with a considerable human force to bring down a city. Brother Reincarnate, aye. Norn opened her mouth, her eyes fidgety, but had an unusual glint in them. Aleron looked at her, surprised and confused. Her fear vanished. Can I join you? Norn asked as she walked a few steps forward, her eyes on Reincarnate or more specifically, his scales. I also want to evolve my bloodline. Norn. Lake's eyes widened, even more bloodshot than before as he couldn't believe what he just heard. What are you saying? Ha ha ha, I knew it. Reincarnate laughed and turned to Norn with a big grin. That's why I am here, Norn. Lord Turthar also wants offspring, so you can become his woman. Your bloodline will evolve better, and your child will be even more powerful. That. Norn's face fell. Choose another woman for him. We have many in our clan. Fine, but your bloodline could evolve better if you get fucked by him, you know. Reincarnate grinned and shrugged. Anyway, this city will soon be engulfed in the demonic Argon altar. Formation. Reincarnate glanced at Melkern, Aleron, Yueha, and Mei one by one. Only 10% of the population will survive. The rest will have to become, well, food of sorts. Haha. Aleron glared at Reincarnate. That will not happen. Nothing will change even if you kill me right now. Reincarnate sneered and glanced at Yueha and Mei, two primeval rank beauties. I am shocked actually, but not worried. He turned to Aleron and laughed. Even if these two bitches give their all, Lord Turthar Argondric will kill both of them with ease. Aleron stayed silent and reined his anger and impulse. He didn't want to provoke or do anything until Fang's formation was complete. If he attacked Reincarnate and killed him, the demon might come to fight and it would result in major casualties. The demon might also activate the formation, find the flaw, and fix it. It could accelerate and escalate the situation if he made any move before preparation was complete. Fortunately, he wasn't disappointed. Right after Reincarnate finished speaking, Aleron heard Fang's voice in his head. Master, the formation is complete. Now it only needs a touch of your grace. Aleron's eyes lit up and he swiftly located Fang from the 3D map in his head. Since he had covered the entire city in the monitor dome, he could also make a move anywhere in the city, with perfect precision without moving. Let's start. Aleron's eyes flashed and turned cold as he looked at Reincarnate. Chapter 59, Aleron Prep, Turthar Argondric. Reincarnate, Aleron spoke as an orb of magi lore materialized beside him. The orb was connected to his magi lore source and it released a thick string of magi lore that shot out of the window before going towards the central tower of the city at lightning speed. I promise you, nothing will happen to anyone in this city. What are you doing? Reincarnate frowned as he saw the strange orb releasing strange energy and used a skill to check the situation outside. What the fuck is he doing? I have to alert Lord Turthar. Fang stood atop the central tower with a strange crystal pole with a geo-brown round crystal on its tip. He saw a 2-inch thick laser shooting from the Aurspec clan's direction before it struck the formation flag. In the next moment, various formation flags at the surrounding border of the city lit up with this central flag shooting energy beams at them, materializing a strange barrier that rained down and stuck to everything and everyone as if coating them. All people and objects were struck by a filmy golden-brown coating. Witnessing all these, Fang's eyes displayed astonishment and amazement before he shook his head while smiling. How blessed these people are. Such abundant and potent power, my lord, your grace truly knows no bounds. Meanwhile, all people, domestic or wild animals, trees, and even buildings were strengthened and protected immensely with Aleron's magi lore which turned into potency effects birthed by Fang's defensive formation. The turtle scale formation was Fang's strongest defensive formation, but compared to his assault formations, it was way weak. However, Aleron's Magi lore fueled it and practically evolved it due to Aleron's desires and his will that geared this particular flow of Magi lore to have more effects on defensive and protection type effects. Aleron was watching the whole city live in his mind and only stopped infusing Magi lore in the formation when the entire city was completely protected and the formation fully activated. After granting those tremendous coating shields and buffs to everything and everyone, the turtle scale formation materialized a simple barrier covering the city. If the formation was destroyed later, the barrier would disperse, but the coating and buffs would remain until the city and its people themselves were directly harmed. 24 million Magi lore, but I still feel fine, Aleron thought and internally nodded. Good. Even people in this hall were affected, except for Reborn and Norn since Aleron activated avoid buffs and shield from activating on them. What is that formation? Reborn frowned as he felt the changes. Aleron didn't answer him and just coldly looked at Reborn while utilizing his Magi lore. You, bring these two above. Aleron vanished from the room and Mei too. Meanwhile, Yueha turned into an icy stream that flashed past Norn and Reborn, freezing them from head to toe. Both of them had their postures changed, indicating they tried to do something, but they were simply not fast enough against Yueha, who was a high-stage spirit lord, primeval, powerhouse. Above the Auerspec clan's territory, Aleron floated above the tallest palace and looked in a particular direction. Yueha and Mei floated beside him, with Reborn and Norn being frozen popsicles floating before them. Gather and get ready, Aleron said as he took a deep breath. Magi lore slime armor. Aleron was covered in a humanoid-shaped blue slime structure concentrated with a potent amount of Magi lore. However, even Yueha or Mei couldn't feel its energy reading. Master, you've completely kept this under control, but my goosebumps are still real, Yueha wryly smiled. How much Magi lore is this? 25 million. Aleron felt cool and pressured on his body, but he didn't leave his physical body's foundation in jeopardy this time. Magi lore slime armor not only covered him externally but also enhanced every single one of his cells with it. At the moment, Aleron had buffed and fortified his entire physical body with 10 million Magi lore with physical-related enhancements, and the other 15 million Magi lore was concentrated in external armor. All of it was under such fine control of Aleron that not even a speck of Magi lore slime armor's potent aura leaked. I can still go on, but I feel a bit of palpitation, Aleron thought as he felt the workings of the Magi lore slime armor. I have to fight and get used to this amount first. I also need to see if it smoothly executes the magic sequences I input. Aleron stretched his hand, and a broadsword materialized with condensed Magi lore. Its patterns indicated that it was fortified with various arcane syllabuses, possessing various effects. Boss, it's done. My lord. Feng and Hua also arrived at this time, but Hua was not alone. Asterisk roar? Asterisk. A 300-meter-long silver-black scaled dragon with fancy horns and gigantic wings floated above them. My partner is ready as well. Hua grinned with his body also glowing and oozing with fighting spirit as he bumped his fists. This dragon was actually a peak exceed rank with a powerful bloodline, a martial spirit capable of summoning and synergizing with a dragon. Yueha raised her eyebrows. That's one powerful martial spirit, Hua. Haha, thanks elder sister. Hua laughed out loud, yours is also not too bad. Don't be too loud. Master is in focus, Mei said as she looked at Aleron who was checking the flow of magic sequences he could instantly input with his imagination and arcane knowledge. THRRR. Suddenly, Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Feng looked down and saw a bright glow lighting in a circular shape while the city slightly trembled due to strange vibrations. Aleron opened his eyes and looked below. Master, it was an attempt to activate the formation, Mei frowned. No worries, Aleron's eyes glinted as he had already located the underground passages and place where the demon and the formation were situated. It won't activate anymore. Everyone's demeanor changed as that meant that battle with the demon was nigh. I've saved the trapped kids from the underground and cleared it, Hua grinned. You can smack that vile creature out of its hole without holding back. Thanks. Formation didn't activate. Reborn is also not responding after waking me up. Turdhar Argondric, a 2-meter-tall humanoid with 2 dark gold horns and a muscular physique adorning a full-body draconic armor with red, dark gold, and black designs. He looked at his hand and circular energy through his body before nodding. Good. The enchant is effective and I've also rested enough. Before anything unexpected happens, the plan should finish today. A sharp red glint spread in his eyes before he vanished from his spot and went towards the place where the formation center was placed. Someone infiltrated and fiddled with it. Suddenly, Turdhar's expression changed as he felt a powerful force descending into the chamber and materializing into a giant hand. What is this energy? Swoosh! The hand shot at him before grabbing him and shooting upward, breaking the floods and ground before emerging from the Auerspec clan's backyard and bringing him before Aleron. Turdhar saw the entourage of Aleron and nodded, so it is you. Glancing at frozen Reborn, he shifted his glance back at Aleron from whom he felt this magic. Hands control. Boom! In the next second, the hand covering him exploded as Turdhar freed himself. It seems that I'll have to erase you all before I can feast on this city and call my clansmen. Here, Turdhar's aura burst out as his demonic wings expanded and his body turned 10 meters tall. Get ready to die. This kid feels strange but I should erase those two first. Turdhat focused on Yueha and Mei. After looking at Aleron. Chapter 60, Intense Clash. Aleron was also observing this greater demon and used his self-created inspection skill to measure his power. Name: Turdhar Argondric. Race: Demon/Greater Demon. Lifeform rank: Semi-Ascendant Class 10. Bloodline: Argondric Demiur Mythic 2. Physical status: Strength, Ace 2, 721k/1000k. Agility, Ace 1, 649k/1000k. Stamina, Ace 2, 738k/1000k. Health, Ace 1, 675k/1000k. Arcane status: Magic potency, Ace 2, 753k/1000k. Mana pool, Ace 2, 770k/1000k. Soul status: Soul potency, Ace 1, 621k/1000k. Soul force, Ace 1, 620k/1000k. You done checking me out, kid? Turdhar smiled at Aleron before he vanished and appeared right behind Ueha. Ueha's pupils shrank and a condensed ice armor started producing from her back right as Turdhar's punch struck her. Boom! Ueha shot far away into a building as she felt her whole body jolting with pain and cracking. Fortunately, the demonic power accompanied by the punch didn't penetrate her body thanks to her timely, albeit weak response. Aleron's eyes trembled. I couldn't even see his movements. I have to do something or I won't be able to hit my attack no matter how powerful they are. Wield it beyond the limit. I can do it. I can think and create skills to overcome this difference. Measure, think, and create. Meanwhile, Mei vanished in a blink as she sensed Turdhar's attack intent on her after attacking you. Hiding? Huh. Turdhar's eyes narrowed, completely ignoring Hua and Fang. Asterisk roar? Asterisk. Hua's dragon roared and flapped its wing before it speedily appeared below Turdhar and released a breath attack. Don't interfere, weaklings, Turdhar snorted before he pointed his palm at the dragon, conjuring a giant demonic beastly maw that took a bite out of the dragon Dark Silver's wings. Roar? The stat difference was too much for them to overcome. As such, Aleron first decided to boost everyone's physical body with the physical enchant skill he refined to increase their bodily stats to limit. Turdhar saw Ueha returning with her body glowing faintly and physical her aura increasing before sensing the same in Hua and Fang. Fang floated below while handling his mini formations, taking on the job of assisting others. Mei was also buffed by Aleron, but she was completely out of Turdhar's radar. Not bad, Turdhar's eyes glowed and his aura also turned more ominous with his draconic patterns on the body faintly shining. But not enough, Turdhar floated with a violent crimson-blue sphere covering him as he adopted a stance while holding a meter-long curved dagger in his hand, pitch black with crimson patterns that pulsed. His aura increased. Aleron frowned as he saw Turdhar's stats increasing further. However, he soon heard Ueha's reassuring voice. Master, we will hold on until you are ready to slay this foe. We trust you, so you must trust us. Don't you dare die. I'll be done fast. Aleron clenched his fist and focused as he flew a few hundred meters away from them. He had power, but his senses were slow. He needed something to catch up to the speed of strong powerhouses so he could attack and react. Meanwhile, just as Aleron flew away, Hua used Dragon Impact Blow, making the first move as his staff glowed before smashing it upward towards Turdhar from below, creating a concentrated whirling of powerful gusts that shot Turdhar upward forcefully despite not damaging him. However, right after that attack, strange energy released from the crimson sphere surrounding Turdhar, shooting a mini crimson sphere at Hua who couldn't dodge it due to its speed and suddenness as if it was an instant counterattack. Boom! Turdhar shot upward where Mei was ready with her surprise attack while Hua crashed down into the city. Fortunately, the whole city and its people were fortified, so despite this being a powerful crash that would have normally killed people and destroyed normal buildings, nothing actually happened. Even though some people were flung away and crashed, they didn't feel pain or receive any injuries. People were shocked, and couldn't understand anything except that a fight was going on in the sky and someone had done something to keep them safe. On the other hand, Mei's sinister hidden blade appeared right above Turdhar's head when he forcefully stopped the Hua skill effect that was shooting him upward with atmospheric aid. Clank! Crack! Not fast enough, Turdhar's eyes reflected Mei's eyes as he blocked her blade and even broke it. Boom! Mei's expression changed before a bunch of crimson slashes painted before her magically through Turdhar's dagger, intending to cut her into pieces. But she reacted fast and used her domain with no other choice but to avoid this fatality. A domain, be it spiritual or magic, was a special field of power conjured in an area around the user. It boosted the particular powers of the user to give them an edge. It consumed a lot of their energy, so one would only use it when there was no other choice. In an instant, 100 meters of the area around Mei turned into perpetual darkness that accompanied her with her movements and control. Inside this area, Turdhar's senses were reduced and his physical body was weakened while enhancing Mei. Alas, Turdhar also activated his domain, causing half of Mei's domain to be suppressed away by a crimson dome filled with sparkling streams of red and black, taking the shapes of demonic dragons. Mei couldn't be targeted with her domain due to her specialty, so Turdhar didn't hesitate and attacked Ueha. Not that easy. Ueha's eyes flashed as she also activated her domain, conjuring a sparkling blizzard around her with a mini dark blue moon hanging above her. Interesting, Turdhar's domain was slightly suppressed and countered with the sparkling ice blue blizzard. My attacks will be avoidable by her as long as her domain is activated. But how long will you two last? Turdhar's eyes glinted. I'll shave away their domains first. That assassin girl might be able to injure me with her domain activated while this one is powerful enough to hurt me annoyingly if I recklessly move. I have to kill her first, Turdhar thought as he didn't want to needlessly get injured when he could finish them off easily. Turdhar's focus was on Yueha, who was also careful about making a move and focusing on the main objective, buying time while staying safe. Chapter 61, Close Call. Looking at the stalemate of the trio, Fang weakly smiled. It seems that my attacks won't have any use at all. Hua appeared beside Fang from his crash below and relayed, Fang, our job is to buy time and it seems that Demon is wary now that Yueha and Mei used their domains. I can't do much in this situation, though. Damn it. Don't worry. Let's support them as much as we can even if it won't be very effective, Fang said as he waved his hand. Fang and used his pre-made strong assault formation forest of 1,000 bytes. In the next second, a 1-kilometer area around transformed into a lush forest as Fang used his precious one-time use assault formation, which required him to gather a bunch of resources and hours of work to complete. More tricks. Turdhar frowned as he saw this transformation. A ready-made formation of this caliber. The energy these guys are using is also strange. It's not mana. Good job, Fang. Yueha smiled as her cold eyes shone and she launched her assaults on Turdhar while getting away from him, and Mei also did the same. Now that this 1-kilometer diameter area is covered in a magic forest, they broke the stalemate and started attacking him. Fang also used the main features of this formation, as various spirit beasts attacked Thar out of nowhere, conjuring around him and attacking him. Fang, this formation will last for 5 minutes unless he destroys it. Yueha, we will keep our safety in mind and attack him from all sides. Let's hang on until Master is ready. Turdhar ignored the formation's attack, but the powerful waning snow swords and deathly black blades of Yueha and Mei were annoying him. Waning snow swords was Yueha's signature offensive attack to use with her domain, unleashing fast and instant swords made of ice with high piercing power and effects to considerable damage, slow, and freeze. It was good against defending because hitting incoming attacks with waning snow swords would also result in the clash and freeze the after effects, a sort of safe mutual destruction. If it struck a living being, it would also have more effects based on Yueha's control and transmission of power. Turdhar was struck by a blade that released swift freezing power into his body, trying to give him internal frostbites while slowing his body's system. But it was futile as he ravaged the invaded power with his power at the cost of expending some energy, which annoyed him greatly. Meanwhile, deathly black blades were pure lethality as they contained poison and power of death, capable of decaying his. He was startled as he wasn't expecting this level of lethality, but he was ultimately more powerful and those blades couldn't go past his Crimson Storm sphere. Alright, enough. Turdhar roared as his demonic wings expanded and he consumed a large amount of mana while utilizing his domain to execute an attack. Ruined Voracious Maw. Right above his domain, everyone saw a huge 100-meter wide and long demonic maw with sharp fangs materializing as they crackled with crimson lightning and demonic black flames. Shit. Hua's eyes widened. Fang's eyes turned bloodshot as he made up his mind to expand all of the formation's energy to clash against that. Yueha's eyes turned fiery as she decided to go all out as well, intending to use all of her energy to clash as the dark blue moon in her domain shone and cracked into motes that transformed into a streaming blizzard shooting at the demonic maw, slowing it down. However, her entire attack ceased to exist as soon as it neared the maw. Mei was helpless as she didn't have any means to contend against such a big attack. But at that moment, the four of them heard Aleron's voice in their heads. Good job holding on. Now leave that demon to me. Aleron's eyes had opened and the Echo Storm Starwink bow appeared in his hand, with its bowstring pulled to the extreme as the bow's sides bent until they were just 6 inches away from each other while a crystal arrow materialized. It shone with an icy blue color while sparkling with indigo blue beautiful windy patterns laced on it. Aleron saw that terrifying maw filled with potent power. Judging by its open maw filled with a whirling concentration of power and those fangs, it was clear that this attack would release a projectile from its mouth before showing some other effects. In 1 second, that attack could take Yueha's life since it was targeted at her while also causing other destruction. But, Aleron didn't think that far. His eyes whirling with pure magi lore transformed into a sequence of power utilized by him as he completely measured the maw's energy level in comparison to his magi lore and created this arrow. Target locked. Arrow, frozen silence. Just as the voracious maw was about to release its attack, Aleron's arrow left the Echo Storm Starwink bow string. The bow's attributes were sound, lightning, and wind, so the magic arrow created with those attributes structure would be boosted. However, Aleron used the ice and wind syllabus to create this arrow because he didn't want to injure others accidentally by creating a pure offensive arrow. Freezing it and breaking it down was best. Swoosh! That arrow transformed instantly after leaving the bow as a burst of frigid stream released at the giant maw, instantly freezing the entire attack before it started dispersing. Master. My lord. Yueha and others immediately flew towards him and floated behind him. Their eyes glued on Aleron as they eagerly awaited to watch him thrash that demon. Swoosh! The formation dispersed since it was exhausted and everyone saw Turdhar floating within his crimson sphere, his arms crossed and his eyes focused on Aleron. It appears that I've underestimated you, kid. His eyes showed a greedy light as he looked at the bow and added with a grin, that weapon is extraordinary. How about you hand it over and I'll let you all go? The others had shabby weapons, but this kid got a weapon with a concept effect. This is a Jackpot. If you can beat me, then sure, it's yours. It's time to use it. Aleron's eyes flashed before he appeared right before Turthar with his right hand covered in Magi Lore slime armor suddenly transforming into a whirling flame. Vortex. Turthar was greatly startled as he watched the incoming uppercut of Aleron's hand that wielded a whirling flame vortex around it, filled with potent power that made him feel threatened. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough to dodge, but the shock in his eyes remained. Did he just teleport by using space magic? Boom! Meanwhile, Aleron's fist attack released a terrifying vortex of whirling flame in the sky, though it didn't manage to hit Turthar. However, Turthar's fist stuck Aleron's body from his right side, expecting to see Aleron getting blasted with his powerful demonic fists. Alas, the expected impact didn't occur. That? He felt a jolt in his body at the impact as if he hit a tough metal plate stronger than his attack, causing his eyes to almost pop out of their sockets at this unexpected result. What the fuck? Chapter 62, Homing Fury Bolt, Erasure. Huh. Aleron's eyebrows jumped as he didn't even feel anything. I guess this armor is too tough for him. The seemingly slick semi-jelly armor completely blocked Turthar's attack. Try this, Aleron grinned and punched again as he swung his fist forward. Swoosh. Too simple, Turthar snorted. However, his eyes rolled upward while getting bloodshot in the next second as he suddenly felt an impact right between his legs because Aleron's half-arm had vanished into a strange tiny portal that was connected to another portal that appeared between his legs. Awesome. Aleron grinned as he successfully used the wormholes he created, connecting his attack. There wasn't much knowledge of space, but he had observed and read enough to comprehend space syllabus on his own. Aleron's fist emerged from there and struck Turthar, shattering his exoskeleton with a massive impact as a loud crunchy sound of his something bursting along with a sonic boom echoed. Turthar shot upward like a bullet with his expression horrified and painful. What the hell is going on? Why is he that powerful? That energy, don't tell me it is Magi Lore. He had only sensed Magi Lore recently, but couldn't see or touch it, let alone use it. But here he was, seeing it in the hands of a legendary rank human. How? What's going on with that kid? Suddenly, he felt danger bells ringing and glanced below as he saw Aleron with his bow knocking another arrow. Aleron's eyes glinted as he designed the arrow, but this time, it was with the intention to kill this demon. He also activated the bow's effects Echo Mirage and Vorpal Point. Echo Mirage, enchant an arrow. When it impacts, the same will be conjured without consumption of any energy, but having 100% of the original arrow's powers. Vorpal Point, designate a target. If the arrow right after using Vorpal Point strikes the target, it will ignore a certain amount of defense and increase the power of the arrow. Arrow, Homing Fury Bolt, Aleron's eyes sharply glinted. My magic potency is just 5,000 while that demon has it above 500k and also has considerable mana. Aleron could see that this demon had pills that restored his mana. He must have done that right after using that voracious maw because he could see that this demon had recovered his mana. This should do it. An arrow with 50 million Magi Lore utilized in it. An unnerving and palpitating aura released from the flickering light blue arrow with cyan sparks that looked ethereal and dreamy. Turthar saw it and desperation appeared in his eyes for the first time. Why does he have Magi Lore? How can he wield it like this and have this much amount? Turthar couldn't believe his eyes as he floated a kilometer above, feeling as if his death was written on that arrow. Without thinking any more, Turthar burst out with all of his power as his demonic wings shone, and he escaped with all his might. Not today. Aleron narrowed his eyes and released the arrow. Turthar, who had already flown a couple of kilometers away and was crossing distance at his full speed, suddenly felt a chill crawling his back and captured the arrow coming at him within his soul sense ring. It was flying right behind him, about to catch him. Bastard! He even used soul force to mark me and designed the arrow such that it will follow me. Turthar's eyes couldn't help but produce a hint of despair amidst desperation. He needed an obstacle to block this arrow and make it impact something else other than him. There was a way to do that too. Unfortunately, he was high in the sky and the arrow's speed was too fast. Before he could go down to use some mountain or any other obstacle to escape, the arrow struck him. I'm dead. Turthar's eyes reflected the whole battle in that instance before regret appeared in his mind. He didn't measure his opponents. If he did, he would have escaped from the start instead of fighting and could live. Crying, crackle, Echo Mirage activated and blasted the second arrow at the same spot even though Turthar was already completely erased. Boom! First gacha quest of the day complete, Aleron smiled. A large phenomenon of beautiful yet destructive lightning with strange waves of colorful sparks exploded in the sky a few kilometers away from the city as if some grand fireworks, but that was not all. A large hole in space appeared at Turthar's location, creating a harrowing void with silver milky horizontal flow behind it. The colorful lightning tendrils and sparks around this void made this scene look beautiful yet terrifying. Rias, Roxanne, Melkern, Birgetta, all members of the Aurspec clan, and many people of the city watched that phenomenon of utter destruction on a large scale, their eyes stupefied with no exception. The explosion's shockwaves spread to the whole city and all other areas as powerful winds blew and clouds raged. Although people didn't know what was happening at first, it didn't take long for them to know the situation. When Turthar and Aleron talked a bit in the sky, everyone clearly knew that a powerful demon had arrived in the city and this news also spread fast. An unknown group was defending them while trying to kill the demon. As such, cheers rang out amidst the city when they saw the beautiful yet destructive explosion in the sky that confirmed the demon's death beyond doubt. I am not dreaming, right? Roxanne blankly looked at Aleron as she mumbled. Rias dazedly shook her head. I knew he was very powerful, but this much. Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Fang surrounded Aleron with varying but all jolly expressions. You all did good holding on. Aleron smiled as he put away the bow into the inventory. But we still have the unfinished work of cleaning this city, Aleron said as he looked below at the whole city. Mr. Aleron. Melker, Burgetta, Lake, James, and a few other powerhouses arrived there. Yueha and others stood beside Aleron as they faced the incoming group. Thank you for the help. If it wasn't for you, this city would have turned into our graveyard. Melkern sighed as he seemed to have aged a few years since his first appearance. No need for thanks, Aleron said with a laugh. I am just doing what I like. And now, I need to do one more thing, so I hope you'll help me with that. Just tell us and we shall give our utmost to aid you, Burgetta said with a bow and charming smile at Aleron. If the House of Dark Rose can have ties with this group, I must do my best. May's eyes coldly shone as she looked at her. You, Vixen eyes on Master. Yueha internally snorted as she glanced away from Burgetta. Humph, that woman got no chance. No worries. What would you like us to do? Melkern respectfully asked as he looked at Aleron. Well, Aleron's eyes faintly glowed before everyone saw a bigger version of the city's 3D model map. I've noted some good places in this city, so I want to enjoy some time here. But before that, Aleron smiled as the city's 3D map started changing. Let's clean the city to my liking first, shall we? Everyone looked at the map and saw something appearing above all the tiny humanoid-shaped dots that indicated the city's people. Marks. Most of the marks were white and yellow, both looking like trees and flowers, while a small percentage of the marks consisted of red and black, both looking skulls. Chapter 63, Aleron's Judgment, 1/2. Everyone looked at the sizable 3D map Aleron created in the air. The confusion regarding the marks above people was cleared soon after that, and it made everyone tongue-tied. We are going to weed out this tiny amount of red and black, Aleron said as he looked at the map. They are obstacles in the way of happy lives and spread suffering. So, no matter who they are, they'll be punished in my way. How are you going to do that? There are over 500,000 people. Lake Auersbach asked, feeling overwhelmed and a sort of fear in anticipation of his answer. The others were also dumbfounded with their emotions going haywire. My house. Burgetta Rose saw 3 red marks at the place of her organization's mansion and her heart leaped to her throat. Who? I am thinking about teleporting all of them right in front of me. Let's take a look at them, Aleron said before his eyes flashed, marking all people red and black marks in the city. Afterward, Aleron looked to the left and waved his hand as he unleashed Magi Lore before shaping it into a vast metal platform enough to hold 1,000,000 people with enough space to have picnics in groups. I should add in Mana Seal and fuel it enough to forcefully prevent them from using magic. Aleron modified the platform since there were legendary rank and epic rank powerhouses in the list. Aleron and others were floating 500 meters above the city, so people below were shocked to see a big shade appearing out of nowhere. Soon after that, an exact 502,390 number of people vanished from the city and appeared on the platform. Those people panicked and clamored, their ages varying from as young as late teens to oldies in their 90s. Aleron floated above the people while Rias, Roxanne, Melkern, and others also tailed behind him. Are you all wondering why you are here? Aleron asked as he looked at the people. He saw people from various professions and seemingly innocent-looking ones with red marks. Weak people in mortal rank and adept rank who were the majority of residents of the city mostly had red marks. But Aleron still spotted some and it made him wonder just what cruelty they did to people that gave them a black mark. A few old men and women in some high-class outfits especially had black marks above them. Some people were also sleeping and suddenly arrived here with confusion. Most people were adventurers, but a number of city residents in high government positions to handle the city's development were also here, some even having black above them. The adventurers numbered high and most of them were bona fide criminals hiding in the city after killing, raping, and causing chaos in various towns and villages since such settlements generally didn't have much security against powerful adventurers. This city was one of the top 5 biggest cities with people coming from various parts of the continent. A good amount of people were from other places and were now lined up on the platform. And after Aleron asked his question, he saw a strange phenomenon in the people. He saw them looking at each other and many had faces that showed panic and fear as they seemed to realize that something bad was going to happen to them. Why are we here? An epic rank powerhouse in his 60s shouted as his question rang loud among the uproar. You all are here because you've sinned and spread suffering, Aleron said, his eyes constantly flickering as he was creating a skill utilizing his soul force with Magi Lore. What? How can you say that? I didn't do anything. 3 other epic rank powerhouses spotted Burgetta Rose and contacted her with their comm card. Burgetta received the call and looked at them, but only sighed before she looked at Aleron's back, ignoring them. Meanwhile, Aleron also ignored the clamor and was focused on creating a skill that would make his work faster. Clan head Melkern, what is this? A young man wearing a white robe asked with a dark expression. He was a legendary rank powerhouse and a prince of a nearby kingdom. Dminit, I can't even use magic. What's going on? All powerhouses on the platform had tried to escape, but nobody could move an inch, let alone use magic. A minute passed by with everyone getting more anxious by the second. Melkern and others didn't answer anyone despite seeing some familiar faces. Several people of the Auerspec clans were also present, but they were also ignored. Clan head, that. Lake looked at a woman in her mid-20s, who was his uncle's daughter. His uncle wasn't present, but he was an early-stage exceed-rank powerhouse. Mr. Aleron, Melkern finally spoke with hesitation. Are you sure about this? You dare doubt our master? Yueha frowned as she shot a cold glance at Melkern. It's fine, you. Aleron had also just finished creating the skill and smiled at Melkern. I'm sure about my judgment, Mr. Melker. Turning his head back to the platform, Aleron used the skill as countless ethereal white-blue strings released from Aleron's forehead. Each string struck a person on their forehead as Aleron read their memories. The skill worked such that it would only show him memories of their actions that granted them the red/black marks by imposing his intention in Magi lore to search for suffering caused and creating an arcane syllabus like suffering search by combing it with his soul force. Mr. Melkern, Aleron spoke while keeping his head to observe the people and sorting the memories. I am going to divide people into 3 sections now. The first section is about the bunch of people with black marks. They are hopeless. Aleron waved his hand as many people were enveloped in chains and floated up in the sky. What are you doing? Please let me go. Release me, the nearby kingdom's prince shouted at Aleron with red eyes, already feeling death approaching from his premonition as he lost it. Everyone had seen him fighting and destroying that demon with an arrow that opened a new horizon of power for them. You all will live for as long as possible. Aleron looked at them with settled anger as he calmly said, your lives will be used to give peace to others. I will make sure of it. He knew what they'd done from memories, and it just made him too much angry. Death was a freedom they didn't deserve. In the next second, around 30,000 people disappeared as Aleron sent them to Eldertide Archipelago. Using his increasing mastery of Magi lore and soul force, Aleron directly found Odar and sent him soul transmission from outside. Aleron, Odar, I am sending some people. They are the worst of the scum and criminals. Bind all of them in slave collars. If slave collars are lacking, start their production in the necropolis's crafting houses. Odar, hello, can you hear me, boss? Aleron, I can. Odar, this is a cool skill you've learned, haha. Alright, leave them to me. I'll make sure they are collared as soon as possible. Aleron, they'll be under your care from now on. As for your role, I'll tell you after finishing this matter. Odar, whatever the role is, I'll take that on, boss. Alright, I see the people. Wait, boss. I thought you said some people, but holy cow, that's so many slaves. Aleron, yeah. After you collar them, use them to build a huge prison for their living and send them to explore the island and collect various resources. Odar, good idea, haha. Alright, leave them to me, boss. I'll whip them up good. Chapter 64, Aleron's Judgment, 2 halves. Aleron then looked down at the remaining people, his movement causing many reactions from Rias and others. They don't know where those 30,000 people went, but this fear of the unknown was far more terrifying. The second section of people are those with bright red marks. Aleron waved his hand at around 200,000 people as they flew up with chains binding them. These people actively cause suffering to others at their pleasure, and their crimes are abundant, vicious in nature and sense both. They don't have good in their hearts anymore, and they have lost the purpose of life as they only live to cause suffering to others. Those 200,000 people lined up in a long row as they were forcefully bent as if bowing by the chains wrapping them. They will be executed. Instantly, all the people who were hanging in the air shouted and begged. No, please don't. I am a hero summoned from another world. I am here to save people. I didn't do anything. Aleron was about to execute them, but then he heard the so-called hero and a vein popped on his face as he brought the man looking in his mid-20s in front of him. Your name, Jakran, right? Aleron said with a dark expression. You sexually assaulted innocent girls and maids and inflicted despair in a weak village where you went to kill monsters to save them. You went to save them and then inflicted a worse suffering on them. Why? You raped and killed people in that village because you feared no consequences, huh? Fucking trash. Aleron's eyes burst with anger. Damn it, killing you all is letting you off easy. Everyone trembled while Hero Jakran pissed his pants looking at Aleron's angry face as his eyes lost light and started filling with despair. No, however, their fate was sealed. In the next second, Rias and others saw a blade appearing above every single person's head before slashing down, including Hero Jakran. Heads fell and blood rained. However, he didn't let them go completely. He captured every single soul and sent them to Eldertide Archipelago. Aleron also waved his hand as a flux of Magi lore released, containing all dead bodies and their heads in a closed metal box. Meanwhile, a huge uproar soon rang in the city as many people could see what just happened. This, Mr. Aleron, Lake tremblingly said, I feel like it's wrong to do this. Killing so many people. Aleron confusedly turned to Lake, what? If I am doing wrong, then are you saying they've done right? Shaking his head, Aleron sighed and added, you don't know what they've done. If you knew, you would kill them as well. Anyway, I am not here to listen to your opinions on this. I am here to exercise my ideals with my power. You may call me a demon or tyrant, but the fate of this city and many people suffering in it will change today after I clean it. If people are proud of their power, their ruthlessness, their trophies, Aleron said with a proud smile, then I am proud to relieve people from their suffering and give them peace. This way, I can enjoy my time with people who also enjoy their lives to live happily. Aleron's eyes brightly shone as he smiled. The world is grey and it might be impossible to entirely change it. But wherever I set my foot, the place around me won't be grey anymore. It must be golden and warm. Lake, Melkern, Roxanne, and others were stunned. Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Fang smiled, their eyes showing determination to follow their master and support his ideals. Meanwhile, Rias's heart raced faster, and her face flushed while looking at Aleron. She never thought she would hear such absurd and naive words from someone so powerful, and all the more even feeling such adoration towards him and finding it heroically attractive. He is not afraid to use his powers to make his ideals a reality. Rias looked at Aleron as she birthed a strong impulse and desire to follow him and become his woman, wanting to see him and partake in his journey. After feeling all that, she also came to form a strong resolve as a relaxed smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, Aleron waved his hand as the remaining people who numbered over 200,000 trembled in fear. Chains appeared around them as well, while Melkern and others watched with inexplainable emotions. You all have red marks as well, but a lighter shade. From your memories, I know some of you have killed innocents knowing and unknowingly out of various desires and emotions, out of impulse, frustration, and all of you are somewhat regretting it. Some regretting means that some of you might lean towards deeper red as well if you give up on empathy and kindness. Aleron narrowed his eyes. However, the deed has been done and suffering has been caused, so punishment is a must as well. Please give us a chance. I know, sniff, I shouldn't have done that. People with regret at their actions and burdened broke down as many begged and cried. Many of them had put half a foot on this bad path but were tethered between and regretting, while some were feeling more temptation to fall deeper and give up to relieve the pain from regret. Such was human nature, and Aleron increasingly understood all of that after reading so many memories and their experience. I have a solution for all of you, Aleron said with a smile. Not all of you will live because I've judged that many of you are not deserving of living anymore. You've knowingly done it and will do your sin again to cause suffering to others. So, I'll give you a chance, Aleron said as his eyes flashed and a knife appeared before many people. Around 60,000 people saw a knife in front of them. Forfeit your lives with atonement. You do not deserve to enjoy your remaining life. The knife neared them and chains around their arms vanished for them to grab the knife. If there's hell, I'll see you there, a green-haired man said as he looked at Aleron smilingly before slitting his throat. Hell, Aleron fell into thought as a glint passed in his eyes as if he suddenly got inspiration. Good idea. People killed themselves with the slick magic knife that easily cut their heads. Many hesitated, but knowing there was no other choice, and all of them had killed innocent people, all of them eventually killed themselves with atonement, anger, and despair mixed. Aleron also captured their souls and sent them into the necropolis in Eldertide Archipelago. Afterward, Aleron looked at Melkern and said, Mr. Melker, you can handle the remaining people. When I read their memories, I've planted a magic rune in them with those memories as well, even those dead ones have it. Aleron smiled, so, punish them accordingly in your way while I am in this city and let this news spread. Me. Melkern was startled as he looked at the remaining people on the platform numbered over 100,000 people. Yes. Create a list of people who died and their wrongdoings by reading the memory rune, and spread it in the city. Aleron's eyes flashed. People should know because many of them were wolves in sheep's clothing. Chapter 65, The Punisher. Aleron looked at the city below and added, some people among those that I killed have families, but if their family thinks they don't deserve to die after knowing their doings and look volatile, then you should try to make them understand, and if they don't understand. Aleron narrowed his eyes and continued after a short pause. Then, you can kill them. If people seek vengeance for an evil person, then that vengeance is a sin in my court, Aleron sharply said. To pursue that vengeance, they'll hurt innocents, so snuff them out if they can't understand that what they are doing is wrong. Everyone felt goosebumps as they heard him. But Aleron stretched his arms after he finished speaking and grinned, and we are finally done. Next, we are going to the relaxing hill resort for some massage and hot spring. I am feeling a bit sore and tired. That's a good place, Rias nodded with a smile. Let's go there. Hold on, I'll teleport us. Aleron used Magi lore, marking Yueha, Mei, Hua, Fang, Rias, and Roxanne before teleporting all of them to the beautiful and luxurious hill resort to the east of the city. Melkern, Lake, Bergetta, and other powerhouses who had flown up from the Auerspeck clan floated with dazed expressions. See clan head, what should we do? Melkern took a deep breath and said with the resolution, they are sealed and the platform is still there. Do as Mr. Aleron said. Read their memories from magic runes and punish them according to our laws. He even created such magic runes for those who don't have soul force. Bergetta wryly smiled. Just who is he? So young and so powerful? Unbelievable, but it's true, Hayes. Bergetta couldn't help but sigh at the whole ordeal that occurred. Anyway, he left this to you, so I won't partake, but, Bergetta said as she looked at Melkern, if you need help, I'll send my men. Melkern shook his head, I'll handle it. I owe him for saving the city from disaster and killing the demon. Do you hate him for killing your sons? Bergetta asked with her eyes intently looking into Melkern's eyes. Melkern's eyes trembled at the question before he deeply sighed. I loved them, and when someone or something you love is snatched away by others forever, it hurts. But I am not blind or insensible. Melkern's jaw tightened as he looked down at the city, his eyes showing a resolved light. I can't hate Mr. Aleron. Young and naive as he sounds, his power is on another realm, and his mind is broader than us, who are confined by our thoughts and limited by power. Most importantly to me, Melkern firmly said, if I found out my son's deeds, I would have killed them myself. That's true, I suppose, Birgit O'Reilly smiled. I saw 3 members of my organization getting killed. I'll go and see what they've done behind my back. Melkern floated alone while Auerspec clan members started working on his orders. He knew both of his sons were alive and in Aelren's captive for some kind of punishment, but he had already considered them dead. The memories of when they were kids and how he played with them flashed in his mind before 2 tears left his eyes. He didn't fail to educate them, but his sons blinded and corrupted themselves by power and desires. If he wanted to blame others, he could blame demons, he could blame himself, he could blame the environment around them, and he could blame the situation that gave birth to those thoughts. But no, the decision to walk on the evil path for one's personal gain by inflicting suffering on innocents was a choice, and they made that choice. There was no excuse. As such, his tears were not entirely of sadness, but anger as well. Clan head, what about our people? Melkern frowned and sternly answered, our people or not, check their memories from runes and register their punishment accordingly. Prison will be overcrowded for a while, so we'll need to expand it. Melkern nodded, I'll expand it. He left after saying that, flying towards a mountain right at the city's border in the north where the prison was situated along with a Lords Arcane vein for prisoners to mine. On the other hand, people all over the city were talking about the same situation and topic. The media outlets were covering this as breaking news and everything that occurred in the sky was also captured crystal clear with mirage stones. A few powerhouses from other kingdoms and organizations who came here weren't expecting this, but they'd seen some familiar people from other organization and their acquaintances getting nabbed in the air and punished. A few people who had mirage stones recorded the whole situation, so it was spreading like wildfire in the city, and wouldn't be long before the incident occurred would spread to other big cities and kingdoms. Mirage stones were magical crystals crafted using magic stones. One could infuse mana in it to activate and it would then connect to one's eyes, capturing everything one saw with their eyes in it, like a video. He is so young, though. Or he is old but hiding his age. Doesn't really matter. I see that Robert Clack, that bastard abused workers to death and caused plenty of suffering, but nobody did anything. Now, look, he is dead. True. You remember the Ural family's kids in the academy? They bullied a poor girl from downtown brutally and spread her photos, forcing her to hang herself in the end. They only got light punishment at that time, yeah. And I heard she wasn't their first or last victim. Humph, it's good they got punished by that young man. But who is he? What is his name? Such questions had spread throughout the city, but people had already given him a plain and simple nickname, the Punisher. Meanwhile, Aelren and others had already arrived at the relaxing hill resort and paid money for the massage and hot spring, finally beginning his relaxing and enjoyable time in the city. They were recommended to take a shower and hot spring bath before the massage, so everyone went further up the hill towards the hot spring spots. Chapter 66, Plan Foiled, Hot Spring. What the in the 9 hells? Goddess Elysia stomped her foot angrily as she looked at a cloudy blue screen displaying Nalem City. The girls in the hall stood silently and didn't say anything. They were angels only in name. In reality, they were slaves and couldn't even leave this palace. Goddess Elysia turned around to face them with an ugly expression while pointing her finger at another screen that displayed a photo. Who is he? The photo was none other than Aelren's. You, tell me about him. Goddess Elysia looked at Yuzo, her expression pissed. Yuzo was slightly scared, but she still answered as she composed herself. He is Aelren, an otherworlder summoned by fallen Falran Kingdom 3 days ago. Or was it 4? Ugh. Why is he so powerful? He just ruined my plan. Elysia coldly hissed as she looked at the smiling face of Aelren, feeling intensely pissed off. How the hell should we know? Bitch. Go get your nails done, ho. Everyone cursed her in their minds. Elysia's expression was dark as she said, you think I can't read your thoughts? I just don't give a fuck about what you think of me. And I still don't. Elysia's eyes narrowed as all angels trembled upon hearing her words. This is because I need you. I am restricted. I can't observe the world like you all, and I can't act much, but you all can and that's why you are here. Elysia's cold voice continued. From now on, monitor this Aelren and find out more about him. This is your job and I expect you to do it unless you think you can survive as a plaything of demons. After saying that, Elysia left the hall and appeared back in her garden before leaning on the couch and biting her nails with an expression that seemed to show she was greatly frustrated while thinking about something. That demon was supposed to take over the city and officially start the war between demons and humans, but that bastard killed him. Should I completely open the barrier and let demons from the demonic continent come into the light dusk? No. Then I could easily lose more than gaining. Humans are my followers, so I need them to get stronger faster during the war and win. It's fine if half of them die, but more than that and it would be a problem. If demons starts losing, I can mediate with the demon lord and get both humans and demons under me, which will only leave Northern Star Continent. With how she planned things out, she was confident of getting this world under her banner and officially joining the Cosmic Ascension competition. However, things were going haywire before the first step of her plan began. Aelren, he is a threat, but I can't make a move directly. I can either try to get him to become my follower, but given how he acts, that seems impossible. I need to get him killed, but with the power he has and his subordinates, it will be hard to get him killed by others. Elysia felt like pulling her hair, but she calmed down soon and focused on getting a solution to this problem. She waved her hand and looked at the photo captured by her staff after Aleron killed the demon. Looking at the people around him, an idea flashed in her mind. I'll have to make 2 moves for this, not just 1. Her eyes glinted as she stood up and waved her hand as a pedestal with a crystal ball on it appeared before her. It showed the Grand Goddess Church at the ancient Light Dusk Academy. The most effective method for me is to make use of my deception and use a secret hand to stab him from back unsuspectingly. But to cover for that, I need to make a big, visible move against him. Uncomfortable, Aleron said after taking out his head from the hot spring pool after diving in and leaning against a rock in the pool. You are that sore all over, boss? Huai asked as his shredded and medium lean muscular figure rested against another rock with his usual long ponytail unwinded into long wide hair. Yeah. I boosted my physical body's foundation and exerted it fully, so soaking here feels super comfortable with sweet pain all over, Aleron grinned. This soreness emerging from exerting his full physical body's power and stretching it to the limit with magi lore wasn't something he could recover by using a spell or skill, but it was recovering fast nonetheless since it wasn't anything serious. Lord, are you creating a skill? Fang curiously asked upon looking at Aleron's eyes. His shoulder-length dark blue hair flowed behind him as his lean figure swam near Hua and leaned against the rock before facing Aleron. Yeah, Fang. I am designing a skill, but it's a big project, Aleron chuckled and said. The name is Hell. Suddenly, Aleron heard Yueha's voice in his head. Master, this hot spring is amazing. Can we add this to our place in the secret realm? Of course, that's the plan, Aleron grinned. We are going to make a hill with various hot spring spots near the necropolis. Aleron and the group had bought a private hot spring pool for an hour. It was separated into 2 sections for males and females, so Yueha, Mei, Rias, and Roxanne were nearby as well, only separated by a wooden wall. Of course, Rias had put a barrier so that if anyone tried to peek using magic, she would sense it. We are going to get a hot spring, all right. Master said he will make one, Yueha said, her expression comfy as she dipped herself inside for a few seconds. This hot spring is infused with magic and high-tier herbs. You can make one easily if you have the resources, Rias smiled. I read in the board this hot spring has the power to develop this area. Mei nodded as she looked below at her chest and then at Rias, Yueha, and Roxanne's busts. Yueha giggled and appeared behind Mei before grabbing her breasts. Yours are not that small, little Mei. Rias chuckled and said, true, that's a bit above B and shape is good. Mei pouted with droopy eyes and appeared behind Rias in a blink before grabbing her D-cup boobs. These feel better. My fingers easily sink in and they are big enough to cover my palms. Stop, Rias's face turned red at getting fondled like that. Many young men want to get their hands on those, haha. Roxanne lightly laughed as she sat on a rock, displaying her slightly muscular, but bombastic figure laid out in the open. You look a different beast now, Yueha grinned as she looked at Roxanne's naked figure. Roxanne does have a dedicated following, Rias snickered. She is a hot big mama with plenty of suitors. Roxanne rolled her eyes and looked at Yueha's pristine figure with sizable breasts of D-cup like Rias with pink cherries on them. So, how was your journey? You got a figure and beauty that would topple kingdoms, after all. You must have many men after you. Depending on the place and environment around them, being born beautiful was like a curse. Roxanne had seen kings and powerhouses who thirsted for beautiful girls with many of them becoming victims of their desire. To answer Roxanne's question, Yueha lightly laughed and shook her head. How do I tell her I was born just recently? She obviously couldn't say that, so she answered truthfully in the normal way. I am untouched by other men. The only man I have ever touched is my master, Yueha smiled. Chapter 67, Qualified for CAC, Types of Secret Realms. An hour passed by in relaxation as everyone left the hot spring in white bathrobes and gathered inside a beautiful 2-story tree house behind the hot spring pool. There were already masseuses waiting for them in small individual rooms. All the girls were beautiful and professional, their massage heavenly. Sir, turn around please. Aleron turned around and slept on his back. However, his mind was in passive mode at the moment. He was trying out the powers of the soul and could successfully send out his consciousness to observe far and wide. It wasn't literally his consciousness, but a strange pair of eyes and all senses made from soul force. Strangely, it didn't consume his soul force at all. Moreover, he tried sending his soul sense into the mini-door of the secret realm he opened and succeeded. As such, while getting the comfortable massage, Aleron was talking with Odar, overlooking a giant ghastly prison filled with around 200,000 souls. Boss, what are you planning? Aleron looked like a wispy ghost at the moment, but his manifested eyes looked lifelike and conveyed that he was in deep thought. Now, this is a bomb I wasn't expecting. Gachapi, it's a good thing, Master. Just a minute ago, Gachapi told him that a message from the Cosmic Will had arrived and it was checking for any malicious things before conveying to Aleron. This message was sent to him half a minute after Aleron shot that arrow and killed the demon. You are qualified to become a warlord and join the Cosmic Ascension competition. Your competitor for this planet's warlord title is Elysia Gothwing. You must gain the title of the warlord before Elysia Gothwing by having this planet under your banner with a 70% willing population supporting you. The minimum intelligent population of your planet must be 1 billion or more. The number of primeval rank powerhouses under you must be 20. The number of exceed rank powerhouses under you must be 500. The number of legendary rank powerhouses under you must be 10,000. Upon meeting these requirements, you will gain the title of Warlord and access to the vast network of Cosmic Ascension competition where you will compete for 10 precious ascension spots among other qualified warlords of this Argonia universe. You said it's a good thing, right? Gachapi, yes, Master. No, you are wrong. Gachapi, why, Master? It's not just a good thing, it's the best thing. This is simply, yes, simply awesome. And I am going to partake in this awesomeness and become a warlord. Why are you grinning, boss? Something good happened? Odar curiously asked. Aleron's soul sense form opened his eyes and laughed. He couldn't voice out physically in this form, but he could send his thoughts directly into Odar's head. Something good indeed happened, but now it's time to think about these souls. True, we got so many souls, Odar wryly smiled. Gachapi, Master, I saw you were making a hell. Was it for these souls? Yeah, my second gacha quest wasn't completed even though it should have. It was about giving befitting punishment to all of them today. I already had an idea of hell, so the notion of punishment might have changed according to my perception. Gachapi, I see. I understand now. If you want to create a hell for them to give appropriate punishments and do it in another place, then you can summon a demiplane from the banner. Oh yeah, I'll do 5 summons in it. Odar, you go and continue with the slaves. Oh, and notify me when legendary rank pills are ready. Roger, boss. Odar flew away and went to the huge coliseum beside the city. Since all of their powers were sealed by Aleron, their limbs were restrained, unable to move, they could only stand. There were around 200 slave collars already present in the necropolis. Odar used them on the 200 most powerful slaves, with 6 of them being legendary rank, and the rest epic rank ones. First, he built the coliseum to store all the people temporarily and assigned some slaves to bring collars and put them on more people. Afterward, Odar worked with Death Knights and sent a group of 20 slaves to each Death Knight to forage for resources on the island. As such, while Odar continued to manage the slaves and send them to various Death Knights to increase resource gathering speed, he ordered slaves with earth and wood magic mastery to construct their slave houses behind the coliseum. Meanwhile, Aleron bought 5 tickets to Secret Realms, Fest of Demiplane's banner and summoned. Congratulations. You have acquired Secret Realm, Flame Blaze Abode Elemental. Congratulations. You have acquired Secret Realm, Dark Tide Island Elemental. Congratulations. You have acquired Secret Realm, Whispering Hollow Exceed rank. Congratulations. You have acquired Secret Realm, Terraflux Grove Elemental. Congratulations. You have acquired Secret Realm, Doom King's Grotto Dungeon. I only summoned 1 time in this, so I didn't know it could get different types of secret realms. Gachapi, yes. Elemental secret realms can help deepen one's arcane knowledge in a related field and acquire some resources. However, these secret realms are also accessed by other people who stumble upon their door cracks in the cosmos. Oh, Aleron's eyes sparkled. Meeting people from different worlds sounds fun. What about dungeon-type secret realms? Gachapi, they are secret realms designated as dungeon type for you since they are privately occupied by someone or a force who has access to the universe and knows the vaster world. When you find a pocket dimensions core, refine it, and close its cracks, you can obtain it for yourself and no one would be able to enter. Aleron's grinned, damn, that's way more awesome. If the people inside are bad, we can defeat them, and if they are good, we can be friends. Anyway, so elemental realms are open and other people can appear in that, while dungeon types are closed secret realms conquered by a force who may have access to the universe. Gachapi, correct. Lastly, those ranked secret realms are also closed. However, they have a native population living there and perhaps a civilization like in this Eldertide archipelago. They are basically a complete world with a closed system cycle for resources until you deplete it and make it cease to exist. I see. Gachapi, oh, and one more thing about the secret realms, Master. You can't have unlimited runes of secret realms that give you access to them. According to your current source space limit, you can only have 10 of such runes. However, you can transfer the rune to someone to make space. Gotcha. If transfer is possible, then there's no problem. Aleron then flew towards an empty space north of the city and called a few vampires and werewolves of legendary rank who were not busy. I want you all to build a nice round building that gives a gothic looking but colorful and lively vibe. All of them nodded and immediately unleashed their magic, using various elemental syllabuses to transform mana into earth, crystal, metal, wood, and such materials and directly shaping them into a building with fancy design and lighting. They were done only in a few minutes. Perfect. Now add a big board that reads Hall of Secret Realms. Soon, a big board was also added. Aleron then entered inside and activated the 5 new runes of secret realms that he acquired before creating their portals in the hall. The hall was vast since the building's area size was a 100-meter radius. Aleron also put a 6th portal before telling a vampire to create a stone pedestal beside each portal with a wooden board on top, and each wooden board having the secret realm's name. The 6th one was the exit portal from this Eldertide archipelago, but it was closed. Only with Aleron's consent could one leave it and appear beside him in the real world. I should also get a territory on the planet, but not yet. I'll do a journey first before deciding. Aleron grinned. Since I have decided to compete and get the warlord title, I'll eventually need a big base. But to think my competitor is the goddess Elysia, Aleron strangely felt excited, feeling that much fun awaited him in this new life. Wait, these people on this continent worship her, right? Damn, it's going to be hard, I guess. Gotchappy, they do worship her, but she isn't a saint or anything. She became a goddess by helping people from Akumas, so you can also do the same. True. Aleron grinned as his eyes brilliantly shone. From now on, this Ardensha world and all people in it are mine. Gotta shape it more beautifully, ha ha ha. Although Aleron ignited his new goal with much excitement, it was also about to teach him a new lesson that would shape his way of life in his clashes against Elysia Gothwing and her schemes. Chapter 68, The Hell, Brave, and Daring. Just as his body massage was about to end, Aleron also finished constructing his Hell in the Flame Blaze Abode secret realm. This secret realm was an elemental dimension and existed in a unique plane of existence, unlike planets and stars. It had no normal sky or stars visible. Instead, it had 5 different colored sun-like orbs that lit up the dimension, and 99.9% of things were of flame attribute, be it trees, mountains, sea, and everything. All things had the attribute of fire and were geared towards fire-dominant hybrid attributes with other elements. Aleron created a simple hell here, using up to 100 million magi lore to create 7 punishment zones. Each zone gave different types of punishments to the soul. Using up a vast amount of magi lore and weaving it into this big formation which he called hell, each zone gave out a different type of punishment to souls. Using this flame elemental dimension's atmospheric energy, Aleron added the function of absorbing it to conjure the punishments. The souls were given the shape of a humanoid, and hitting those souls via various punishments would bring them pain and agony. For example, getting flagged by flame whips constantly, burned in a sea of fire, getting their skull crushed, getting eaten alive by flame snakes, getting tortured by various weapons made of flames, etc. Each zone had a few types of punishments in them, and Aleron threw all 200,000 souls in the zones according to the suffering they spread to innocents. The higher the suffering, the more painful and longer the punishment. As everyone's cries and agony rang, Aleron was reminded of a few books he read regarding hell, and how each hell gave out punishments to the soul according to the sins they committed. Gacha quest, punishment meet-out has been completed. You have gained 7840 gacha points. Finally, Aleron grinned as he looked at the souls getting punished. But what happens to the soul after they finish their punishments? Maybe they go into some kind of rebirth cycle with no memories and fresh souls, or there's a soul factory that absorbs those souls to create brand new ones. Damn, I don't know, but I can't do those things myself. I guess I can just release them outside, so they'll automatically go into the purification of the rebirth cycle or something else by the cosmos. Aleron nodded. Huma, this is best. However, he suddenly noticed something strange as the punishments were being given to those 200,000 souls. What's this? Gotchappy, Master, this is soul essence. I think these souls getting punished are being purified as well. What did you think in your subconsciousness when you were creating this hell? I don't know. I think I wanted to give them punishments equivalent to the suffering they spread to others, and that they shouldn't do this, and reflect. Like, that's what you do while getting punished, right? Anyway, I don't know what I was thinking subconsciously since I was focused on creating hell. Gotchappy, I see. Well, they are indeed reflecting and regretting, but some souls who are too corrupted and feel anger instead of remorse are getting another reaction from the hell that's pulling another reaction from this dimension. Gotchappy, in short, those souls who aren't feeling remorse or regret or showing signs of being good are getting purified into soul essence. Master, you should absorb this to increase your soul source's power. Oh damn, so what happens when their souls are refined? Gotchappy, nothing. Just their soul power, memories, sense of existence, and such things are getting extracted and turning into soul essence. Eventually, they'll only be left with a singular consciousness incapable of functioning or thinking anything. You can just release them and they'll go into the cosmos cycle automatically like other souls. I see, so how do I absorb this soul essence? Aleron curiously looked at the soul essence getting gathered in the zones. It looked like a white aura with black spots. Gotchappy, this soul essence being produced is not pure. You can simply refine this soul essence by removing those black spots using your soul force and then absorbing it. I see. Alright, I'll try. Boss, the pills are ready. Just as Aleron was about to start, Odar arrived from the portal behind him. Damn, this is like a real hell. Odar was dumbfounded as he flew up and looked at the 7 big zones with crazy hellish punishments in different sections of the zones. Haha, like a real hell? Nah, this is the real hell, Aleron laughed. Anyway, since the pills are ready, then let's go. Oh yeah, boss. There are no soul-type resources here. I thought they wouldn't be rare in this secret realm. They are hard to get here too. Odar wryly smiled. I guess we'll have to take it slow and increase our soul power in the normal way. What is the normal way? Aleron raised his eyebrows. Well, the first is constantly fighting and just living your years while stimulating your soul and desires. This is slow, but steady progress that most people follow. There's a more effective method, which is participating in life and death situations. When you truly feel death near you and fight it, your soul source gets stronger. Of course, people don't do this often, but only doing it 1 or 2 times is enough to invoke the soul's potential, Odar said before he sighed and lamented. Since Sir Darzax can revive me, I lost the feeling of death when I fight, and since I died several times, I don't want to risk myself without a guarantee of survival. Odar slapped himself with a downcast expression. I'm pathetic, boss. What do I do to be able to be daring and brave? Daring and brave. Aleron muttered as he flew towards the portal. Come. Both of them left the flame blaze abode realm and returned to Eldertide Archipelago. They arrived in the room where Inorin, Darzax, and Ricky were recovering in the dreamy healing bubble. These three are daring and brave. They were able to risk their lives daringly and bravely, only for me, Aleron smiled. I am the bond and center of their life. For me, they can go to any lengths. Darzax knew everything about me since he read my whole soul. I love happy endings, so he wanted to save Inorin as well as wanted me to defeat Akuma with none of us losing. He and Ricky fought stronger monsters and brought back resources while risking their lives, but also staying alive because I would be sad if they died, so they returned with resources despite the odds. That's why Inorin could live and seal the body again, and I could also fight the Akuma, and my soul potential exploded seeing how far they were going for me. Aleron grinned as he looked at the trio. For those who share this bond with me, I will become daring and brave as well, and I can go to any length for them. Turning to Odar, Aleron patted his shoulder, his hand almost passing through since he was in Soul Sense Avatar, and smiled. If you can go to any length and risk your life for a bond you feel precious or a purpose worth betting your life, then you can be daring and brave for them too. Odar, will you go to any lengths for me? Looking at Aleron's warm yet bright smile, Odar felt a lump in his throat, his eyes trembling. At first, I joined you with happy-go-lucky because you are so powerful, boss. You have an exceed rank subordinate and so much crazy stuff. Whatever I do, my life is easy now with you. But now, Odar clenched his fist and knelt on one knee. Boss. Chapter 69, Popped. From now on, I, Odar Tarsuk, the unknown son of the Tarsuk tribe, take an oath that I will become your follower, your subordinate, your friend in life's journey, and your caretaker in need. I will support you with a sound mind and work with my body without holding back. After saying that, Odar grinned at Aleron as he looked up. Now, I also got a bond, boss. You already look brave now. Aleron heartily laughed and pulled up Odar, ALRI-. Suddenly, Aleron's soul sense avatar vanished with a startled yelp in his mind as he opened his eyes in the small aromatic room of the massage tree house. What? Aleron stammered as he saw the beautiful short blue-haired masseuse grabbing his dick and giving it a hand job. What is this feeling? You woke up, the masseuse smiled. This little one was stimulated with the massage. Aleron's face was red as he slightly trembled, feeling stimulated like never before. In the next second, a burst of sudden pleasure exploded in him, and his semen shot out, hitting the ceiling before a few more. Aleron gasped as his eyes rolled upward. The masseuse sped up her movement as it was releasing and stiff, letting out a chuckle upon seeing Aleron's face. But how could she know that this was literally Aleron's first time ever ejaculating? He was bedridden since 10 years old and died at 24 without even holding a girl's hand? At that moment, Aleron's mind and body were bombarded with pleasure he never felt before as he limped on the massage bed, blurrily looking at the so much white stuff he shot out. It seems you were loaded up for a long time, haha. She chuckled and stood up. Anyway, the shower is there. Go and clean yourself. The masseuse left while smiling, leaving Aleron there with a dazed expression while feeling strangely satisfied and pleasureful. I didn't know it would feel this good, fuck. Aleron got up and looked at his dick that turned flaccid. Damn. Aleron walked into the small shower box and cleaned himself with water while reeling in the pleasure he felt. I want to feel it again. Aleron grabbed his tool, but it wasn't getting hard. She said it got up because of massage, but according to science, it should also get hard if I think of something lustful. His mind recalled Yuaha's soft yet big breasts, and just as he imagined those, his dick started standing up. Okay, but not this. According to what I know, romantically loving someone gives the best pleasure and happiness. Aleron let go of his dick, but this pleasure he felt for the first time was still fresh and reeling him in. Shaking his head, Aleron decided to switch up his tasks and left the shower. Next place to visit, Aleron looked at the 3D map of the city in his mind and looked at one of the locations he marked while walking out. Oh yeah, I should tell Odar that everything is fine. He must have been startled since I suddenly vanished, haha. Soon, everyone started gathering outside the treehouse, all feeling refreshed and oozing out clear satisfaction. I will eagerly await your second visit, Mr. Fang. I can't promise that, my lady, but I shall forever carve you in this Fang's heart, Fang said with a gentle yet loving smile, as he flew down from the treehouse with a beautiful curly black-haired lady locking his arms. The masseuse blushed and kissed him after they landed before saying with a smile, this was the best 1 hour of my life. Hey, brother, you got a massage or gave a massage? Hua asked with a loud laugh. Fang lightly chuckled, both. So Fang is lady killer type eh? Yeah, his handsomeness rivals that of Darzax, but Darzax can look intimidating due to his horns and eyes, while Fang looks more carefree and gentle. I thought this massage parlor didn't give that kind of service. Roxanne raised her eyebrows. The curly black-haired masseuse smiled and nodded, that's right. Roxanne understood, and with a polite smile, she nodded, I see. It wasn't a service, but out of her own will. I hope you all had a good time and satisfaction. The masseuse smiled and slightly bowed at the group. Her cleavage appeared with round mounds in her kimono, and Aleron, who was getting more conscious of such things, had his eyes attracted there before he quickly composed himself as he smilingly nodded, it was great. Thank you. Geez, I don't want to be labeled as a pervert. Aleron's ears turned red as it would be awkward if someone saw his eyes getting attracted there. So, where are we going next, Ale? Rias asked as the masseuse left. Just as Aleron was about to answer, his comm card rang. It's Mr. Melkern's call. Melkern, Mr. Aleron, you have saved the city from the demon, and the footage of the battle is also spreading fast. However, no one has a clear idea of your identity. As such, I called to ask you if you want to make it clear to the people of the city. However, before your answer, I would also like to tell you about the current affairs of the city and the far-reaching impact of the incidents. Aleron listened to Melkern while thinking. Everyone was silent and just looked at Aleron, occasionally nodding while uttering aha. After 2 minutes, Aleron smiled and finally spoke. Yes, do it. Alright, I guess my race with the goddess starts from this city. Aleron grinned. Gotchappy, that's good. That powerful demon who managed to infiltrate this city silently and caused many tragedies to people was most probably aided by Elysia Gothwing in some way. Why would she do this? Aleron was startled. Gotchappy, people get stronger in tough times. At the cost of killing people in war, she wants to make other people stronger while she wants to look good and appear as a goddess who brings peace, hence gaining the support of people. Damn, that's horrible. Aleron was dumbfounded. That's no goddess. She is a sinister bitch. Alright, I'm glad I got this opportunity to be her competitor, humph. Alright, folks. Our next destination is the playground and we are going to have a surprise. There, Aleron grinned. Let's go. We can't miss it since we are here. Rias nodded with a light chuckle. After all, that's the best part of this city. The group left as everyone got curious about the playground while talking about it. Auerspec clan head chamber. Melkern Auerspec ended another call after speaking with Aleron as gazed at the setting sun out of the window from the top floor of his palace. Knock. Enter. Chapter 70. Through Melkern, the playground. 1. James Auerspec, who had recovered from his injuries, entered the chamber. So, what did he say? He rejected, right? Melkern's head shook while his eyes gazing at the setting sun narrowed. At first, it seemed like he did all that out of the heat. Very convincing as well since he looks young. But I feel like his moves are calculated. The public is siding with him because although he killed 200,000 people, he also handed over 200,000 people to us. Whether the tens of million people in the city know all criminals or not, now they know thanks to us holding them. James nodded. A couple of groups are rallying against Aleron, saying that he took the law in his hands and got under his feet by doing this, but compared to them, the amount of people rallying and cheering for the Punisher and the justice he served is significantly more. Melkern nodded. After saving the entire city from the demon, and making it safe such that no one was harmed, he pulled a big stunt like this. People supporting the Punisher is normal. Melkern weakly smiled, especially when the relatives of victims and tales of victims buried in this city are strong weapons that moved the public after he enacted his justice. Anyway, Melkern turned around and looked at James. The playground has been given the role of acting as Mr. Aleron's handler. So he agreed. James' eyes widened before he wryly smiled. Well, he may get enemies, but I doubt he needs to worry about that given his power. We'll hear more about him even after he leaves. Melkern looked at the screen on the table displaying Aleron and others after they defeated the demon. Melkern's eyes glinted. He appears to be a force that would create a tidal wave of his own to shake this world. When that happens, it's important for people to know which wave they want to ride. You mean? James's expression appeared surprised, but he was not surprised much. I agree with you, clan head. James' expression turned firm. Such a powerful demon appeared here while heroes all over are also getting stronger. The war might be sooner than we expected. The goddess prophesied didn't indicate an exact time. After all, Melkern nodded before he asked, how is our hero doing? James smiled and said, I was about to call the party, but they beat me to it with good news. Our hero has broken through to exceed rank. She will conquer the Goliath labyrinth soon. I wonder how Light Dusk Academy and Goddess Church will react to our city's incident. Melkern sighed. Things are going to change fast, James. We must be prepared. Yes, clan head, James affirmed loudly with resolve. Go to the playground and accompany Mr. Aleron. You know what to do, Melkern ordered with sharp eyes. Convey our clan's intention in a crystal clear manner. Understood. James strongly affirmed before vanishing from the room with a flicker of lightning sparks under his feet. After a few seconds, another knock came as Melkern called someone from the other part of the palace using his soul sense. Enter. Lake Auerspec entered and bowed. Arrest the groups who are rallying against Mr. Aleron, but don't bring them to the station. Lake stayed silent as Melkern continued. Keep them there and arrange a mirage crystal. Those people should be relatives of people in our prison or those executed by Mr. Aleron. Your job is to arrange media and show the content of the crimes committed by relatives of those rallying groups. Gather people from the clan for this and do it fast. Lake frowned. Must we be this through? Why do you think Mr. Aleron created those memory runes? We have clear content that can be copied and spread, so remove the delusions of those people who think their loved ones were pure and good. After all, the number of people caught was shocking compared to the criminals recorded and the evil big shots of the city, since many people who spread suffering to others were often not even found. Child abusers, plotting to kill others for various reasons, mentally tormenting others to their death, and such. However, Aleron could directly judge someone with a blink by using his innate talent, and having acquired soul force, he could also read memories without resistance from people weaker than him. Many people who were supposedly good turned out evil, but their loved ones had no way of confirming it. The only method was memory runes. After quelling those groups, actively call the relatives of people in our prison and show them the memories from Mirage Crystals, Melkern added. I've already put up a team to record the content of memory runes into Mirage Crystals. Lake was silent for a second before nodded. Understood. I will finish this task at the fastest, clan head. Take your time, but be thorough. Melkern turned around as he looked outside the window and gazed at the colorful city. Once this is over, we will have a complete grasp over the city and it should progress without blemish from now on. It is time to develop this city with an iron fist and get ready for the incoming waves. There were many tall and big buildings in this vast city, but one stood out among the rest. It was a huge circular building akin to an arena stadium capable of holding 100,000 people in the audience seats. It was also broadcast in various parts of the city and was one of the main entertainment for the native public, while also attracting players and audiences from other parts of the continent. At the moment, a fat yet jolly guy with a ponytail on his bald head floated on a magic carpet while floating around in the arena, his voice echoing far and wide. Ladies and gentlemen, stop whatever you are doing and listen with rapt ears, for your favorite entertainment avenue has important yet exciting news to share. For starters, let me assure you of something. We had a bit of trouble a while ago, but Playground will open and start as scheduled. The stadium was mostly empty at the moment, except for the 1,000 VIP seats in the top levels of the arena, which were basically luxurious private cabins with enough space and comfort. Many of the VIP seats were filled since the majority of them were from other parts of the continent and came here for the playground. Alas, many of those people were punished by Aleron as their dark deeds were visible as bright marks above their heads on Aleron's city map. Since the playground's broadcast started, most people in the city started watching it through various media, from devices like smartphones, TV, and radio, and such. What's happening? It must be about the crazy things that happened in our city. As more and more city people heard the broadcast, a collective change of flow and vibe occurred in the city. The broadcaster's voice echoed soon and the city people turned down their voice a notch lower. The news is about someone who already has many names on your tongue. Some call him Punisher, some Executioner, some the Hero, and some Devil. I'm sure many of you are curious to see his clear face, to know his name, and to hear his voice. Haha, many of you must be scared as well. I ain't joking when I say I'd piss my pants. God forbid I harass my wife from now on. Shit, I mean, I also didn't harass her in the past. Lord Punisher, please spare me. People burst out laughing. This guy is funny. Aleron laughed out loud as the group was also watching the broadcast on big screens in the sky and on people's stores and shops while walking on the footpath towards the playground. He is intelligent and shrewd, Yueha snickered, knowing full that he is safe despite making a joke about you. I would like him as my subordinate, haha. I would need people of various talents given the path I've chosen to walk, Aleron grinned. Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Fang smiled. They already got to know about the Cosmic Ascension competition and the requirements. What path? Rias curiously asked. Roxanne's ears also perked up. That's a secret for now, Aleron chuckled. Welp, sorry, Rias. I can't tell you since you are a native and a follower of the Goddess Church. Boss, what are you going to do about the Goddess Church? Destroy it and make your church? Or? Hua asked, and his tone was also pretty honest as he really thought that was a sound idea. Nah, Hua, Aleron wryly smiled. To truly disband this fake faith, we will need clear proof against this Elysia Gothwing. That sounds like a task, Mei commented plainly. Task for me? Yep. Mei is best for it, but we'll need more information about her and her location as well. Hopefully, we can find it in the Central Light Dusk region. I feel like we'll have much fun there, Aleron grinned. Central Light Dusk region, the central and strongest force of the continent with two major organizations residing in it, Light Dusk Academy and Goddess Elysia Church headquarters. Chapter 71, The Playground, 2. Back to the main topic, ladies and gentlemen. The name everyone wants to know is spelled Aleron Aleron Rivenal, and he will be coming to the playground, in the flesh. Book your tickets and grab your popcorn. We are going past the horizon tonight with the first time opening of the Dread Mode series. After this last piece was broadcast, the entire city had an uproar in many places as the public was thrilled. It could be felt throughout the city. Holy shit, I completely forgot about the Dread Mode difficulty. Same. Damn, so we'll finally see the Dread Mode series. Fuck, I have to book the tickets. It's gonna be packed as fuck tonight. Boys, our plan tonight has changed. We gonna go to our special hill spot and watch the show with food and beer, ha ha ha. After finishing the broadcast, Ben Frel flew down and entered an office room. Despite being fat and looking jolly, the perceived ones could feel a hint of intimidation and shrewdness beneath the butter. Oi, am I really going to do this? I'm scared shitless, Marcus. Ben pulled a long face as he walked towards the couch and sat relaxed on it. A middle-aged man in a dark blue suit sat at a table nearby, wearing a pair of transparent specs and oozing out a legendary rank aura. Marcus Zurel, the manager of the playground. You can back out if you want to, Marcus rimmed up as he plainly said. Back out? Humph. Who else will do this aside from me? Ben snorted before sighing. So, when is he coming? Half an hour later. Alright. Also, I did announce that the Dread Mode series will open, but will it really open? Ben Riley asked. Mr. Melkern tried and also failed, and although Mr. Aleron is clearly more powerful, we don't have the guarantee, right? Ben added, we should have checked that first before announcing this piece. Mr. Melkern himself told me to announce this, so it should be fine. Spatial adventure cube, an item with a sort of technology that wasn't available in this Ardensha world. This cube had the power to send a person's consciousness to strange, small dimensions with different difficulties, a virtual reality. This cube was the crux that ran the playground. People all over the continent would arrive here to become players and participate in the daily playground challenges. Spatial Adventure Cube had 5 difficulties to choose from: easy, normal, hard, challenging, and hell. The rewards arranged were not as important to many because the main fun was those strange dimensions, the playgrounds as people called them. Once entered inside a playground, the players would get certain tasks to complete while surviving within the time limit. The cube had the function of streaming players' movements and actions, including the voices to a screen projected from it, which would be further broadcast by the staff of the playground all over the city. However, the people in the Coliseum could wear special black goggles distributed by the staff and feel as if they were inside the playground, watching and following players. They could enjoy a hyper-realistic show of the player surviving and completing tasks. Of course, those special black goggles were crafted here, but their technology was found through the Spatial Adventure Cube as well. So that's the playground, eh? Sounds fun, Aleron said with a grin as Rias finished telling everyone about the playground. Rias chuckled and said, it's more fun experiencing it. People can experience another world, fight, and have a challenging adventure without worrying about dying. Roxanne Riley smiled. This is both good and bad. Good for training if used moderately, and bad if you constantly go in and lose your sense of danger. You sound like it happened to people, eh? Roxanne nodded. The previous champion of Playground, who has a record of completing all playgrounds up to hard difficulty with the best timing. Poor guy, Rias Riley smiled. He was a rather talented person, a promising student of Light Dusk Academy 20 years ago. However, he got addicted to the playground and also became famous all over the continent. Aleron was surprised. What happened to him? He almost died when he went into the Darkalant Labyrinth after a long time. After further tests, it became clear that he lost the sense of danger due to his unrestrained and reckless way of playing in the playgrounds, where he died and revived many times. Roxanne continued, he could play recklessly and boldly in the playgrounds, but doing the same instinctively in the labyrinth almost got him killed. Ouch, Aleron weakly smiled. This shouldn't have happened if he also went to the labyrinth regularly. True, Rias nodded. This guy got mentally scarred afterward and quit being an adventurer. Aleron was dumbfounded. How long did he play in the playgrounds? 2 years, and he started living nearby for it. Since the cube produces new and exotic playgrounds, it's always fun. Roxanne smiled and said, everyone should finally witness the Dread Mode difficulty today, since you should be able to complete the entry requirement. Nobody has ever managed to open it yet. The group continued towards the playground while walking leisurely and finally arrived there half an hour later. James Mockern met up with them and led them to a different entry passage into the stadium, since the public was already arriving to sit inside. It was about to begin after half an hour. A few pairs of eyes following them also reported their arrival to the playground. So he is here. Ben stood up and took a deep breath before putting on his jolly smile. Perfect, Marcus gave a thumbs up with a smile. Don't hold back against him. Fuck you, Ben rolled his eyes and left. Soon he arrived at gate number 3 of the stadium and saw a group walking inside. Looking at the forefront of the group, he saw a white-haired young man mixed with a bit of black hair. Aleron Rivenal, Ben thought, feeling slightly overwhelmed and fearful, especially because of the task handed over to him. Am I really going to provoke this guy and live to see the sun the next day? Ben sighed as he looked up. The sun had set with only a bit of glimmer visible on the horizon. Chapter 72, The Playground, 3. Looking at Aleron coming with Princess Rias, Ben thought, Princess Rias is with him, so he must have good ties with the Longinus Empire. Now, the Auerspec clan must also want good ties with him. Everyone wants to form good ties with him. Only I am on the chopping board. Fuck. Welcome, Mr. Aleron. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Ben said with a smile as he bowed. My name is Ben Frel. Thank you, and just call me Aleron. Aleron grinned as he recognized Ben from the broadcast screens. Just Aleron. Ben sweated and weakly smiled. That doesn't sound appropriate. Frankly, I am tired of people calling me Mr. Aleron sighed. How about young Master Aleron? Ben suggested as he felt it was appropriate given Aleron's appearance and age. Young Master, Ha ha ha, alright. That sounds better. Ben smiled and nodded. Please follow me. I'll lead you to your temporary residence. For the first time, Rias felt as if she was getting treated like a normal person and couldn't help but internally chuckle. After all, her presence was a sensitive matter no matter what place or city she went to, but she turned into just any normal person with Aleron. Soon, the group followed Ben and walked into an elevator before they went to one of the top floors. This building is huge and quite good, Aleron thought as he observed. The aesthetics and structural design is wonderful. Soon, the group followed Ben into a luxurious lounge filled with comfortable couches and sofas, tables, decorations, windows, and a garden balcony showing the city outward. Please make yourselves comfortable. I'll come back to bring you to the player chamber after 10 minutes. After Ben left, Aleron jumped on the sofa and said, I'll go and eat the pills to reach peak legendary. Saying that, Aleron vanished as he entered the Eldertide archipelago. There are drinks here if you want. Roxanne walked towards the refrigerator and showed neatly placed bottles of various types of alcohol. That looks good even though I am seeing it for the first time, Hua said, gulping. Indeed, Fang nodded with a smile. Let's drink then, Roxanne grinned. Rias looked at Yueha and Mei. I am not much of a drinker, what about you two? Nope, Yueha shook her head. Mei also shook her head. I go into shadows, to spy for master. A gleam passed through her eyes. In that case, you should check out the spatial adventure cube first, Yueha said. Good, Mei nodded and vanished from the room, leaving Rias to wryly smile. It's just basic investigation, Yueha smiled. Master will be using that thing after all. Aleron chugged the pills and returned back into the room before sitting cross-legged, absorbing the pills' effects as they started infusing him with power. Name: Aleron. Race: Human. Lifeform rank: Legendary. Physical status: Strength, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30%. Agility, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30%. Stamina, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30%. Health, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30%. Arcane status. Magic potency, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30%. Magi lore energy, Infinity, Infinity. Soul status. Soul potency, X, 100k/100k. Soul force, X, 100k/100k. Innate talents. Spirit mind of Magi lore, eyes of absolute judgment. It seems that life rune doesn't affect the soul source. Aleron looked at his status as he absorbed the pill's effects and started stabilizing the sources. The legendary life rune had the effect of increasing his stats by 30%, but only physical source and magic source. His soul was unaffected, though it was already more powerful due to the unnatural soul awakening he had against the Akuma's clash. Due to the life and death moment at that time, Aleron's soul potential burst out and increased constantly, making his soul reach the peak of exceed rank in stats. Usually, once someone breaks through to primeval rank by awakening their soul stats would be 10k to 100k or more in very rare cases. This was determined by one's experience and way of life, and of course, life and death situations. As such, some people would have 25k soul potency and force after breaking through to primeval rank life form, some would have 50k and some would have 100k. It was different for all. 10 minutes passed by swiftly as Aleron finished absorbing the pill's effects. Hua, Fang, and Roxanne also chugged a glass of wine at the table while Rias and Yueha were on the garden balcony as Rias told Yueha about the city's other places. Just as Ben lightly knocked on the door, Mei appeared beside him out of nowhere. What is your plan? Ben almost jumped in fright. What the hell? I couldn't even feel her presence. How long has she been standing there? Plan? What do you mean? Ben asked with a sweaty smile. Does she know that I've been told to push young Master Aleron during the talk? But that's not really a plan. Mei glanced at him for a second before looking ahead. Nothing. I guess there's no plan, Mei thought. Oh, Ben, you're here. Haha, right on time, Aleron said with a laugh after opening the door. Mei, where did you go? Aleron curiously asked seeing Mei. To check around this place and the cube, Mei truthfully answered. Oh, alright, Aleron shrugged it off and walked out with others behind him. Let's go, Ben. She was snooping around. Ben didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Well, nothing we can do about it anyway. Please follow me, Ben said with a smile as he led the group into the elevator. They soon arrived in an underground hall where other people, more precisely, other players, were present. When Aleron and others entered, all of them looked at them and the atmosphere of the hall turned strange. After all, 3 of the players here were forcefully brought away, with 2 of them getting executed by Aleron in the sky. Players who came from other places could also live in player dorms in underground chambers, so all players knew about the news of 3 players getting punished. He killed my brother. A young man looking like he was 15 or 16 clenched his fist, his eyes turning red as he looked at Aleron. Teo, the woman beside him grabbed his hand and shook her head. She was in her late 20s. Don't say or do anything stupid, Teo, the middle-aged man to his left said in a soft tone. These are the other players that will join today, Ben said with a smile as he turned to Aleron. Should we arrange the thing Mr. Melkern talked about before or at the end? Aleron thought for a moment before he smiled. Both. Arrange for a simple exchange at first and then I'll arrange mine at the end. We are already going off plan, I guess we'll adjust. Ben internally wryly smiled, but nodded. Understood. However, let us proceed to open the Dread Mode series first. Ben looked at the center of the hall and continued. To open it, someone must finish a short trial as a requirement. At the center of the hall was a big crystal container that held a magical cube on a metal pedestal. The container and pedestal were layered with multiple magic formations. Nobody has managed to do that yet, hence Dread Mode difficulty has been a secret for us since the beginning. Well then. Aleron rolled up his sleeves with a grin. Let's open it today. Chapter 73, Aleron's Exchange, The Playground, 4. As the group walked toward the cube container, Aleron and Yueha, the 2 who had souls awakened, felt a subtle killing intent and hate aimed at Aleron. His eyes moved as he spotted the owner and paused, his eyebrows raised. It was a group of 3. Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Fang also silently stopped a step behind Aleron. The boy trembled as Aleron saw fear filling his eyes. I shouldn't be scary. But after what I did, that's given I guess. What happened? Rias asked upon seeing them stopping. Lily and Yam were also startled and became nervous, as Lily grabbed Teo's hand. Wait a minute, Aleron said as he started walking towards them. Ben turned at Aleron and followed his gaze before getting taken aback. That boy, his brother was executed. I believe he was dark red, and according to what Mr. Melkern told us about marks, that means execution. Teo trembled upon seeing Aleron walking towards him. Lily immediately appeared before him and knelt down. Please forgive him if he did something. Aleron's face fell, and seeing it, everyone started sweating. Get up, please. Lily looked at Aleron and seeing his face, she felt even more scared. He looks clearly upset now. Get up, Aleron sternly said seeing that she didn't get up. Why yes. Lily got up and Yam also appeared beside him. Scared as he was, he still stood. He is a good boy. Aleron rolled his eyes. I know. That's why he needs to know. Teo, Aleron said with a smile as he twirled his finger and gently pushed aside Lily and Yam. To see Teo. Do you hate me? Aleron had scoured his memories like a scan matching the boy's face and immediately found a memory in which he appeared, so he knew his name and also the terrible sins of his brother. Teo's eyes were tearful and slightly red. My brother was good. He took care of me alone after our parents died when I was 3. He was kind and good. How can he deserve to die? Aleron waved his hand, projecting some photos from his memories into pictures using Magi lore. It showed 4 photos of boys, who appeared slightly similar to Teo in one or other ways, with ages ranging between 11 and 16. What is this? Teo took a step back, startled at the pictures. All of them are boys that your brother encountered during the last 10 years. They are orphaned now because your brother killed their parents in front of them and... Aleron paused and didn't continue as he just sighed. His brother did much worse and more, but he didn't want to list the deeds. I won't tell you the worst things your brothers did. Aleron sighed and shook his head, but, based on this, what do you have to say about your brother? You are 16 years old, and an exceptional rank adventurer. You are kind and love to help people, so tell me. Aleron walked forward and gently put his hand on Teo's head. If you found out what your brother did, what would you have done? Teo trembled and his tears started overflowing. Lily and Yam were shaken as well. They didn't know because Teo's brother was truly kind and gentle. They had never seen him pointlessly angry. I am kind because of my brother, Teo spoke while crying, his throat lumped. Aleron didn't extract full memories, so he didn't know fully, but he still found enough things and also knew about Teo's brother who was silently taking the punishment in hell at the moment. Your brother was indeed kind and loving to you, in front of you. I don't know how his mind can take on this twisted turn, I don't know the cause, but he at least didn't want you to be like him. That's why you are kind and good, Aleron smiled. Your brother is taking his punishment silently because he knows he deserves it. I have his soul in my hell. Everyone was startled hearing this, but they had more disbelief. Hell? Really? Ben squinted his eyes. No way, right? So he captured souls and is giving them punishment in his hell. What the hell? Brother's soul in your hell. Teo looked at Aleron in confusion. Yep, Aleron grinned and waved his hand as he showed them a scenery of hell. Everyone used their various skills as they wanted to see the small screen Aleron created clearly. The souls that feel angry and don't repent during this punishment are getting forceful purification that will kill their sense of self and wipe them out. But souls that repent and accept the punishments are getting normal purification instead. They will keep their memories and will become with no negative or evil thought. I don't know if I can revive them by putting them in a new body, but I'm going to try doing that. Aleron smiled. What? Then can you give me my brother when you can do that? Teo anxiously and hopefully asked. Everyone else was dumbfounded. What the hell? That can't be real, right? Meanwhile, Aleron shook his head to Teo's question or rather plea. Your brother's punishment will go on for 3 years according to his sins. Once he is done, it will be up to him. What he wants to do, I will give him that choice. Teo wiped his tears and nodded. He then bowed. I don't hate you. And I will live the way I think is right and be kind as my brother taught me. Humo, Aleron proudly smiled. If you are good, then stand strong. Always keep your mind busy by doubting and thinking. Don't be hasty and find out reasons because whether they make sense or not, they run the world. And in my path, I will run through my justice that is being shaped. This is all new to me too, but I am not going to back down now. So, don't cross some lines and be good. Aleron looked at the people as he glanced around while grinning with a jolly smile. If you do that, I will not punish you. Aleron turned around and walked towards Yueha and the others, who were smiling. Meanwhile, Rias and Roxanne who thought they had seen everything and wouldn't get more shock from Aleron were shocked yet again. Let's start now, Aleron said to Ben with a nod and added, how did I handle it, Ben? Extraordinary, fantastic, mind-blowing, sir, Ben said as he slightly bowed his neck and gestured to Aleron with his hand to move towards the cube. Aleron burst out laughing. You are hilarious. How about joining my entourage as a public handler for me? Ben was dumbfounded as he thought he heard wrong. Hi. Never mind, Aleron grinned and walked past him towards the cube. I'll ask you again after this night ends. You can answer at that time. Ben had a premonition hearing that. Is he gonna drop another bomb? No wonder he said he would half-half. He definitely wants to do something big after finishing playground. However, there was no use thinking about it, so he focused on the present. I am opening the safety information. Only you and I will enter the container. As you can see, it is not that big. Don't bother opening it, Aleron said as he put his hand on Ben's shoulder before both of them vanished and appeared inside, right in front of the cube. Teleport? But this formation is supposed to prevent even that. Ben was dumbfounded. What do I do now? Aleron asked. Cough, yes. Now, please touch the cube. Aleron touched it and a digital hologram sprung up from it. Select difficulty. Aleron saw the difficulties listed and pressed the Dread Mode difficulty. Dread Mode is locked. Proceed to start the trial to unlock it. Yes, no. Just as Aleron pressed yes, a notification also rang in his head from the system. A new banner is in creation. Gachapi, Master, I'll turn this banner into a banner print, so it won't take a slot right away. You can activate it if you want to summon from it. That's perfect. I only have 2 slots right now, and the next upgrade is bad. Gachapi, you can remove a banner from the slot, though it will be permanently destroyed. I'll do that later. Yeah, Aleron replied while watching the progress bar that appeared in the hologram. Young Master Aleron, once that progress bar fills up, you will receive an option to start the trial in your mind. When you select yes, your consciousness will travel into the trial while your body will remain here. I see. So how long is this trial? Aleron curiously asked. The playground will start in like 20 minutes, right? Indeed. However, the playground will start from easy mode and players will get eliminated from each mode based on their speed of clearing it, so we'll have plenty of time, Ben smiled. I see. Don't worry, I'll still finish it fast, Aleron chuckled as the progress bar was about to be filled. In the next second, Aleron heard a digital monotone voice in his head. Let's go. Chapter 74, Demon Lord, The Playground, 5. Aleron found himself in a huge cavern. Right in front of him was a 100-meter statue of a black-horned being. He had a demonic appearance, wore cool full body armor from the carvings of the statue, and its eyes faintly glowed red, making it appear lifelike. Cool, Aleron nodded as he looked at the statue. Dread Mode trial begins. Survive for 10 minutes to win. DHRRR, KHR. Aleron heard the monotone notification and the whole cavern, 1 kilometer in diameter, started shaking violently as cracks appeared all over the floors, walls, and even ceiling. Just as he floated up to avoid cracks beneath him, they spewed out a bunch of demonic wolves, all of them at early stage primeval rank. The demonic wolves numbered 10 and all of them had eccentric magical patterns on their body, a glowing obsidian horn with red patterns, and gray eyes matching their light gray fur. Nephrite Rhaegar Wolf. Lifeform rank, primeval, early stage. Bloodline, Nephrite red metal bloodline. Stats. Strength, Prime 1. Agility, Prime 1.5. Health, Prime 1. Stamina, Prime 1.5. Magic potency, Prime 1.5. Mana pool, Prime 1.5. Survive for 10 minutes, alright. Aleron adorned his Magi Lore slime armor shimmering with an iridescent glow as it responded to his thoughts. The armor wrapped around him like a second skin 5 inches thick, providing a massive boost to his physical stats and enhanced magical abilities as an active reserve of Magi Lore. Awooah. Some wolves pounced at Aleron with their glowing claws while some wolves opened their mouths to release a whirling red-gray cyclone of glowing metal shards bearing great power. Aleron blinked and vanished from his spot, teleporting behind the wolves who released long-range attacks and waving his hand. Swoosh! Blazing Chakram. A blazing chakram formed, spinning intensely as it flew around and sliced off all 5 wolves. This will be a good place to practice creating skills fast. Aleron grinned as he looked at the other 5 wolves who initially attacked him with claws turning around to open their mouths and releasing the long-range attack like the wolves. The red-gray vertical cyclones bearing intense offensive power struck Aleron, but the Magi Lore slime armor simply absorbed their power. Nice attack, Aleron laughed as he pointed his palms at the wolves, releasing a vertical cyclone filled with blazing metal shards, sharp, and compressed with power. They hit the wolves and exploded in fiery spectacles. But just as those last 5 wolves died, a powerful roar echoed as more monsters started appearing out of cracks. Aleron's eyes glowed with excitement, thrilled to fight to his heart's content during these 10 minutes of survival. The next wave of demonic beasts was a horde of spiked shell turtles. Their shells had exotic blue patterns of their blood, and their aura was frigid icy. In response, Aleron grinned and conjured 2 flame swords, layering them with a bunch of arcane silispices to increase their power. Dance of twin flame blades. Both swords flew around in a vortex around the turtles, trapping them just as they released their ice-based attacks. All of them had a bit higher stats than wolves, but not much. Alas, they couldn't even last for a few seconds as their attacks failed to break the vortex formed by 2 swords that Aleron controlled. Instead, the flame rend slashes Aleron released from both swords sliced all monsters in the next second. Next, everyone outside could watch Aleron's trial as the cube released a hologram screen displaying it when Ben touched it and activated the function. Seeing Aleron fighting with such ease against the terrifying monsters that could destroy any normal city was shocking. But when they thought about how Aleron forced that demon to escape and still killed the demon with an arrow, they felt that it was normal for Aleron to defeat those monsters easily. Still, as they watched Aleron fighting new monsters with new and exotic skills, they felt a rush of excitement. All of them in the hall were players. People who loved fighting and had a thirst to get stronger. Seeing Aleron displaying his crazy prowess made them dream of becoming as powerful as him. As the 10-minute countdown neared and the trial reached its last minute, the cracks strangely vanished. Isn't there still 1 minute left? Yeah, maybe he killed all the monsters. I wouldn't be surprised. He killed all waves in seconds, after all. The statue. Aleron was also surprised, but the confusion was cleared soon as the statue in the huge cavern glowed. As if the earth on it was just coating, it fell and revealed a real demonic humanoid with real metallic armor, wild hair, light red skin, and glowing red eyes with eccentric patterns on his forehead and all over the body. This is more powerful than that demon. Aleron raised his eyebrows. Name: Demon Lord Jargus. Race: Demon. Lifeform rank: Ascension. Physical status: Strength, Ace, 5, 980,000/1000k, plus 30%. Agility, Ace, 4, 850,670/1000k, plus 30%. Stamina, Ace 5, 920,000/1000k, plus 30%. Health, Ace, 5, 990,500/1000k, plus 30%. Arcane status. Magic potency, Ace, 5, 1,000,000/1000k, plus 30%. Monopool, Ace, 5, 1,000,000/1000k, plus 30%. Magi Lore Energy, Ace 1, 502,565/1000k. Soul status. Soul potency, Ace, 2, 649,200/1000k. Soul force, Ace, 2, 648,290/1000k. Holy shit, he got Magi Lore Energy. Aleron was startled. Wait, does that mean it can break through my Magi Lore armor? Demon Lord Jargus's eyes glowed before his forehead opened a round orb that released a terrifying crimson laser whirling with bright red and dark orange sparks towards Aleron, which instantly struck his Magi Lore armor as he couldn't even react. Boom! An explosion occurred as Aleron was smacked into the wall almost a kilometer away in a second. Looking down, he checked the spot where he was struck and saw that there was a burnt mark on the armor where that laser hit him. However, that burnt mark was swiftly recovered. However, he saw that around 1 million of his Magi Lore energy was used to recover that. Damn. Alright, my quality of Magi Lore is lower than his due to my magic potency being way lower, so my random attack skills won't work on him either. Aleron activated his Monitor Dome, fueling it with a couple of million Magi Lore energy. Using Monitor Dome, he would be able to react to the Demon Lord's attacks. And indeed, he felt a surge of power from Demon Lord and without even looking at anywhere else, he directly teleported to another spot. Boom! A super fast laser had once again struck the same spot where he was just half a second ago. However, his heart jumped to his throat as he sensed another attack, but it was too late as the laser struck his armor again. Looking at the Magi Lore consumption of the Demon Lord, its one attack cost him 1,000 Magi Lore while Aleron needed 1 million Magi Lore to recover from the damage done by that laser attack that used 1,000 Magi Lore. I have to be constantly on the move and use my best attacks. Aleron's mind closed off everything except for the pool of arcane knowledge he had gathered from thousands of books and scrolls, while fueling his Magi Lore slime armor with Magi Lore and constantly teleporting around. With partial thought, Aleron started creating a skill. He wasn't even looking or paying attention to the Demon Lord. He was just teleporting around. 30 seconds remained. Outside in the hall, all the people were overwhelmed. Only 30 seconds left. Dread mode will finally open. Haha, true. It's been over 100 years since this cube appeared, and it will finally open the Dread mode today. Those attacks aren't even putting a scratch on him due to that armor. Crazy. He wins this easily. Only 25 seconds left to survive. Survive. Ueha softly snorted as the people were heatedly talking. Master will defeat it. The trial was just about surviving, and not defeating this Demon Lord. However, Aleron wanted to defeat this Demon Lord Jargus before the survival countdown. Chapter 75, Creating an SSS rank skill, The Playground, 6. Asterisk roar? Asterisk. Demon Lord Jargus roared as Aleron was constantly dodging with teleports and only getting hit once every 10 or so attacks. Meanwhile, he was mainly focusing on creating a skill to one-shot this Demon Lord. When only 10 seconds remained, Demon Lord changed his attack patterns, moving his body for the first time as he vanished and appeared right where Aleron teleported after he dodged a crimson spear. Shit. The Demon Lord's powerful punch wrapped in chained violet flame struck him, indicating the usage of a powerful skill. Magi Lore slime armor had a staggering hole in it while it was also corrupted by Demon Lord's punch skill effect, dispersing fast. Aleron was injured as he coughed blood and was embedded into the ceiling since the punch sent him there. WTF, Aleron was shocked, but his Magi Lore source swiftly provided energy and started recovering the armor. Time. Aleron saw 8 seconds left and his eyes turned completely stout yet serene, his brain's gears rapidly moving to carve a route to his victory. Last gamble of the day. I will kill this Demon Lord before the countdown. Aleron's eyes flashed before the whole hall was suddenly filled with millions of tiny silver dots. No need to restrain the usage of energy in small bouts. Unlimited blink zone, activate. Aleron started teleporting every 0.1 seconds at various silver space dots throughout the whole wide hall while the Demon Lord continued his pursuit and attacks. Everyone outside was dumbfounded. 5 seconds left. Aleron wasn't paying attention to the fight after creating that unlimited blink zone. It was also easy to create something like this with his monitor dome activated. He just spent several million magi lore energy to create space points through this huge hall. After doing that, he singularly focused on only one thing, cooking a skill to one-shot the Demon Lord. When only 2 seconds were left, a notification rang. Congratulations, you have created an SSS rank skill. Please name it. Aleron pointed his finger at the Demon Lord as he teleported to the northwest corner of the hall. A pitch-black tiny bubble with a bright silver spark formed before his finger. Void Wolf's Maw. At that moment, everyone saw a terrifying wolf's maw looming over Demon Lord Jargus as if it were in parallel space, with a strange black hole with a milky silvery horizon in its mouth. In an instant, the Void Wolf's opened maw released a milky silvery flash at the Demon Lord before it was forcefully teleported into its mouth and vanished into the void. Right after that, the countdown hit 0. Midnight. Congratulations, you have completed the trial successfully. Dreadmod will be available. Dreadmod series, Underworld Warzone, unlocked. Aleron stood there, his face flushed with excitement. I wonder what will happen if I use this skill outside. The skill executed exactly the way he imagined and designed it, and he found it insanely cool. Space syllabus, gravity syllabus, and a bit of science applied using various arcane syllabus with Aleron's cooking resulted in this SSS rank skill, Void Wolf's Maw, his latest strongest skill. Your consciousness will exit after 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Aleron opened his eyes and saw the cube in front of his face. Congratulations, young Master Ale, Ben said with a smile. Easy peasy, Aleron grinned. Everyone in the hall cheered. Young Master Ale, what was that last skill? Yeah, it looked so cool. And it ate the Demon Lord whole in a second. I call it Void Wolf's Maw. Aleron laughed and said, I think I heated my brain too much while creating this. I need some rest, ha ha ha. Young Master Ale, you can go to the VIP room prepared for you. Since the trial finished before the playground started, we can start with your intro, Ben said with a smile. That's good. Let's go. See you all later. Aleron waved at everyone as he and the group left. He is so powerful. I wonder if he is really as young as he looks. No chance, haha. But he isn't as scary as I imagined. Yay, he is chill, but I still feel scared, ha ha ha. Do you think he was serious when he invited Anchor Ben to his entourage? I would accept in a heartbeat. Being able to become his follower or work under him feels like a blessing. Imagine the forces and resources he must under him. Damn. You're not getting that chance, Zin. Anyway, who knows if he gets impressed by any of the players and invites someone. Teo heard that and clenched his fist. I want to work for him. Lily and Yam were taken aback, but this was a good prospect for them too. Young Master Ale is good and kind. I can work with him and might even be able to meet my brother, Teo said as he looked at Lily and Yam with a determined expression. We are going to do our best, please. Yam Riley smiled and patted Teo's shoulder. Teo, these people are just talking about this in heat. We don't know if he will really recruit someone. But there's no harm in trying, right? Teo's eyes showed resolve. I will do my best and try to stand out from the rest. That's all. So luxurious. Aleron was dumbfounded to see the whole VIP long rooms and amenities on the top floors. The price for VIP tickets must cost a lot if they provide this much. A good amount of VIPs were subjected to your judgment today, so it's a bit emptier than usual, Ben said with a light laugh. Aleron grinned and said, cleaner than usual sounds better. Ben Riley smiled. Aleron, Yueha, Mei, Hua, Fang, Rias, and Roxanne arrived at the top floor's luxurious VIP room, with 3 big couches, sofa chairs, a bed, and a minibar inside along with a maid ready to take orders if they wanted to eat or drink something. After everyone settled on the chair sofas and couches, Aleron suddenly got a message in his head and a big smile appeared on his face. Everyone, I'll be back in a bit. Aleron vanished and entered Eldertide Archipelago. Where is he going each time like this? Rias curiously asked. You can ask Master, Yueha shrugged. It's not our place to answer this question. Meanwhile, Roxanne, Fang, and Hua were already at the bar and talking with the maid to discuss what should they drink and order. After a minute, Aleron returned to the room, but not alone. With him were Inoran, Darzax, and Ricky, who had completely recovered to their prime condition. Aleron also gave them the memory of everything that happened while they were recovering and knew that Aleron had more loyal subjects like them. Yueha and others also knew everything that had happened since the beginning, so they had a natural appreciation for Darzax, Inoran, and Ricky. Good work, brothers and sister, Hua said with a laugh as he raised a bottle. Do you drink? You 3 worked hard. Now take some rest and enjoy. Yueha smiled. Fang and Mei nodded at them. Darzax faintly smiled. Good work to you all as well. Boss got quite a crew now, haha, Ricky said with a laugh. I'll go have a drink, boss. I am dying to drink something good. You'll find much better stuff here, Aleron chuckled. Sir Darzax, Miss Inoran, Ria stood up and bowed towards them. Thank you for your help. At the Ocean Wrath. Good see you all are fine. Inoran and Darzax smilingly nodded. Master, Inoran grabbed Aleron's sleeve and said, her cheeks a bit pink, I am a bit hungry. Unlike Ricky and I who don't get hungry, Miss Inoran is an angel and requires high energy good, Darzak said with a smile. Shall I order the chefs to make a feast? We're having a feast, but not from our city. Aleron grinned and looked at the maid. Miss Maid, can you please order your best food dishes? Also, tell Ben that I'll pay for everything. I insist. So, don't hold back on food. Make it a delicious feast. Clank. Their room's door opened and Ben entered. Young Master Ale, I'll bring the best feast of food here, but you have to come with me for now, Ben said with a smile. It's time for the opening and everyone is waiting for your grace. All right, Aleron chuckled and looked at others. Relax and enjoy, everyone. And keep note of the spiciest and tastiest food dishes, haha. I'll order those after returning. Chapter 76, Goddess Decree, The Playground, 7. The seats of the huge Colosseum were filled to the brim with the chaotic clamor of people talking, making a loud constant noise. Time passed fast and soon the clock hit 9 p.m. as a single huge hologram lit up above the arena, displaying Anchor Ben's face. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The crowd that turned silent briefly erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha, I love this fervor from you all, everyone. Now without further ado, I shall introduce you to the star of today's night, who has brightened everyone's life by saving the city from the terrifying demon and his scheme to sacrifice it. The holograms throughout the screens were lit up, some big, some small, but everywhere in the city, all the people were watching the playground's broadcast. And everyone finally saw the clear face behind the bearer of multiple names they gave. Aleron smiled as he stood beside Ben on a small floating platform high in the center of the arena, his face visible to everyone. He is so young. I thought he would be much older. Maybe he just looks young. His hair is strange, some black hair strands in white. Aleron waved his hand and began speaking with a grin. Hello, everyone. The name's Aleron, Ale for short. Young Master Ale, everyone is curious about your background. I wonder if you can allow yourself to shed some light on it, Ben cordially asked with curiosity. My background is nothing special, haha, Aleron said with a light laugh. I was just one of many like you all, living my life and fighting the adversary it puts in my way. But I am not from this world, which you all might have guessed, Aleron smiled. I arrived here by a twist of fate perhaps, and started living here. Unexpectedly, I gained some powers and friends, so my way of life also adjusted according to my situation. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to detect the demon and save this city. Aleron shook his head and sighed, but I am thankful that I am able to make a change. Now, I shall not bore everyone no longer, Aleron grinned and said, the playground will start and at the end will be my solo journey in the new dread mode difficulty. The camera rate zoomed out to show both Ben and Aleron afterward, as Ben said with a laugh, now that young Master Ale has spoken and turned this time into an auspicious one, let us begin. Magical firecrackers shot into the sky along with loud music as the hologram's screen shifted to the ground, showing players entering one by one. Aleron went back to the VIP room and joined the feast as everyone watched the show starting. Let us everyone welcome today's players who will be fighting to get the trophy and reward. Ben's voice rang as the holograms showed players arriving at the center. The audience cheered loudly. Black Tiger of East Tower? He will surely win. Green Arrow Tark? He is strongest among all legendaries present? The trophy is his. The players arrived at the arena's center and the cube emerged from the ground as it parted magically. Big and comfortable sofa chairs appeared around the cube as Ben waved his hand and put them accordingly. Everyone, please take your seat. A few players are missing, including the hero of Nexusia Kingdom, but that can't be helped as it was written in their destiny. The playground will start from the Easy Mode series, with everyone getting eliminated as soon as their hit shield drops to 0. Today's Easy Mode series is Snowstorm's Descent. Everyone must survive in this land of blizzard for 30 minutes. There will be treasure chests at various places to boost your combat prowess, so use your wits and abilities to maneuver in this land and survive. Those whose hit shield remains at 1 or above will be moved to the normal mode series. This is fun. It's like one of those multiplayer battle royale games, Aleron said while watching everything in reality as if he were inside with the players. Not just him, Ueha and others also had faint, slim crystal goggles covering their eyes like Aleron, allowing their vision to dive into the virtual reality just like the players. This was exclusive to the VIP audience, and it was well worth it for those who sought entertainment and fun. Grabbing the meat leg of a deer-like magic beast, Aleron started eating with gusto while watching. The others were also eating and drinking, having fun as time passed by swiftly. The players were performing fiercely, fighting monsters in the blizzards and using their everything to survive. Unsurprisingly, none of the 47 players were eliminated in the Easy Mode series as everyone survived until the end. Now that the Easy Mode is over, the betting booths will open. Bet on your horse. Let us see who performs best and who fails to survive the Normal Mode series. Skycrack Islands. Goddess Palace. This brat. Elysia narrowed her eyes as she looked at Nalem City's playground. This can't go on. Elysia Gothwing sat with contemplative expression. Now that he is my competitor, I have all the more reason to eliminate him and whatever he is planning. She waved her hand as a beautiful golden scepter appeared in her hand. Turning to the girls in the hall, she said, send a decree of call to the Goddess Church headquarters. Central Light Dusk Region, Goddess Church headquarters. The giant bell in the tallest tower of the huge church situated atop a giant mountain shone in a golden hue, and started ringing, tolling its divine sound as it spread far and wide. The entire church sprung up in action at night as the ringing of this bell indicated an utmost important matter. Goddess decree. Goddess wishes to speak to us. It's been 100 years. Truly joyous news? The demons are also encroaching, so she must have sensed our trouble. In the magnificent goddess hall of the church, the holy Pop lay devotedly on his knees while facing the goddess statue. Soon, a holy maiden, who looked in her 30s, walked towards the statue and stood there facing it with her back and looked at the Pope. Goddess, she softly muttered with her hand in a praying gesture and closed her eyes. The goddess statue released a golden light from her eyes that struck the holy maiden as her eyes shone with golden lights. Rise, the holy maiden spoke as her demeanor changed, having welcomed the goddess consciousness in her body. Chapter 77, Great Frustration, The Playground, 8. Holy Pop stood up after hearing the holy priestess' changed voice with a different demeanor and knew the goddess had descended to speak after 100 years. The other cardinal priests stood several meters behind respectfully. I have descended because a calamity is approaching, Elysia spoke through the holy maiden's mouth. We must deny it to prevent it. Calamity, the holy Pop trembled and bowed. Goddess, please show us the way. Just some hours ago, a powerful demon threatened to wipe out a city with a demonic formation. Fortunately, a hero saved the city by defeating the demon. But I'm afraid more of such places are infiltrated by the demons. Huh. Elysia wanted to slap this Pop. I am here to make him a bad guy. Why the hell are you bringing him up here? Tisk. Now they will produce doubts if I label him as a heretic without a good reason and fabrication. But no matter what, I have to prevent him from getting people's support. Go and investigate a fallen kingdom to the northeast. The demons are not easy to deal with this time because they are disguised as humans and planning something. What? This. The holy Pop knelt on the ground and pleaded, please aid us, goddess. That's why I am here, my children, Elysia smiled. I shall send my heavenly subjects to aid you tomorrow. They shall stay here and join you to fight the demons. Help them in the investigation and listen to their ordains. Goddess Palace. Elysia Gothwing looked at the girls in the hall and sternly said, monitor his movements whenever it is possible and keep me updated every hour. From now on, you all will work in 12-hour shifts turn by turn. Split up into 2 groups. One will take rest, another will continue until 12 o'clock. The goddess left after saying that, leaving the girls perplexed. What happened? How did she suddenly become so serious? This guy called Aleron must be a big trouble for her. Meanwhile, Goddess Elysia arrived in her garden and sat on the fluffy sofa chair, sighing, it seems I have no choice but to ask for help from the Alliance. Tisk. Waving her hand, a dreamy blue hologram screen lit up before her. It was empty, but it showed a familiar face after a few seconds, a handsome black-haired man looking in his 30s with golden brown eyes. Davin, Elysia nodded. So, how come my goddess decided to contact me? Elysia took a deep breath and somberly said, I will join your Ethereal Canvas Alliance. Whoa, 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 dropping such good news out of nowhere, ha ha ha, Davin laughed, clearly happy regarding what Elysia said. But he abruptly paused after 2 seconds while grinning. So, what trouble did my goddess encounter? Elysia's eyes narrowed, a competitor appeared. Huh? Who is it? A demon lord of the nearby netherworld. I wish, Elysia clenched her fist, but it's not a demon lord. It's a darn human kid, who is a legendary rank life form, but wields magi lore and already has a bunch of subordinates at exceed rank, and 2 at primeval rank. Wait, what? Legendary rank, but wields magi lore. Davin was dumbfounded. Stop joking. I am not, Elysia gritted her teeth. That's why I am not sending my 5 primeval rank subordinates. He will kill all of them, just like he killed a pseudo-ascension rank demon I painstakingly planted by paying a good price. Davin frowned. The problem is that he is just a legendary rank right now, so he doesn't have restrictions of competitors like us until he reaches ascension rank or displays a power of that level. Goddess Elysia frowned and added. He came close to that level when he killed the demon, but that wasn't enough to grant him restriction from cosmic will. Davin's eyes glinted. Now, I am getting curious about this guy, curious enough to make him a warlord if he indeed has extraordinary capabilities. Elysia's expression darkened. And what about me if he becomes a warlord? I have to return, and you know that this is my only chance. I am not waiting for fucking another 1,000 years. Davin grinned and said, of course, I know that. You have successfully joined my alliance, so I do wish for you to become the 8th warlord of Ethereal Canvas Alliance. But nothing comes free, milady. I have around 30 competitors like you who are also asking for help to become a warlord, but we can't help everyone, right? Elysia indifferently nodded before asking, what's the price? Davin appeared to sit on his chair as the camera zoomed out, his outfit same type as always, a floral short and an open floral shirt. We need to assess this new competitor first and get to know more about him. I won't help recklessly because that would be a waste of management and very inefficient. The competition is not far, after all. Davin smiled as his eyes scanned Elysia's figure and he licked his lips before saying, however, we can still discuss the price because there's one thing I absolutely want, and I won't help you without it. What? Elysia frowned. A baby, Davin smiled. I want you to bear my baby. Of course, you don't need to be his mother. After the baby is born, I will take care of him and you can just continue whatever you want without any connection with him. Elysia's face appeared livid, her fists angrily clenched. So he knows about my bloodline. Damn it, damn it. I escaped from Upper Cosmos because I was about to get married off by my father and came here. Now this bastard wants the same thing. You look scary, my lady, Davin chuckled and said. It's not even that much. We can have fun for some months until you get pregnant, and once the baby is born, you can live your life leisurely. Your ascension is my guarantee. I'll have to think. Bye. Elysia waved her hand as the dreamy hologram vanished. Arg. A cloud scream filled with frustration echoed throughout the goddess palace, much like the sound of metal grating but more like a melodious tone to the girls, who felt pleasure knowing that the goddess who was making many people's lives hard and filling them with suffering was feeling such great frustration herself. Meanwhile, a few hours had passed by with much entertainment for people as the last 6 players competed in the hard mode series of Playground. Now that they were done, it was finally time for the main show. Chapter 78, The Playground, 9. Whoa, he can even use such skills. So powerful. Are those monsters really at primeval rank? They are, but he is just too strong. The public of Arena was watching with excitement, while those in VIP rooms were experiencing a display of might they had never seen before with the goggles. And he has done it. Ben shouted as Aleron killed the demon commander and destroyed the fort. It's such a good thing that Dread Mode difficulty's first series is Demon Lord's Tyranny. But it makes sense since the Demon Lord Jargus appeared in the trial. Wait, does that mean the final boss in this series is also Demon Lord Jargus? Ben thought and felt that it could very well be the case. You have completed the 3rd task. Now on to the 4th task. 4th task, head to the Gumgra Dark Mountains and locate the Demon Lord's castle. Gumgra Dark Mountains. Aleron floated above the burning fort with the destruction caused by battle. Where is that place? Aleron scratched his head but got an idea and flew into the fort, straight towards the demon commander's chamber. The VIP room's people who were following Aleron to watch him also followed, while the cube's camera automatically followed him as the public outside showed him going into the chamber and looking at a map on the wall. Since the audience knew about the tasks, they were more absorbed in watching, excited to see what would happen next, and see more of Aleron's actions. After Aleron looked at the map and found the location, he teleported outside before manifesting a pair of majestic lightning energy structured wings, with mixed attributes of flame, wind, and lightning. This was his new flying type skill Storm Traveler Wings, SS rank. Swoosh! Alero streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the mountain at the speed of Mach 5, crossing 1.7 kilometers per second. He arrived at the Gumgra Mountains after 10 seconds as the scenery took a turn for worse. Gumgra Mountains formation had 4 mountains at the forefront that covered 50 kilometers wide area in total, with 3 mountains creating a triangle behind it and a single tallest mountain in the center of these 7 mountains. At the top of that tallest mountain was a majestic demonic palace with its peak structure passing through the dark clouds looming over the mountain range. That's Demon Lord's castle. All right, Aleron grinned and stretched his right hand to his right as something started materializing in his hand. Seeing that, the audience outside turned excited. New skill. Let's see what he brings out this time. Aleron had been inside for half an hour, and he had never used the single skill twice, except for the flying skill. This was why Aleron's adventure in this dread mode difficulty was super entertaining for all to see. Aleron's eyes flickered with lights and patterns as he designed the skill with his mind. After 5 seconds, the Magi Lore energy motes gathered around Aleron's hand before turning into a fancy black lion sniper rifle with a big barrel that had a lion's open mouth design and glowing eyes, along with sleek and fancy red patterns on the black crystal body of the sniper rifle. A weaponized medium made of attributes of darkness syllabus, death syllabus, and flame syllabus. Aleron grinned. I should be able to shoot some fancy skilling shots from this. But just as Aleron finished creating his crazy sniper rifle, 4 lights shot out of the castle towards him and soon floated 20 meters across him. So you are the troublesome pest? Humph, your journey ends here because we, the 4 demon knights of Apocalypse, will end you today. 4 humanoids adorned in unique full-body armor arrived, with one being a slim female, one a bulky man, another a tall and slim man, and the last one being a medium lean-muscled man. All of them were half-step into Ascension rank, termed semi-Ascension rank. Their stats had officially stepped into Ace 1 and more like that demon Aleron killed with an arrow. 4 demons Knights of Apocalypse. Aleron raised his eyebrows and released his sniper rifle as it just floated to his side. Humph, I'll eat you alive. The bulky demon wearing a dark brown full-body armor with green demonic patterns snorted and arrived before Aleron with his mouth open wide like a frog. It released a terrifying suction force along with a dark whirlpool in his mouth. Stinky, Aleron shouted and punched the demonic knight instantly as he couldn't bear the foul smell that made him revolt. Boom! Unable to hold back, Aleron instantly blasted the demonic knight as the prowess of his punch adorning the Magi Lore Slimeamore was boosted and destroyed the demonic knight as he shot into the horizon like a ragdoll. Freaking hell, this is virtual reality. Can't you take this a notch down? Aleron felt like he would throw up all the food he had stuffed half an hour ago. Don't attack, I need a moment. Aleron glared at the 3 demonic knights who stood there in shock while he swiftly waved his hand and used some arcane syllabus about nature. Type. Spending Magi Lore, he instantly created a bunch of flowers with thick fragrance and took a deep breath with relief. Just tell me if you all also stink like him, because if that's the case, I'll kill you all swiftly without letting you close in, Aleron said as his hands once again spewed out Magi Lore motes, indicating that he was designing a skill. Don't worry, we don't stink like him, the girl demonic knight said as she walked in the air towards Aleron. Her moves were like a sexy succubus coming to eat him, and her dark pink armor also matched her vibe. Aleron's eyes flickered with dark pink light as he was attacked by a strange skill interfering in his mind. Suddenly, he saw the female demonic knight in front of him turning completely naked, her tempting figure, her shapely D-cup breasts with pink nipples, the faint slit at her clean nether region, and her temptress smile sent Aleron into a spiral. Well, his little brother stood up involuntarily. Damn, but... Aleron's eyes flashed clear as he destroyed the skill's effect while his right hand manifested a dark orange katana with a flame-shaped black pattern. In the next second, he swung the katana in front of him, releasing a tiny but bright spark from its tip that struck the female demonic knight. What? The female demonic knight didn't feel anything, but in the next moment, a raging inferno of her size enveloped and spun at a breakneck speed, completely obliterating her. I call that inferno spiral, Aleron said with a smile as he pointed his katana at the remaining two demonic knights. Those flames spin 1,000 times in a second with the destructive power of flame and wind combined with highlight on cutting and burning. Once your defense is gone, it can instantly obliterate you. The tall and slim demonic knight trembled and clasped his hand. His armor was light gray with black and dark gold patterns. So despairing it is, oh so despairing it is, he spoke with his eyes closed and pointed his palms at Aleron. Please, do not spread despair to us. Aleron waited while his katana transformed into an icy blade with green patterns. The demonic knight's palms unleashed a torrent of black wraiths towards Aleron. Another attack with soul attribute. It directly affects mind and soul. Aleron narrowed his eyes. I gotta learn this. The libraries he visited so far didn't have much knowledge about the soul path. It only had basic knowledge, but not about the way to mold it into skills for different effects like the one used by that female demonic knight and this slim stick knight. Chapter 79, The Playground, 10/10, Aleron's Plan, 1. One is despair and the other is death. Die, the slim muscular demonic knight uttered before a black long sword appeared in his hand and he dashed towards Aleron. Aleron didn't bother with this attack, even though it was a death-attributed attack. It struck his magi lore slime armor and was blocked with ease. Meanwhile, the attack of black wraiths was strange as those wraiths entered inside him, trying to harm his soul and showing him despair with mental interference. Interesting, Aleron's eyes glinted as he stored this attack's data in his mind so that he could recall it and understand it later. Swoosh! Outside, his transformed katana slashed forward after leaving his hand, releasing a burst of frost wave that instantly froze both demonic knights before exploding, shattering into pieces. The fourth task was already finished and the fifth had begun since he found the location of Demon Lord. Defeat the Demon Lord. Aleron grabbed his sniper rifle and pointed at the castle. An energy construct of death, darkness, and flame. Extreme condensation of energy in aspects sections. Focus on the burning of flame syllabus, vital siphon of death syllabus, and corrosion of darkness syllabus. Orb-shaped projectile. Dome-size range execution. Aleron designed the bullet for the sniper rifle and aimed it at the Demon Lord's castle. Human. Red and black lightning crackled around the castle before a familiar figure appeared above the castle, his size even bigger than what Aleron saw in the trial. Demon Lord Jargus. You again. Aleron grinned as the magic rifle's pattern lit up. Well, you ain't getting time to hit me this time. Let's go above 100 million magi lore this time, Aleron thought as he swiftly infused the magi lore for the bullet skill. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Jargus roared and conjured a giant demonic black spear flickering with red and black lightning before shooting at Aleron. At the same time, 150 million magi lore, for the Ravager's ruin bullet. Swoosh! The bullet, flickering with neon colorful light highlighting black and flame red, streaked across the sky towards the Demon Lord while getting bigger and bigger. At 0.1 seconds, it was a thumb-sized bullet. At 0.2 seconds, it became a car-sized bullet. At 0.3 seconds, it became a house-sized bullet. At 0.5 seconds, it became a football field-sized bullet. The spear and bullet passed by each other. However, an ethereal starry wolf's maw appeared behind Aleron and absorbed the entirety of the spear and its power while the gigantic bullet squarely struck the demon and his castle. Boom! In the next second, Demon Lord Jargus and half of his castle were enveloped in a giant black sphere whirling with raging red and black flames, obliterating him and everything else speedily. NOOO! Demon Lord Jargus roared, but this bullet's power overwhelmed him as his defense was destroyed the moment he tried to conjure it. In the next second, he was entirely obliterated, again. Outside, people roared and cheered at the big spectacle of power they just witnessed. Such power. Melkern muttered with intense fear and reverence in his eyes. Is there anything in this world that can defeat him? Even the goddess champions are not this powerful as far as I know, Marcus said with a weak smile. Both of them were in Marcus's office as they witnessed the whole Dread Mode series where Aleron absolutely destroyed all things that would normally kill them. Well, now that this Dread Mode series is open, I would love to go in, Melkern said with narrowed eyes. There's much to learn and practice using this unknown technology. It's a good tool to make people powerful. That aside, what about his so-called surprise? Marcus asked. Ben told me he has a plan of his own to reveal at the end. No idea, Melkern shook his head. He did agree to this, and the way he agreed also gave me a feeling that he made a plan of his own after I gave him that suggestion. Marcus nodded as he looked at Aleron on the screen. It seems that we can only wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, That marks the end of today's playground, but it is not over yet. We still have a big surprise waiting, from none other than young Master Aleron. Aleron opened his eyes and got up from the chair as Ben flew down and arrived beside him. That was fun. A good exercise session, I would say. Aleron stretched his arms and said with a smile. The audience cheered and talked loudly, though their voices were drowned by each other as most of them were shouting in response to what Aleron just said. Young Master Ale, you said about a surprise. I wonder what it is. Ben curiously asked as the audience swiftly quieted down to hear. I have 2 surprises, Aleron said with a grin. Before that, let me ask you all something. Did you like the skills I used? Everyone cheered and roared in agreement, even people from various parts of the city who were watching, especially youngsters who were raring to become strong adventurers. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, then I shall create 5 skill scrolls and put them as a prize for the next playground, Aleron said with a laugh. Those who win can take the scroll home and learn the skill. Oh ho, what would be the ranks of those skills? Ben curiously asked. 2 S rank skills, 2 SS rank skills, and 1 SSS rank skill, Aleron grinned, with the SSS rank skill being that ruin blaze rifle that I used. Instantly, a huge uproar echoed throughout the stadium. The players were dumbfounded and excited as well. Holy shit, I want that ruin blaze rifle. That rifle is crazy, yeah, I want it too. I am not getting that one, so I am curious about SS and S rank skills. I liked that vine torrent skill. It was so cool and powerful. I wonder if young Master Ale will make a skill scroll of that one. People were heated talking, but Ben spoke again as everyone quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that we have one more surprise from young Master Ale. Aleron smiled and nodded, his arms crossed. As soon as the public quieted down, he began speaking, his voice echoing loud and clear. The second surprise is quite big. So bear with me, people. Aleron grinned and pointed his finger upward. I have enough knowledge, and I also scanned the other portals. I should be able to do it. From now on, this city is going to change forever, Aleron said, his smile looking brilliant and his eyes sparkling. Chapter 80, Aleron's Plan, 2. What's that whirlpool? He is doing something. Everyone looked up as they saw a blue-silver whirlpool forming high above. Melkern and Marcus looked at each other with shock as they realized what it was by sensing the aura. Teleportation portal. Marcus furrowed his brows. Why? To where? Outside, Ben gulped and spoke amidst the public confusion, his voice broadcasting loud and clear. What is that, young Master Ale? A portal, Aleron grinned and took back his hand as the portal finally finished forming. Afterward, he flew up and Ben hurriedly followed along with the camera as all screens showed Aleron. The second surprise is that I am adopting this city, Aleron smiled. If anything happens or trouble arises, it will only take a second for me to come or send someone. Moreover, I will also be stationing a force called Guardians here. These people will live here and act to protect the city, Aleron grinned. Well, the Guardians would be the souls who finish their punishment. Since they turn over a new life after repenting, I can make them live their life again, I guess. Everyone was shocked hearing Aleron's declaration. From now on, this city will only be proper and no one will be unhappy here. Aleron showed a victory gesture with his right hand while grinning. No evil demons or evil will people stay where I tread. They had seen his power already, his words carried immense weight. So the general people of the city, who wanted nothing more than to live their lives with their families in peace, Aleron's words were a blessing even more precious than God. Because unlike the goddess they worshipped and didn't act for them, Aleron acted and removed all evil from the city after killing the demon who was about to sacrifice all of them in the formation. As such, the response the public gave to Aleron for announcing his surprise was loud cries and cheers throughout the city and arena. Only the minority of people who were in lead and power positions had questions and worries popping up in their minds, unable to deduce and predict the flow of development as they couldn't imagine Aleron's next moves. Ha ha ha, I like this radiant positive energy from you all. Aleron couldn't help but laugh as his voice drowned others and people quieted down, eagerly listening. I don't know when will Guardians be ready, but worry not. This portal will be here and also a giant barrier covering the city that can grant protection to all individuals and units like before, Aleron smiled. This city and its people will be protected. People cheered as loud uproar rang again, but it soon quieted down as Aleron continued. However, you all listen as well, Aleron broadly grinned, be good and don't cross the lines. I know people can annoying, and conflict can happen, but the world is big and so should your heart. So, work and rise together. Be of sound mind and sound reasoning. Most of the people are not stupid, I know. Listen to the good side of the voice, not the bad one. Aleron narrowed his eyes and added, so, don't you dare cross the lines and spread suffering to innocents. Otherwise, the Punisher will descend again. Uproar? That's right. Young Master Ale, thank you. People cheered and roared in support as Aleron laughed and added with a short bow, now then, people. It's time to say farewell, but my words and spirit in them will remain here and in you all, always. After saying that, Aleron teleported back into the VIP room while Ben took over the mic. How was the show, everyone? Aleron asked with a grin as he arrived in the room. Flawless, my lord, Darzak said with a smile. Nailed it, boss. The people of this city support you with all their heart given their response, Ricky grinned. Hua laughed and nodded, that's right. Now we only need the barrier. Indeed, Yueha smiled and said, when they see the barrier and know they can have the same safety as when that demon came in case of future trouble, you'll live in their hearts. Aleron rubbed his nose while smiling and nodded, Huma, that's good. Now that I've said that, I'll focus on creating the barrier. Fang, give me the knowledge of your formation. I'll create my barrier based on that. I should be able to create that. Understood, my lord, Fang smiled and nodded. I shall compile it into a scroll. I'll send you in. Do it there. Aleron nodded and waved his hand, sending Fang into Eldertide Archipelago. Meanwhile, Rias and Roxanne remained dumbfounded and slack-jawed ever since Aleron arrived. This. Rias snapped out and mumbled, speechless and not knowing what to say. Yeah. Aleron turned to her. You want me to adopt your empire as well? Haha, I'll eventually do it, don't worry. For now, let's call it a day and find a hotel to stay in. Aleron smiled. Knock, knock. Aleron waved his hand and opened the door as Melkern and Marcus walked in. Apologize for the intrusion, but I thought I should hurry to talk to you about some matters, Melkern said with a wry smile. I am Marcus, the manager of this playground. Marcus smiled and bowed. Pleased to meet you, young Master Ale. It's fine. I planned to have a talk with you later anyway, Aleron smiled. After all, I'll leave it to you to handle the guardians. Me. Melkern was surprised. Aleron chuckled while thinking, the irredeemable 30,000 people who had black marks are not worth giving a second chance. I'll completely put them under control and give them forceful power so we can exercise their use for good. 10 primeval rank powerhouses as guardians? Aleron grinned. I am still thinking about how to approach this, but I'll complete everything I said before leaving. Which means, I'll be done in the next 3 days. If you are thinking about staying here for 3 days, how about I provide you with a big enough mansion for you and your people? Marcus said with a smile and slight bow. Please allow me this opportunity. After all, you have done much for us and this city already. Master, I feel like we are being observed. Aleron heard Yueha's voice just as he was about to reply. His eyes flashed and he scanned the room, even scanning for soul-related phenomena, and soon found something near Marcus. It was a strange tiny ethereal eyeball with a faint golden eye. What is that? Aleron pointed his finger at it and released a ghastly white string that grabbed the eyeball and pulled it toward him. Chapter 81, Aleron's Plan, 3/3. What? Roxanne, Rias, and all others below primeval rank couldn't see it. That. Melkern was surprised. I couldn't sense it even though it was right beside me, such mastery of soul path. Marcus was also just peak exceed rank, so he couldn't sense it. It seems that when you two came in, that I entered inside. Yueha narrowed her eyes. I briefly released my spiritual detection barrier and it snuck in. From the looks of it, someone is observing us through this eye. Aleron looked at the eyeball pinched between his fingers and used soul force with Magi lore to destroy it. Well, it's gone now. But I feel like I have an idea who it is. Aleron grinned. Goddess Elysia. Well, if she is alerted then I shouldn't slack or be careless from now on. He wasn't sure, but his gut feeling told him it was probably the goddess. As for your offer, Mr. Marcus, it's not like I don't want you to give you the opportunity, but I have my own place. Aleron waved his hand as a black cloudy portal with flickering red and golden lights appeared. Seeing that, Rias, Roxanne, Melkern, and Marcus were shocked. It was clear from the looks of this portal that it was a portal to a secret realm. He can summon the portal of a secret realm with a wave of his hand. Marcus's eyes stretched wide and his brain geared fast in his special area. The benefit of having an entire secret realm to his back and call, there's only fortune and power if we get on his good. Aleron waved his hand again as the portal vanished. Now that I have much work to do, I will return to my abode, but thanks for the offer. Aleron smiled. Mr. Melker, what matters did you want to talk about? Aleron asked as he turned to Melkern. It wasn't much. Just about that portal and guardians. Melkern shook his head. But I shall not give my input on this. Since you already have thought about it, then you can tell me what I need to do. He has gotten old, but not senile. All right, Marcus thought. It's clear that young Master Aleron is going to give him a kind of authority that can make him a truly top person in the city. I'll call you once I am finished with the matters. Aleron smiled and turned to Rias and Roxanne. I'll be leaving for several hours, so let's meet for breakfast and resume our day from there. Rias wryly smiled and nodded. All right. Aleron then snapped his finger and teleported everyone at once into the Eldertide Archipelago as everyone arrived on the grand terrace above the palace. Aleron's gaze swept past the necropolis and beast folk village as he looked at the vast unknown secret realm filled with mysteries and rewards. Aleron smiled. Everyone, it's time to work. In Sandwis, report your finds. A dark water portal appeared before Aleron and everyone soon saw a terrifying-looking anglerfish with tens of eyes and a ghastly light floating before it emerging from the portal and swimming towards Aleron. Master, there's a cracked barrier deep below 3,000 kilometers away and 1,000 kilometers deep. Past this barrier is a huge metallic structure of unknown civilization. Aleron's eyes sparkled and he quickly checked the demi-plane status, opening the major secret regions. Everyone, look at this, Aleron said. Darzax, Ricky, Inoran, Yueha, Mei, and Hua saw a magical blue screen and focused. Major secret regions. 1. The crystal spires of Auroraville not found. 2. The Elder Tree Sanctuary not found. 3. The Serpent's Spine Mountains not found. 4. The Shimmering Lagoon not found. 5. The Underwater Abyssal Kingdom found. -6. The Twilight Glade not found. 7. The Obsidian Tower not found. Insiguish has found the underwater abyssal kingdom. I don't know what is inside and what dangers lay, but we have to explore it and completely empty it. Aleron grinned. All resources and treasures, and everything valuable in it. After a brief surprise, everyone was excited and thrilled. They were powerhouses on the path of power after all, and sought challenges and resources to improve themselves for their master. Since this secret realm is of primeval rank, I will only allow exceed rank and above to go there. As for others, they will continue to explore the islands to acquire resources and train to break through. Gather the members and start preparations. Aleron smiled. We already have resources to craft pills and potions, so prepare those before departing. Understood, Master. Yueha said with fervor. Thank you for this opportunity. We will not disappoint you, my lord. Darzak smiled. Everyone was fired up. I'll send Fang to you after he is done scribing the scroll, Aleron said with a grin. Now go and start preparing. Show me what you got. Yes, Master. Yes, boss. Yes, my lord. After sending Fang to them, Aleron read the scroll Fang inscribed with the knowledge and started brainstorming. All those effects can be achieved with magi lore as well. I just need to visualize the possible connections and establish their magic symbols. This is easy, alright. As long as it can be achieved by magi lore, it's easy for me. I guess I really got too powerful of a talent and boon. Aleron grinned as he started designing the barrier. Meanwhile, Rias and Roxanne arrived at the hotel and went to their room before going to bed. There was no need to sleep every day, but today, there was a need. Aleron, he is going to do something big. Rias dazedly lay on the bed, recalling his eyes whenever he looked at her. What do I want to do? I feel like he is asking me if I want to be a part of whatever he is doing or not. Or it's me who is thinking. Rias bit her lips and tossed herself to left on the bed. He is too amazing while I am nothing. Can I really hope? I can't hope without doing anything. I have to show him my worth for that. Rias clenched her fists. I've decided. No matter what, I'll follow him and his path. This is the best course of action for both Empire's future and myself who wants to walk by his side. Rias's eyes ignited with resolve. Chapter 82, Properly Using the Black Marks. After half an hour, Aleron finished creating the perfect barrier formation and left the secret realm. Most of the people were still awake, so they would soon see the phenomenon spread by Aleron. Aleron floated at the center of the city high in the sky with a 10-meter-long crystal floating before him. This crystal was not a normal crystal. It was the crystallization of magi lore itself, condensed and compressed, with maximum heightened potency. The barrier will only activate in an emergency, but it will still take a lot of energy. I have to make it such that the barrier gets enough fuel without me. Aleron waved his hand and poured magi lore, which soon condensed together separately and turned into 9 more crystals. Each of the crystals contained 100 million magi lore energy. Let's see how much I can condense into one first. Aleron started infusing more magi lore into a crystal to test the limit. The crystal started turning slightly darker as Aleron added more and more magi lore into it. 200 million. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. Crack. Aleron paused and swiftly mended the crack. Alright, around 500 million is the limit. That's enough for this central crystal. Now, I'll add a mana gathering formation so that it can also take aid from the atmosphere's mana, which is abundant and always circulating. Energy wouldn't disappear, it would just change places and forms. Aleron already spent a lot of magi lore from his magi lore source after arriving in this city. All those attacks, formations, and everything he did spread magi lore outside. He used his magi lore into magic and spread it outside, which then also turned into the magical power of this world, increasing mana in the atmosphere. Aleron created this formation about absorbing mana from the atmosphere to keep its sustenance because it was the best way to keep this barrier perpetually in work and ready to activate for troubles. He created one more crystallization of magi lore worth 100 million and then added the barrier formation's magic sequence that he designed into all 11 crystals and spread 10 of them around the city before sending them deep underground. Aleron's eyes flashed as he used his monitor dome to set up the crystal's position properly. Afterward, the central crystal in front of him shone as Aleron put his palm on it and activated the barrier. In the next second, the entire city along with an extra 100 meters past the border was covered in a barrier as people started feeling the magical effects. This young Master Aleron already created the barrier with buffs. This barrier's effects are more powerful than the previous one. Young Master Ale really worked hard for this. Alright. This much protection is crazy. You all can't understand how precious this is, a legendary rank powerhouse said while shaking his head in amazement. The powerhouses of the city could feel the potent effect of this barrier, and that it was way better than the previous formation's buffs. Meanwhile, Aleron grinned as he checked the effects and nodded, his arms crossed. Huma, this is perfect. Let's call this Divine Aegis Barrier. Basic op name, but suitable for this formation. Aleron then looked at a palm-sized crystal tablet he created, which was the remote of the barrier. Now then, let's give the remote of this barrier to Mr. Melkern. He teleported to Melkern's mansion and gave the remote to him. You can choose which protection effect to activate based on the situation. Melkern nodded with shock whirling in his eyes. Alright, this marks the end of the first task. See you later when I finish another. Aleron said and directly teleported away, straight to Marcus's office in the playground's Coliseum. Melkern stood there dumbfounded while looking at the remote. He created such sophisticated barriers remote? how advanced his magic capabilities are. But to think he also gave control of the barrier along with the responsibility of guardians, he really trusts me. Melkern clenched his fist and took a deep breath. It looks like this old man still has value in this world. Thank you for trusting me, young Master Ale. I shall not let you down. All right, the scrolls are finished, Aleron said with a laugh as 5 scrolls floated towards Marcus. I'm busy, so I'll be going now. Arrange these scrolls as rewards in your way, but make sure they are fairly handled. Absolutely. Marcus firmly nodded. Good. I'll be going now. Aleron left and returned to Eldertide Archipelago before rubbing his hands. Now then, it's time to shape up those black marks. Aleron called Odar and gathered all 30,000 people with black marks in the Colosseum that Odar finished creating with slaves proficient in the earth and wood magic. Syllabus. Hey, what's up? Feeling good or bad? Aleron asked with a grin. Fuck you. You will die a horrible death, bastard. We will meet in hell. Many people started shouting and cursing Aleron while many remained silent, and many appeared dead in their spirit. Aleron continuously nodded while smiling as he heard their curses. Good, many of you are quite spirited, all right. So, let's start with the energetic ones. Aleron's eyes coldly glinted as he waved his hand. In the next moment, around 4,000 people teleported from the big group and appeared on the other side of Aleron. They were confused but fearless. They had already given up on life and just wanted to spite Aleron because they were hateful that their lives turned upside down out of nowhere. Odar stood beside Aleron, silent and curious. I wonder what the boss is planning to do with them. Ugh, I have too many ideas on what to do with them that I can't choose which one I should go for. Aleron stood with his arms crossed, his expression indicating his dilemma. What do you want to do, boss? Odar curiously asked. I want to make them powerful at the cost of anything. They can become humanoid golem, puppets, mutants, or anything as long as they are powerful and can be controlled by us. Aleron chuckled. That's what I want to do. Their only job should be to protect others by using their powers. Whoa. Odar was shocked. That's crazy but awesome, boss. Perfect for these people. Aleron nodded and thought. Whatever I choose, it will take time and effort, but I have 3 days here, and that's plenty. But first, let's do some gacha. Aleron grinned as he had gained 10k gacha points from the 3rd gacha quest about defeating Demon Lord Jargus in trial, pushing his gacha points to 95k. Yesterday's 3 gacha quest gave him a total of 20k gacha points, a good haul. Now, he wanted to use gacha points and the gacha roulette to see what kind of exotic rewards he could get from it since the powers and items it gave weren't limited to this world. Gachapi, master, I can navigate for you fast. Just order me. All right. Also, make this gacha roulette visible outside. Aleron grinned. In the next second, the giant gacha roulette appeared before Aleron, shocking Odar and others. What is this, boss? Aleron laughed and replied, this is my personal magic. Gachapi, spend 1,000 gacha points and do 10 gacha roulette spins at once. Gachapi, understood. In the next moment, 10 gacha roulettes appeared, and all 10 started spinning at once. Chapter 83, Gacha Time, Crazy Unknown Stuff. Gacha Roulette. Spin cost, 100 gacha points. Skills. Items, weapons, armors, accessories. Items, consumables. Monsters. Innate boon. Mystery box. As 10 roulettes spun at once, Aleron started stopping them one by one with his finger as a command. First, Aleron pointed to a roulette and it slowed down before pausing on the items section. Congratulations! You have acquired an accessory, Ring of Turtle Flower. An epic rank ring with healing and ice cleanse effects. Aleron raised his eyebrows and waved his hand as the ring flew towards Odar. Keep it. Give it to someone when the need arises. Got it, boss. Afterward, Aleron pointed at another roulette and it soon stopped at monster. Congratulations! You have acquired a random exceptional rank monster egg. Egg, how does this work? Aleron looked at the floating plain white egg in front of him and asked Gachapi. Gachapi, you can infuse a bit of mana or magi lore into it and it will hatch into a random monster. Interesting. Aleron infused a bit of magi lore into it and the plain white egg started transforming into a wood-structured egg with flame patterns and growing strange wooden bumps all around it. After a few seconds, it cracked and a baby owl emerged. Igniswood Owl. Lifeform rank, exceptional. Bloodline, Flamerite Jadewood Owl legendary rank. Gachapi, it's an exceptional rank Igniswood Owl but with high potential due to its bloodline. Haha, it's fluffy and cute, boss. You like it? Alright, it's yours now. Raise it well, Aleron grinned. Really? Thank you, boss. I'll make a blood contract with it. Odar smiled and used mana to gently grab the baby owl, pulling it towards him. Meanwhile, Aleron started stopping the roulettes one by one as he got more rewards. Congratulations! You have acquired a random tier 10 spell scroll. Congratulations! You have acquired an epic rank frost coffin potion. Congratulations! You have acquired a mystery box. Congratulations! You have acquired an A rank skill, Sunblaze Wheel. Congratulations! You have acquired a mystery box. Congratulations! You have acquired innate boon, Lodestar Bone Essence Orb. Congratulations! You have acquired innate boon, Extra Arms Talent Orb. Congratulations! You have acquired an Exceed rank armor, Nexenra Crystalline Leather. Armor. Aleron gave both skill scrolls, frost coffin potion, and exceed rank armor to Odar as these were useless to him and others. Putting aside the 2 mystery boxes, Aleron first checked the 2 innate boons. Lodestar Bone Essence, so what are you? Aleron looked at a faint greenish-red orb with strange DNA patterns inside. Fortunately, he could get details of things he gets from the system. Lodestar Bone Essence. Description: an essence orb containing Lodestar Bone gene line. Effect: upon absorbing and digesting it, the user's bones will undergo a fundamental transformation and strengthening, turning Lodestar Bones. Lodestar Bones. Strength increased by 100,000. Health increased by 100,000. Impervious to all elemental powers unless they are fueled by Magi lore. Flame resistance at Ace 1. Ice resistance at Ace 1. Lodestar Bone Marrow Charge. Harmful and toxic effects in the body and blood are quickly purified. After effect: extreme hunger after this activates. Interesting, Aleron's eyes shone. This is also useless to me, but for normal people and powerhouses, this is like a divine blessing. Aleron nodded and put it away. I can use it as a valuable reward. Next, the talent orb. Extra arms. Type: innate talent. Effect: instantly grows 2 additional arms from your shoulder at the cost of Magi lore. Additional arms work the same as the other 2 arms with the same strength and structural connections. Aleron's eyes flashed. This is powerful. If the 2 additional arms also have connections to the rest of the body and the same structure, then skills and techniques that use the internal circulation of energy can be boosted by a lot. Gotchappy, true, but it is useless for people at Ascension rank and higher who use Magi lore. Yeah, I can make 2 additional arms connected to my body with the same structure using Magi lore, but Ueha and others are different. Aleron grinned. If they can get 2 additional arms, their combat power will get a big boost. Gotchappy, indeed. Aleron put away the innate talent orb as well and finally took out the 2 mystery boxes. Odar, open this one, Aleron said as he sent one box to Odar. Odar curiously looked at the floating mystery box and asked, how do I open it, boss? Like this, Aleron grinned and pulled the bow tie string on the mystery box as it unfurled. And shown. You have acquired an epic rank sword weapon, Blood Edge Saber. Put this in your storage pouch. Aleron sent the sword to Odar as it was also useless to him. Give it to someone if needed. Keep it until then. Alright, Odar put away the sword before he grabbed the bow tie. I'm pulling it, boss. Do it. Let's see your luck, Aleron said with a chuckle. Odar pulled and the box glowed before sparkling and disappearing as a strange palm-sized vial of eccentric liquid appeared. It was a mix of black, green, yellow, and red, all colors glowing in mixed and separate hues and sections through the strange liquid. Aleron got the information about it and was taken aback. Spirit Line Trigger Potion. Description. A secret potion of Arville Evolution House. Effect. The user who drinks it will undergo a complete transformation of their genetics and invoke Spirit Line Mutation. Note: poses an unknown danger to the user. Gotchappy, Master, this smells dangerous. You got any information on this? Like what is Spirit Line, this Arville Evolution House, or anything regarding this? Aleron curiously asked because his interest in this thing was piqued. Boss, what is this? Any good? Odar asked. New stuff. I need to check it first. Just as he replied to Odar, Gotchappy replied to him. Gotchappy, from the brief information I got, this Arville Evolution House is an organization. From another world, another universe. Moreover, this product seems to be a prototype. As for Spirit Line, this is some complicated stuff they've been working on, like harmonizing an organism's genetic structure to natural magic phenomena. Interesting, Aleron muttered as his eyes glinted and he looked at the 4,000 people who were clamoring and cursing him. I just know a perfect way to test this prototype, Aleron smiled. Seeing his smile, those people didn't know why but felt a cold chill crawl down their spine. Chapter 84, Korg Experiment. Alright, so who wants this Super Giga Evolution Serum? Aleron asked as he raised the big vial in his hand towards the 4,000 people. This will make you stronger and better than ever before. Only one among you will be fortunate enough to use this and be my guinea pig. Everyone felt trepidation. That looks like something dangerous. I ain't doing that. Be his guinea pig? What does that mean? I know what pig means, and that's enough. I ain't becoming a pig or dog. Kill me if you dare. They muttered among themselves, but seeing the lack of response, Aleron pulled up a random person in front, a middle-aged man in a dirty trench coat, an epic rank powerhouse. The middle-aged man looked in his late 50s and was one of the worst trash in the group. Aleron felt angry just as the memories regarding him resurfaced, but he put it in the back of his mind and focused on the present. Despite the middle-aged man's struggle, he was bound by energy chains and arrived before Aleron, trembling and in fear of the unknown as he didn't know what that strange liquid was going to do. Without further ado, Aleron waved his finger and forcefully opened the man's mouth, enough to make it crack. He did that deliberately to inflict some pain on him because of the anger he felt towards him, and everyone else here. Arg. They gave much pain to other people who just wished to live peacefully. Aleron sighed. Shut up. Aleron sealed the man's voice by cutting his vocal cords before he poured the entire vial of this strange Spirit Line trigger into his mouth. Odar gulped upon seeing strange lights flashing from inside the man's body while Aleron looked on with anticipation and curiosity about the incoming changes. Hergia. A blood-curdling scream left the man's mouth despite his torn vocal cords. Soon, the man lost his human appearance, slowly turning into something else. His height increased and his skin turned popping and destroying before growing a wood-like structure. Brown and green wooden branch-like sticks emerged from his body as well, bearing purple and light blue patterns. His face turned grotesque wooden with a long eggplant-like nose and light blue patterns oozing out coldness akin to ice. In the end, after an entire 2 minutes of torture and transformation, the man turned into a 2-meter-tall humanoid with a wooden skin structure bearing purple and ice blue patterns, long wooden limbs with claw-like hands, a grotesque face with an eggplant-like nose, and a tree trunk-like open hollow head from which a purple-blue crystal grew out like a cone hat. What the hell? Odar was dumbfounded. Very interesting, Aleron's eyes shone. And it feels powerful. Gachapi, it is indeed interesting. I've scanned and compiled its data. Take a look, Master. Rank, undetermined. Source space. Dash has a strange core with a unique energy that births from a combination of mana and the body's strange vital blood. Attributes, ice and wood. Appears to have exceptional harmony with the ice and wood elements. Stats. Dash strength, 138,200. Dash agility, 120,390. Dash health, 150,602. Dash stamina, 141,080. Dash magic potency, 174,105. Dash unknown energy pool, 200,490. Whoa, its physical stats shot through the sky. Aleron was startled. From epic rank stats to directly into primeval rank stats. What about his soul? Gachapi, his soul is intact but affected, though not much. His rank is unknown because this is unconventional. He doesn't have mana but still absorbs mana into a part of his body, which then turns mana into strange energy. Gachapi, this strange energy is unique and niche, having extreme synergy with ice and wood elements. It's stronger than mana if he uses ice and wood powers with it. Aleron's eyes flashed. All right, we are going to recreate this. I was observing the entire process and how that liquid affects this body from a foundational level, so all we need to do is to create the same catalyst using Magi lore that can achieve this transformation from others. Gachapi, the possibility of creating such a catalyst with Magi lore is not zero, but it entirely depends on you. Good. I am cooking it then. Odar, you can go and busy yourself with other stuff. I will call you when needed. All right, boss. I'll go and train on the island to consolidate my strength. After Odar left, Aleron looked at the mutant while rubbing his chin. Let's give a name to this mutation. After a few seconds, Aleron snapped his finger. That's it. I'll call them Korgs. Grr. And you are Korgay. Aleron grinned. Korgay growled at Aleron, but the chain still bound him and he couldn't do anything. Now then, we'll need 2 experimental subjects, which we have plenty of. Aleron looked at the 4,000 people and grinned. Let's cook the Korg serum before morning. Gachapi. While Aleron started cooking and experimenting with Korg serum, the others were also working hard. The undead residents of Necropolis were working to collect resources on this island, especially from the arcane veins to mine to the magic stones. Zombies, vampires, and werewolves with families and kids were learning to become adventurers and becoming stronger within the progressing society of the Necropolis. Beast folks were learning magic from 2 Death Lords, with one being a former court mage and another being a former principal of the Falran Kingdom's Academy. Not only that, but the other 6 summons from Eastern Fantasy Banner were also working hard. All of them were at legendary rank and were cultivating to reach exceed rank using the abundant resources on this island. 4 of them had directly gone into arcane veins. Since arcane veins were SSS rank, the spirit energy in them was massive and allowed them fast progress. The remaining 2 Ruanzhou, the deadly illusion, and Li Xin-yun, the destructive staff, were meditating in the beast folk village because they had reached the peak of legendary rank and needed to break through. As such, those 2 meditated in the beast folk village while teaching cultivation methods to individuals who had an affinity with learning cultivation paths. In Sandwich, the anglerfish continued to explore the seas while its master, Arentel, was closing onto the northern star continent and would soon step his foot in this tumultuous land ruled by powerful beasts lords. Last, but not least, Darzax, Inoran, Ricky, Yueha, Mei, Hua, and Feng had finally finished their preparation and departed to explore the underwater Abyssal Kingdom. Chapter 85, Abyssal Kingdom, Serum complete. It seems that we are trapped, Yueha said, her eyes narrowed and somber. A heavy air loomed over everyone as the group found themselves trapped inside a huge fenced garden with 7 dark whirlpools on the ground that oozed out a palpitating aura. The underwater Abyssal Kingdom was a city-turned-dungeon area, deep below the ocean of this secret realm. At first, the group entered the ruined city after crossing the barrier and killed monsters there. They found some resources as well, but none that were important to them. Since the number of monsters was high, the group took 10 minutes to root everything up in the ruined city. After recovering their energies, they moved into the huge castle at the end. The castle was truly huge, with merely its walls spanning 3 kilometers wide. It was 1 kilometer tall in height as well, its grandness visible at a single glance. Upon entering the castle, they first arrived at a common hall where 10 dark knights of exceed rank stood like statues, surrounding a real giant statue that was headless and cracked. The dark knights attacked the group, but everyone fought well and swiftly defeated them. From the already broken and headless statue, the group found a box sealed by talismans and sealing magic. Everyone tried to break the seal, but no one succeeded. As such, Yueha put it in her storage ring and the group recovered with meditation before continuing. During the next 3 hours, the group explores many areas, rooms, and halls of the castle, defeating monsters and gathering useful resources. They found an abundance of high-tiered plants, fruits, flowers, and such resources. However, none of them knew alchemy, so they couldn't utilize their usefulness right away in creating pills and potions with useful buffs. After 5 hours, they explored most of the castle and finally went past the initial area of the castle, exiting from the back part and arriving at a huge fenced garden. It was at this place they knew they would finally get into real trouble. Outside the fence is complete darkness. Only this garden is lit up because of those ghastly blue flower arrays, Darzak said as he looked around. I can't see past the fences. Nor can my soul sense go past it, Yueha frowned. It's clear we can't leave this garden anymore, not forcefully. Everyone furrowed their brows and redirected their gazes at the 7 whirlpools-sized 1-meter radius at different places on the grass floor of the garden. The way back to the castle is still open, Ricky said as he looked back. Right. We can go back and return later, or we can just stay and deal with this. Fang nodded as he unfurled his hand fan. I am fine with either. Let's deal with this shit. Hua grinned ferociously, the faint draconic scales on his chest shining. Fight. Inurin's golden sword pointed at a whirlpool, her eyes indifferent and cold but filled with fighting spirit deep within. The aura from the whirlpools increased in intensity as everyone swiftly became alert. Soon, each whirlpool spewed out a shadow that settled beside them, revealing humanoid creatures with black skin with strange dark blue patterns. Each had sharp claws in place of their hands, their figure slim and having spiked wings at their back, and a single horn on their forehead. Their wide red eyes immediately shone as they focused on Yueha and others. Fang slammed his palm on the ground and swiftly activated a ready-made protective formation around the group. All of them are as powerful as spirit lords, A.K. primeval rank life forms. Let's select our roles. We have a few seconds only. As such, everyone began relaying their thoughts with Yueha's soul network that connected all of them. Hua grinned. I'll take on one. I shall move to a supportive role, Darzak said with narrowed eyes. I'll weaken them with my debuff spells. I'll take on one, Inurin said with her wings and sword faintly shining, using skill and activating her bloodline. Yueha nodded. Hugh will focus on dealing killing blows while I will also support by slowing down all of them using my profound ice techniques. Let's kill all of them without any casualty. I'll be a reactive guard to Fang and Dax, Ricky said as he unsheathed his both katanas. Even if I am weaker, I can make it up with my sword skills to at least weaken and redirect their attacks on our support. Let's do it. Mei nodded as she vanished while the barrier formation also broke after withstanding attacks for 3 seconds. Finally, Aleron shouted as he looked at the Korg before him with a mushroom head and creamy skin with black spots. She really transformed well and alive. Aleron grinned. Gachappy, I finished the scan, Master. It's good. Finally, you did it. She is alive, her soul is stable, and the transformation is powerful with her stats above 100k. Haha, you were also helpful, Gachappy. Thanks. Gachappy, not much, Master. You did most of the work. But not anymore. Leave it to me to mass-produce this serum. Just give me 1 billion magi lore for now. Aleron was surprised. You can make this serum now. Gachappy, I am bonded with your soul, after all. Even though I can't act in the real world, I can still act inside your source space. I can use the knowledge you created to produce this serum and mass-produce it so you can take some rest. Aleron broadly smiled. Alright, then I leave it to you. What time is it? Gachappy, we spent over 5 hours. It's almost 6 in the morning outside. The 4,000 people below him were terrified and tired both. Many of them had fallen asleep like the other 26,000 people littered on the ground on the other side. Not to mention the pile of a few hundred grotesque dead bodies at the corner of this ground. They all died, but not their souls. Their souls were now getting punished in his hell. Damn, it's almost 6 in the morning? No point in sleeping then, Aleron laughed. I am going outside after an hour since I told Rias about it. We gonna have breakfast and fun, but before that, I'll go check up on Yueha and others. I wonder how they are faring in the Abyssal Kingdom. Chapter 86, Banner Adjustment. Aleron had teleport and unlimited magi lore, so he arrived at the location of Abyssal Kingdom within 20 minutes, unlike Yueha and others who spent an hour just to reach there due to the distance. He contacted Yueha using the comm card as it fortunately worked here. He soon arrived at the huge garden behind the castle and saw that the group was meditating in a cross-legged position and recovering from various injuries they suffered in the recent battle against abyss monsters. It seems that this wasn't that easy. Aleron wryly smiled as he waved his hand, using the abundance of his magi lore and putting everyone inside a healing bubble each. Boss, we fought against 7 primeval rank monsters. They were stronger than expected, haha. I almost died, Hua said with a laugh. You were reckless, Fang rolled his eyes. Don't any of you dare die, okay. Aleron glared at everyone. All of you must live for me. Everyone smiled. We won't die, Master, Mei said as she had a smile behind her mask that nobody could see, but her eyes showed it clearly. Master, we can't find any other path or area, so we are done with the exploration. Yueha grinned before her glance focused on other things, but those 7 whirlpools are still active and smell of trouble. I have a feeling this kingdom was destroyed because of those. Ricky rubbed his chin. Oh. Aleron looked at the 7 whirlpools and sent his soul sense, but failed. It couldn't go past the darkness as if something was blocking it. Inoran looked at the whirlpools and said, we have to do something about those. I also feel that the destruction of this kingdom is related to those whirlpools based on some of the skeleton's aura I noticed. Alright, I'll do something about it. You all just focus on recovery. Aleron cracked his fingers and neck before his eyes glinted and he started comprehending the magical phenomenon of those 7 black whirlpools. Any and all magic-related phenomenon shall be comprehended should his curiosity pique. This is darkness magic with ritualistic arcane syllabus and other new stuff. Aleron's eyes shone as it was a new knowledge and he absorbed it hungrily, soon comprehending the mechanism behind the whirlpools after 10 minutes. During this, Yuha and others also healed their injuries thanks to Aleron and also started recovering their energy as they no longer needed to spend it on healing themselves. So these whirlpools are connected to another dimension and from what I understood, these were created by this kingdom, Aleron thoughtfully said as he connected the dots from the formation of these whirlpool and their effect. Most probably, this kingdom created these whirlpools for a purpose to benefit themselves, but ended up getting destroyed by them. Everyone was surprised. Anyway, I will seal them for now since I can deactivate them. Aleron smiled and waved his hand, using magi lore and fiddling with all 7 whirlpools as they started shrinking and turned into a stationary black circle with magic patterns. Afterward, Aleron teleported everyone outside as they floated above the ruined city of the Abyssal Kingdom. I already have the mark on Necropolis and coordinates. It should be possible. Aleron internally nodded as he decided to initiate a long-distance teleport for the first time. Everyone, stay close in the circle, Aleron said before a 10-meter radius silver magic circle appeared below them. We are returning home instantly. After returning, Aleron looked at the loot the group gathered and was overjoyed. Damn, these are resources that can increase stats of exceed rank. I'm afraid we can't utilize these resources, my lord, Darzax Riley smiled. We don't have alchemists capable of using these resources and turning them into pills. Oh. Aleron rubbed his chin and grinned as he got an idea. Don't worry. Keep them stored for now and use them if any of you need something from them. I'll get people who can use these resources later. Also, you all worked hard, take rest or cultivate, up to you. This island and the surrounding islands are for our use. Hua laughed and said, thanks, boss. I'll move to an arcane vein then. It's time I awaken my soul and break through to primeval rank. I shall also do that. Fang smiled. Go, go. I am not calling any of you until you reach the primeval rank. Aleron grinned and looked at Inoran, Darzax, and Ricky, you 3 as well. Not me, boss, Ricky Riley smiled. I just recently broke through to exceed rank, so I'll go and explore the other islands. They got better resources and magic spots. Alright, then you go with Yueha and Mei. Yueha and Mei nodded. Only these 2 were at primeval rank and could explore other islands without much trouble. After everyone dispersed, Aleron went to the Beastfolk village and checked the situation there. After talking with Li and Ruan who were cultivating and also teaching cultivation to beastfolks with aptitude, Aleron talked with the beastfolks who were learning magic. Alright, everything and everyone is good, Aleron grinned. Gotch happy. How long until 7 a.m? Gotch happy, 15 minutes. Alright, I need to know a few things and get some new banners, so, Aleron thought. Gotch happy, remove the Lords of Arcane and Arsenal of Elemental Armaments banner. Gotch happy, done. Ultimate Gacha System. Level 2. Gacha points, 90,520. Summoning banners, 3/6. Dash. 1 myriad spell pool dash summoning ticket, 0. 2 secret realms, festive demiplanes dash summoning ticket, 0. 3 exotic demons of netherworlds dash summoning ticket, 0. 4. 5. 6. Gotch happy, master, the banner that was generated yesterday has been finished. Should I add it to the slot? Wait, what does it do? I need to know that first because I already have a plan to use these 3 banner slots. Upon meeting Rias and talking about something I have in mind, 2 new banners will generate for sure and I know what the 3rd one I need. Gotch happy, this banner can give virtual reality devices of different types. Master, there's a chance you might get a virtual reality device that can connect to a vast virtual network of some other universe. This can be very wonderful in its use. Oh, Aleron was surprised. Alright, pull up that banner. Once we get a virtual device of that caliber, I can just delete it. Gotch happy, exactly. Also, I have saved the banner imprints with the new function, so you can pull up Lords of Arcane and Arsenal of Exotic Armaments again. Same with this banner after removing it. Oh yeah, the banner adjustment function. Nice. After a second, Aleron got a system notification. Congratulations. A new banner has been created. Virtual reality, endless prospects. Gotch happy, I'll focus back on producing Korg serum now. Call me when needed, master. Alright. Chapter 87, Divine Blessing, Bloodline, New Banners. Aleron got 1 free ticket for this new banner and he bought 9 more tickets, spending 4,500 gacha points. Alright, let's see. Aleron did a 10x summon on the banner as the whirlpool started spinning with various sci-fi like orbs and devices with different sceneries behind them. Congratulations! You have acquired the Galactic Race to Turismo VR racing game. Congratulations! You have acquired Combat Mayhem VR RPG. Congratulations! You have acquired MegaWars VR RTS game. Congratulations! You have acquired Cyberpunk Espionage VR RPG. Congratulations! You have acquired Zero G Gladiator VR Adventure game. Congratulations! You have acquired Robo Cosmic Race VR. Congratulations! You have acquired Dreamscape Odyssey VR, Rogue Elite game. Congratulations! You have acquired Celestial Empires VR RTS Deep Dive. Congratulations! You have acquired Quantum Conundrum VR puzzle game. Congratulations! You have acquired Combat Lords Vermeer page, #1 online game of Raidrata Cosmos. Aleron was dumbfounded as he read all those VR games. Damn, I guess I can make a game house in the necropolis so people can have one more form of entertainment playing these games. Gachapi, master, we got it. The last one is the gem. Aleron looked at a thin silver ring with horns that seemed to fit on one's head. It had a sci-fi design and glowing neon blue and red light linings, looking very advanced. The other games had a core device, with some having a gaming pod alone, but this one was the most advanced, yet the smallest. This one is online. Will it really connect me in the game despite being in a different universe? Aleron wondered as he touched the cold surface of the ring. Gachapi, not a different universe, but an entire cosmos. A single cosmos has multiple universes. From the information I have, this is created by a higher dimensional being, and as you can see, it's a #1 game in that entire cosmos. This game actually connects everywhere and all people can play it as long as they have this device. Gachapi, I think this will help you in more than one way. Alright, I'll set up a game house later and fit in the other 9 games devices there. Aleron nodded and waved his hand as he put all devices into his inventory. As for this Combat Lords Vermo, I'll check it out later. Afterward, Gachapi continued to make Korg serum while Aleron went outside to meet up with Rias and Roxanne. The trio went to a good place for breakfast and Aleron decided to change his appearance and face because all the people in the city knew his face. If people saw him, it was inevitable they would gather and impede his free time. Since he had done his work here, he wanted to spend his free time. As the trio sat down at the table and ordered breakfast, Aleron noticed Rias seemed a bit different, from her behavior to her speaking. Ale, I want to say something, Rias said as she seemed to compose herself and looked at Aleron, her eyes containing resolve and looking firm. Yes. Aleron smilingly replied as his elbows rested on the table and his chin on his hands. You seem to have some sort of big plan. I assume you also made that plan after arriving here. I don't know what it is, but I want to be a part of it. Rias clenched her fist, her voice determined. Roxanne subtly nodded. All of her doubts had vanished and she also wished that Rias and Empire would form close ties with this unknown behemoth known as Aleron Rivenal. Aleron raised his eyebrows and rubbed his chin as he nodded. I don't mind, but I need a clear answer from you about a certain thing. What? Rias asked, her expression determined. In my plan, I will clash with your goddess Elysia. Actually, I'm sure I am going to get obstructed by her in many ways, Aleron said with a faint smile. We will definitely clash, so tell me, do you still want to be a part of my entourage? You can take your TI dash. Yes, Rias said with fiery eyes. The goddess who only opened her eyes in this world conveniently has no weight over you in my heart, who is going to change this world for good. Aleron's cheeks turned red upon seeing Rias like that as she looked more beautiful and attractive than before. Am I that much trusted by her? Roxanne suppressed her laugh seeing Aleron like that. I see, Aleron coughed covering his mouth with a fist and composing himself before smiling. Alright. I'll fill you in details, but before that, I need your help. My help? Rias was surprised. I want to see the so-called divine blessings, Aleron said, his eyes surging with curiosity. You have one, right? Divine blessings, Rias nodded with a smile and stretched her hand towards Aleron. Give me your hand, so you can see the proper information in your mind. Aleron stretched his hand and Rias put her hand on it. Soon, the back of her hand lit up in a mysterious golden-purple pattern depicting a mage-like figure. Right after that, Aleron saw a panel in his mind. Eclipse Warlock. Level 4. Bonus, plus 20% mana, plus 20% magic potency. Special Arcane Syllabus. Dash Eclipse Dome. Dash Darkness Veil. Dash Dark Light Resonance. Dash Golden Dawn. Skill Tree. Dash Eclipse Blades. Dash Golden Torrent. Dash Doom Surge Veil. Dash Warlock Ward. Each level up gives me a new special arcane syllabus and a new skill, Rias said. Meanwhile, Aleron heard a ding in his mind from the system, and a big grin stretched on his face. A new banner is in the process of creation. Gachapi, master, this is, no way, what? Aleron was surprised. He didn't expect Gachapi to have this reaction over a divine blessing. Gachapi, I didn't know this Elysia Gothwing gave out this in the name of divine blessings. It's an advanced form of magic from a higher dimension above the cosmos. If she does this, it means she is from there. What is this if not divine blessing? In my world, I would call this a job class. Gachapi, it is sinister. She basically has full control over people who have her so-called divine blessing. In more clear words, people having her divine blessings are ingredients that she can use in times of emergency. Of course, she can't hurt anyone due to the restriction of the Cosmic Ascension competition, but once she becomes warlord, it will be lifted. Gachapi, I can imagine these people being used brutally for her benefit to rise in the competition of warlords. Damn, why so bad? Aleron pouted. But no worries, she is not becoming a warlord. Gotcha. Also, I don't know what kind of banner will be created by resonating with this. We can only wait and see. No problem. We'll see later. Thank you, Rias. Now, I need help with one more thing. Aleron grinned. I want to see your bloodline. My bloodline. Rias raised her eyebrows in surprise before nodding. Sure, but how do you want to see it? Do you want a bit of my bloodline essence? Can show it like the divine blessing? Aleron curiously asked. My bloodline doesn't have an information panel like that. Rias wryly smiled, but then she got an idea. But I have an idea. You got soul sense, so your consciousness can enter my source space and check the bloodline source I have. Good idea indeed. Then please excuse me. Aleron touched Rias's hand and sent his consciousness inside her source space, before finding a dark gold orb with regal aura, whirling with eccentric red, black, and golden strings. As soon as he inspected it, the system notification rang. A new banner is in the process of creation. Perfect. Now I have 2 awesome banners that can power up my people, Aleron grinned. Chapter 88, Elysia Gothwing. Rias, once we are done shopping, I'll take you to my secret realm, Aleron smiled. Since you've decided to partake in my plan, I'll show what I have. Rias was overjoyed. Thank you, Ale. I will not disappoint you, Rias said, looking joyful and her eyes determined. Thank you, young Master Ale, Roxanne cheekily grinned. After eating breakfast, Aleron, Rias, and Roxanne went shopping. Rias wanted to buy a new weapon and armor set for club heads and some rewards for the next Longinus Academy competition, so this city was perfect for shopping as it was one of the 5 intercontinental cities, being a massive trade hub. The shopping area of the city was lively and abundant in size, situated in the southeast area of the city and taking 1/4 of the city's area. There was also an exclusive parking space in that direction outward as many people would only come here for trading and business before leaving. Aleron was looking forward to that area, so the trio went there for shopping. I want to give some good weapons to Dax, Ino, Ueha, and others. None of them came with a weapon matching their level, so once they get a suitable weapon, they'll become more powerful. But on the way, Aleron started feeling that he was observed, just like the time when it happened in the VIP room. Where is it? Aleron focused on his monitor dome, which was perpetually activated since he had unlimited magi lore and he didn't want to deactivate it. He could still observe all the people and the entire city's movement live in his head. Goddess Palace. Elysia sat at the center of the work hall as she observed all the screens connected to her eyes spread in various parts of the world on all 3 continents. At the moment, her active focus was on the eye observing Aleron. This eye is more advancedly conjured and under my direct control. He shouldn't be able to detect this one. She wanted to observe Aleron and know his powers and capabilities before making her plan. Davin, you will regret making a fool of me and looking down on me to that degree. Even if not him, I will definitely make you suffer before ending you. She was a proud woman who defied her all-powerful father and mother, fought out of the forcefully arranged marriage, and descended into this lower cosmos to struggle and fight her way back up while getting stronger. And now, that filthy dog dared to covet her and put a measly warlord position as a bargaining chip. You will regret your meeting with me, Darvin. Elysia's eyes were completely frosty. At the moment, her priority had shifted from being a warlord to making Davin beg for his life at her hands at any cost. Aleron Rivenal. Let me see what you got. I can't detect this eye. Aleron frowned. What happened, Ale? Aleron shook his head. Nothing. Goddess is observing me and I can't detect her eyes, Aleron thought as he followed Rias and Roxanne. But seeing as they entered a massive building, Aleron's focus shifted. This building, wait, are we at the Grand Zim auction house? Rias, we are going to an auction. Yep, Rias smiled with a nod, some good stuff is coming in today's auction. Many big shots are already here. Roxanne's eyes glanced around as he recognized powerhouses from various parts of the continent. Rias suddenly chuckled and said, Ale, I don't know your plan yet, but taking this city under your wing is definitely a powerful move already. Out of all 5 cities, Nalem City ranks 2nd in intercontinental market and trading. Its auction house is on par with the Red Sea auction house of Crimson Light City. It's also 3rd most populated city on the continent, Roxanne grinned. Young master, the items in this auction will be good. Most of the treasures from the ruined battlefield zone are auctioned here, so when it is time for auction, many big shots and hidden powerhouses arrive here. Ruined battlefield zone. Aleron's eyes sparkled. Rias nodded, her expression slightly somber. It's a piece of a large battlefield dimension, but not from our world. Its size is as big as this world, but completely dead and ruined as if a huge battle happened that destroyed it. Treasures from there are at least legendary rank and there are untold amounts of higher rank weapons in broken forms found every day, Roxanne said as she glanced at a crate coming in heavy security around it. That crate is filled with treasures from that battlefield. 5 legendary rank guards? Damn, that's a big security for a crate. Aleron was surprised. Well, it would be a piece of cake for me to steal though, Aleron chuckled. Rias and Roxanne wryly smiled. But we shall buy them today, Aleron said with a laugh. I have much wealth to spread, so I'll make good use of it. You have magic stones. Roxanne was surprised. How much? Is your secret realm resource rich, abnormal, or some barren type? Of course, he must have, Rias lightly laughed. He is from a more powerful world and has such power. Oh Roxanne, of course, he would have valuable wealth like magic stones. Meanwhile, Aleron felt something weird, but it was fleeting. Anyway, Roxanne seems unusually curious, or am I imagining? Aleron thought. Still, he answered with a grin, well, that's a surprise for you when we go there. Anyway, I have some money, so don't worry. I'll buy what I like. As the trio continued their way into the auction house's grand hall, Elysia Gothwing followed them with her sharp gaze and witty tricks. She had subtly influenced Roxanne's soul, triggering curiosity to get more information out of Aleron. Roxanne couldn't even realize it. But why does Aleron seem off? From what I've observed since yesterday, he didn't seem that cautious, and even dared to take such drastic actions. His aura is that of legendary rank, but he wields magi lore. Elysia narrowed her eyes. If he has such control that he detected the observation gaze, then his control of magi lore is definitely very high. Such high control means once he gains knowledge or inspiration, he will detect the position of my eye as well. Elysia clenched her fist. Who is this abnormal guy? Where is he from? If only an eye was present in the northeast area of this continent before. But he definitely appeared there first. Yuzu, did you gather information about his earliest sighting? I am working on it. From Longinu's Empire's Eye Monitor, it appeared that he arrived there with Rias Longinus and her party that went to search for a candidate for the secret realm. I found out that they came from Falran Kingdom's territory. If my guess is right, the disappearance of Falran capital is related to him. So, Yuzu hesitated for a moment before continuing. He could be a hero summoned by Falran Kingdom. The divine blessing that scattered and returned to us also went to a hero there, so it was almost certain to everyone that Aleron was a summoned hero. So, I invited this disaster to my world. Huh. Elysia clenched her fist, her voice icy. Everyone trembled, but her next words surprised them. Continue monitoring and don't forget to take proper rest. I don't want to miss anything in any part of this world from now on. Yes, goddess. At least she is working now, Yuzu thought as she sat down on her cushioned chair and looked at Aleron at the corner of her monitor screen. But this bitch needs to die. Aleron. Phyto. Chapter 89, Grand Zim Auction House, Aleron's Wealth. Welcome to the Grand Zim Auction House, everyone. I see that the house is full today, ha ha ha. In the huge hall with cascading seatings numbering 1,100 VIP booths, a big platform opened its curtains facing the audience, or rather customers, as a man wearing a black suit and black hat welcomed everyone after walking forward. The auction officially began. We have some good haul today, so everyone is in for a treat as long as they have the dough, the man said with a smile. Give us the dough and we shall give you the cookies. With that, let's start the auction with a treasure from the battlefield zone. Not just any treasure, ladies and gentlemen. It is a completely intact and working treasure of high quality, one of the best items in today's auction. A few people arrived from behind the stage, bringing with them a trolley that held a covered square container. Let me present to you all the first primeval rank treasure of today's auction. The man waved his hand as the cloth cover was removed. Everyone's eyes immediately focused there as they saw a glass container containing a magnificent spear with scaled jade patterns on its shaft. It floated vertically inside on top of a small crystal bowl that made it float. A weapon. A spear weapon nonetheless. We are in for a good show of competition among VIPs, haha. It's been long since we got an intact primeval rank weapon from the battlefield. Shit, this is going to be crazy. I can't buy it, but I want it. Uproar ensued among the audience while the big shots in VIP rooms heatedly talked about buying it. Inside the VIP booth 99, Rias, Aleron, and Roxanne sat as they looked at the spear. I want that spear, Aleron's eyes sparkled. Hua uses a spear and it also seems to be dragon related. It's going to cost a lot of magic stones, Roxanne wryly smiled. Since it's a primeval rank treasure, the currency others will use is most likely SSS grade magic stones. SSS grade magic stones. Aleron grinned. I have plenty, mwahahaha. The auctioneer finally spoke after letting people observe for a minute. Now that you all have carefully seen it, I shall reveal some information about it. First, this primeval rank spear is of medium grade. The main attributes it aligns to are blood and fire. Judging from its material, we have assumed it is made from a powerful primeval rank dragon's body parts. The might of this spear leaves no doubt. If you have it, you shall be one of the strongest on the continent. Now, without further ado, let us begin its auction. The starting price is 1 SSS grade magic stone. The auctioneer smiled and bowed. Please begin the bidding. Immediately, VIP booth number 34 lit up and a voice echoed from there. 100 SSS grade magic stones. 150. 300. While the bidding started among the VIP booths, Aleron rubbed his chin and asked, what do you think is the price for general primeval rank weapons? Rias thought for a moment and answered, this one is a median grade primeval rank spear. The problem we have is that there are only 2 people who can craft primeval rank weapons on Light Dusk continent. And an even bigger problem is the materials needed to craft them. They are scarce, and rarely found. The main source of primeval rank treasures for us is the battlefield zone. Aleron nodded. No wonder her father was excited to get a primeval rank weapon in exchange for all beast folk slaves in his empire. So the price of this weapon is unknown, Rias wryly smiled. It will go on until someone decides to empty their pockets or reach a price no one else is willing to put out. Alright, then I'll wait and see until things cool down, Aleron grinned. And then add my bid on it. How many SSS grade magic stones do you have? Roxanne asked. They are also important resources for everything else, and since you are reaching Exceed rank soon, you will need SSS grade magic stones to train as well. Aleron laughed and shook his head. I got no idea how many I have, but I should have enough. I got 9 freaking SSS grade arcane veins, let's see how many are mined. Aleron sent his consciousness into the Eldertide archipelago and approached the 2 Death Lords who were overseeing the magic stone warehouse. However, when he arrived there, he saw a group of 20 zombies laughing and smiling as they entered the warehouse, each carrying a metal trolley that contained over 100 magic stones. Damn, if one group brings this much in one round, then how many I already have. Aleron was dumbfounded. All 9 of the arcane veins were mined by multiple groups. This has been going on for 3 days. Aleron quickly scanned the warehouse with his soul sense and counted the big piles of magic stones in a jiffy before he couldn't help but burst out laughing in the VIP booth, startling Rias and Roxanne. What happened? Why the sudden laugh? Roxanne wryly smiled. Aleron grinned. I just counted the SSS grade magic stones I have and it made me laugh. How many? Rias was also curious as she asked. Over 5. Aleron grinned. 100,000. What? Roxanne's jaw dropped to the ground. 500,000? That's like half of a single SSS grade arcane vein. So your secret realm does have arcane vein. Rias smiled and nodded. That's good. Well, the auctioning is slowing down, so it's time, Roxanne said as she looked at the auctioneer and the subtle silence of the house as people murmured. VIP booth number 17 bid 16,000 SSS grade magic stones? Anyone higher? Silence. No 17s bid going once, the auctioneer shouted and slammed the hammer before pausing and looking around. Tisk, who will raise it now? That VIP directly raised it by 5,000. 16,000 magic stones of SSS grade is crazy. Who is in that booth? Should be one of the big 5 or someone from Nightwing Empire or Longinus Empire. Only they should have such amount of SSS grade magic stones to spare for a weapon. No 17s bid going twice, the auctioneer shouted and slammed the hammer second. But at this moment, VIP booth number 99 lit up and everyone heard a clear, light, and jolly voice. 20,000 magic stones? Give me that spear, Aleron shouted with a grin. Uproar? Who is in that booth? I think it didn't bid even once until now. Meanwhile, some people in other VIP booths knew about other VIPs and some of them knew. Rias Longinus was in booth number 99. 20,000 SSS grade magic stones? Booth no 99's bid going once, the auctioneer excitedly shouted and slammed the hammer. Inside the booth number 17, a dark blue-haired young man in a luxurious black robe frowned. Young lord, it seems that we won't be getting this spear, the middle-aged man sitting at a side sofa said with a wry smile. Who is there? Rias Longinus, the man replied, his expression turning somber. However, we can't make any rash moves, young Lord Lex. Huh? What do you mean, Thizor? Lex raised his eyebrows while his eyes turned cold. There's finally a primeval rank spear on our continent. I want it at any cost. This is the only reason we hurried to here. That's true, but, Thizor weakly smiled and said, you are not aware of the recent news of this city, young lord. There's a new powerhouse in our continent and he is, sigh. Where should I begin? I should show him instead of telling. Thinking that, Thizor took out a mirage crystal. Please take a look at this. The mirage crystal showed the fight between Yuha and others with the demon before Aleron joined the fight and finished it off. This happened here. Lex was startled. But what connection does this powerhouse have with Rias? No idea. Thizor shook his head. However, they arrived together in this city and had lunch at the Golden Nectar. This information has been shared by some students of Light Dusk Academy who were present there. Both sons of Melkern Auerspec also died as they were involved with the demon. On top of that, this powerhouse killed and punished 500,000 people of the city. Lex frowned deeply. Fine, but I want that spear. Send a message to that booth that I am willing to pay with other treasures plus magic stones for that spear. I want to try, at least. Chapter 90, Rad Trade a Cosmos Combat Lords, 1. Booth no 99's bid going thrice. Congratulations, the auctioneer put away the hammer and clapped. The audience burst into talking as the weapon was finally sold. I'll be back. Gonna go get the dough, Aleron chuckled and disappeared. Meanwhile, a beautiful red-haired lady, who was a staff member of the auction entered their VIP booth with a circular head-sized silver ring in her hand, an artifact found from the battlefield zone and mass-produced into a lower-quality version, commonly known as transport ring. After the spear container was taken away from the stage, a hand emerged from the ring in the lady's hand. The hand threw a storage pouch containing the spear toward her. Wait a bit please, Rias said with a smile. No problem, Princess Rias, the lady nodded with a polite smile. The one who spoke was a man, is she waiting for him? A few seconds later, Aleron returned, appearing right back on the sofa couch. Aleron also had lots of storage pouches as the Falran kingdom already had plenty of them. As such, he returned after putting 20,000 magic stones into one. Here, 20,000 SSS grade magic stones. Aleron smiled and handed the pouch to the staff member. Your appearance. Roxanne was speechless. Indeed, the staff lady's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, why you? Oh shit, Aleron cursed and quickly activated his disguise skill to change his appearance as his hair turned light blue while his face, body, and height also changed. Do not tell anyone he is here, Ria said with a wry smile. The red-haired gulped and nodded before she composed herself and gave a 90-degree bow to Aleron, a grateful expression. Thank you for patronage and everything you did, young Master Aleron. If you didn't punish my husband, I would still have my painful shackles. Aleron broadly smiled and got her up by grabbing her shoulder. You're welcome, lady. Live your life to the fullest in peace. That's the only thing I want for everyone. After the lady left, Aleron sat down and immediately took out the spear box from the pouch and took out the fabulous weapon. What is its name? I think you can name it however you want, Ria said as she curiously looked at the weapon. Aleron inspected the spear and was surprised to get its details. Dragonburst Jade Spear. Rank, Primeval, Median. Weapon parameters. Attributes, Blood, Fire. Attack power, Prime, 2.9290,000. Effect, S-scaled spear arm, Dragon Burst mode. Dragonburst Jade Spear is the name, haha. It looks cool, Aleron grinned as he held the spear. I need more primeval rank weapons, but gacha is not a reliable source of it for now. I need to get stronger before doing gacha for it. After all, the summons he did depended on his power. He had plenty of gacha points, but the next system upgrade cost 50k gacha points, so he needed to gather more points to summon various stuff and powers while also keeping in mind the upgrade. I need to gamble reliably and daily. It's a wonderful weapon, Roxanne said with a nod. Will you buy more primeval rank treasures from this auction? That depends, Aleron replied before putting away the spear into his inventory and looking at the auction as items were getting sold fast. The real treasures will take an hour or more, Ria said as she stood up. I'll go and order something to drink and snack. Aleron chuckled and said, I want to drink a sweet and sour juice of some fruit then. I was reminded of famous delicious cookies because of this auctioneer, Ria grinned. I'll order those. What about you, Roxanne? I want tango rolls. All right. Rias called a staff member from the booth's call function and ordered the stuff before sitting beside Aleron. Control, Rias thought as she calmed her heart. She really wanted to get closer to Aleron, both physically and emotionally. However, haste makes waste, so she reined herself. Aleron was watching the auction and items, but all of them were useless to him. More like, he had plenty of them because most of those were pills, potions, rare resources of legendary rank and exceed rank, all of which he had plenty in his secret realm. Rias, Aleron turned to Rias but was startled to see that she was also looking at him. Rias's cheeks slightly turned red but she quickly composed herself. What? I am going to take a nap of sort, so when primeval rank resources start coming up, can you nudge me a bit? Okay, Rias nodded. Thanks, but don't ask me what this is, haha. Aleron took out the headgear ring of combat Lord's Vermeerpage and said, I'll show you some fun stuff later in my secret realm. Aleron put on the headgear ring and closed his eyes after leaning back on the comfy couch. But just as he was about to start it, someone knocked on the door. Rias waved her hand as she unlocked the door and stood up to see the guest. Who are you? Roxanne asked with raised eyebrows upon looking at the middle-aged man. That symbol on his robe, is he from Nightwing Empire? Aleron also stood up and turned around to see what came about to them. I am from booth No 17, Thizor said with a short bow. I shall not beat around the bush. I am called Thizor, a subordinate of the Golden Eagle clan. I am here with young Lord Lex and we specifically attended this auction for that spear. The one who was bidding for the spear. Aleron raised his eyebrows. It seems they haven't given up on it. We are willing to pay 16,000 SSS grade magic stones and other treasures that are worth 5,000 magic stones for the spear, Thizor said before he bowed shortly again. This is our sincere request. Thanks for the offer, but that spear is not for sale anymore, Aleron wryly smiled. To me, this spear is more valuable than 100,000 magic stones because I have magic stones, but not primeval rank weapons. You heard it, Ria said as she coolly glanced at the middle-aged man, and this decision is final. Who is he? A legendary rank young guy looking the same age as Princess Rias and young Lord. Could he be a student of Light Dust Academy? Thizor thought as he looked at Aleron. Understood. I will relay this to my young lord, Thizor said as he bowed and left. After he left, Aleron curiously asked, where's this Golden Eagle clan, and who is that young lord? Nightwing Empire's strongest clan after the Empire's royal family. The clan head is a primeval rank, just like the previous emperor of the Empire, Roxanne answered. Your empire doesn't have primeval rank but they got two. Aleron wryly smiled. Ria sighed upon hearing that. That's why we are pressured by them. We have means to defend ourselves, but once the war with demons starts, we'll be at a disadvantage. That's why I need to get stronger. Rias clenched her fists. Grandfather Rashi is close to breaking through to primeval rank as well. He is working hard for it. Working hard is necessary indeed. Aleron nodded as he appeared thoughtful. But now that I am working on a big plan that involves this whole continent, the flow and shape of war might change. Rias and Roxanne nodded. They could already imagine Aleron's big impact on the war. Anyway, it still depends on the time. I will move and do things at my pace until it starts. Aleron grinned and sat back down on the couch. Alright, back to nap. Let's see what Combat Lords has in store for me. Infusing a bit of Magi lore in the device, Aleron closed his eyes and saw a prompt in his mind. New soul signature detected. Hello, Combat Lord. Would you like to dive into Bruto's The World of Carnage and Competition? Yes. Aleron felt his consciousness moving and soon some powers activated from the device before. He found himself appearing in outer space with glowing distant stars and wonderful celestial bodies nearby. I am really in outer space. Suddenly, a screen lit up in front of him. Welcome to the world of carnage and competition. In this world, you will compete against other combat lords for everything in various rankings for rewards, fame, and power. Upon meeting certain combat power requirements, you can also participate in limited time events to compete for skills and powers of higher cosmos and dimensions. Are you ready to begin your journey that will take you past the horizon of the cosmos? Whoa, from higher cosmos and dimensions. Aleron was shocked. Gachappy, interesting indeed. Master, if this game boasts of having all those things, then it is safe to assume that whoever created this game is a powerful being from the upper cosmos and is using this game to make people of Radtrada Cosmos more powerful faster. Gachappy, this sort of big influence also means that Radtrada Cosmos wouldn't have cosmic ascension competition like this cosmos has. True. If this game is spread to that entire cosmos with such benefits, then all people there can get stronger faster on average using this. Aleron was dazed. Just what kind of power could create a game like this that a whole cosmos could play? He wasn't expecting this game to be this crazy. Damn, I have to see what I can gain from this. Aleron excitedly grinned as he looked at another screen, which looked like his status screen. Dear Combat Lord, please input your in-game name and adjust your appearance to however you like. Once you are done, press the Start button below the character screen. Chapter 91, Radtrada Cosmos Combat Lords, 2 halves. I can even change my race and adjust everything? Alright, let's start. Aleron didn't change much regarding his appearance except that he made his hair black. Once he finished creating his character design and put his in-game name Ruinex, Aleron pressed the Start button. Please choose a combat hub of your liking and begin your combat evaluation at Combat Lord Center. Aleron suddenly saw 1,000 screens lighting up before him, each one displaying a giant floating continent with various styles and aesthetic designs. But each of them had one building that was the same in every combat hub, the Combat Lord Center. It was also the biggest building in each hub. Meh, any is fine. Aleron chose a random combat hub called Zion's Shade and suddenly felt the scenery around him changing as he arrived at a huge plaza with hundreds of people moving around. It's as real as reality gets, Aleron muttered as he could feel air, atmosphere, and even sense micro-energies in the atmosphere when using Soul Sense. Without further ado, he looked at the huge Combat Lord Center's gate a kilometer away and used Magi Lore to teleport there directly. Nice, I can use my magic without any restriction. Aleron didn't know he was going to be a menace for all with his increasing passion for fighting, learning, and getting more powerful. Since he had decided to carve a path he envisioned, the priority of getting more powerful had reached the top, replacing his priority of enjoying his life. He was going to do both, but for him to enjoy his life and make his ideals a reality around him, he must get more powerful. More powerful than anybody? Aleron walked inside the Combat Lord Center, followed the signs, and soon arrived at one of the many reception desks. Hi, I want to do a combat power assessment, Aleron said with a smile. Nu, the fox girl behind the reception desk asked as her ears twitched and she curiously looked at Aleron. Yes, miss, Aleron nodded with a grin. Is she real or NPC? Alright, put your hand on this. I'll make your combat card. After that, you can go to the assessment room. Aleron nodded and put his hand on a digital pad that appeared on the girl's hand. In the next second, a card popped up above his hand that contained his character profile. Here, now go to the assessment area and enter any unoccupied door. Aleron took the card and immediately a notification rang as a mailbox icon in the game's interface in his head. While walking towards the assessment area to the left, he opened the mailbox. Please finish your combat power assessment to register your combat power on your combat card. The message vanished while other function tabs appeared on the interface. Leaderboards. Combat Arena, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 5v5. Treasure Hunting. Dungeons. Labyrinth Exploration. Locked. Requires 100,000 CP. Locked. Requires 1 million CP. Locked. Requires 10 million CP. Soon, he entered the assessment hall where rows and rows of standing doors littered the floor. 500 doors in total. Many people were going in and out of the doors as they updated their combat power on their combat cards by reassessing to refresh their rank on the hub leaderboard. Yeah, this is a game, so many things should be convenient for everyone like teleporting and stuff with in-game functions, Aleron thought as he looked at the hall filled with doors. He went into an unoccupied door and arrived on a vast grassy plain. Monster Wave 1. Aleron saw a black panther of normal manifesting before him, growling dangerously. Cute, Aleron smiled and snapped his finger. Swoosh! A black spear crackling with red lightning emerged from the beast's shadow and killed it. Wave cleared. Monster Wave 2. 5 wolves appeared, each having glowing flame patterns on their body. Boom! Monster Wave 3. Monster Wave 4. Monster Wave 5. Monster Wave 150. Aleron yawned as he saw a horde of 100 Gloomfrost vultures manifesting in the sky, each one tens of meters in height and spread out around Aleron in the sky. It's been half an hour, Aleron muttered while his eyes glinted as he had marked all the monsters. Each one of those Gloomfrost vultures was as strong as the high stage primeval rank, as strong as Ueha in terms of stats. Alas, Aleron had been cooking skills each wave to improve further and finish waves faster. With the power of the space syllabus and his inspired arcane knowledge, the positions of all vultures were marked via his monitor dome, so he could directly manifest his attacks near them. Clown, alright, Aleron's eyes sparkled with patterns as he started designing the skill. To create skills faster, he created a strange skill that gave him a random word each time he pressed the button. The arcane syllabus he used and the magic symbols he established with his visualization were not even that complicated to create this skill. Meanwhile, vultures were not about to wait for him as they released powerful dark purple energy orbs from their mouths, all 100 at once towards Aleron. Scree, Aleron simply teleported above them while cooking the skill. Several vultures immediately vanished from their spots as they speedily flew towards Aleron to attack with different close-range skills, some of their claws glowing, and some had their wings sharpened and powered while their sharp eyes whirling with power. Let's call this clown crack bomb, Aleron grinned while all those attacks rained on him. No, rained on his plain-looking blue barrier and rendered all the attacks useless. His attention is entirely on his magic board. In the next second, Aleron spent 1,000 million magi lore energy as 100 clown heads with their red hats tip burning in crackling blue-orange flame appeared. Each monster got one clown head right under their belly. Those clown heads with glowing eyes and looking devilishly smiling were indeed the bombs he designed. In the next moment, each one of them exploded simultaneously and painted the sky with colorful firecracker designs. Wave cleared. Monster Wave 151. However, he suddenly heard Gachapi's voice, which was silent all the while as it was making Korg serums. Gachapi, Master, Rias is nudging you. It's time to go. Alright. This is it for now then. Hey, I want to finish the assessment. Aleron spoke and he immediately got a prompt, asking him if he wanted to finish his assessment early. Yes. He exited and logged out before opening his eyes in the VIP booth. However, Aleron didn't know that shortly after he left, a wave of uproar spread across Zion's Shade Hub. Congratulations to the Combat Lord Ruinex for achieving 84th rank in the Zion's Shade Hub. Zion's Shade Hub was currently ranked 15th in the Combat Hub leaderboard, which was decided based on the total combat power of combat lords registered to Zion's Shade Hub. The top 100 rankings in each hub were quite hard to break. All of them were equivalent to peak primeval rank powerhouses in terms of stats, and they possessed an exceptional set of skills and talents. Being at 15th rank out of 1,000 hubs, it was a den of powerhouses, with its hub combat lord ranking remaining unchanged for years. And now, someone entered this leaderboard, someone not of their cosmos. But this was just the beginning of a legend whose name would be on every tongue of this cosmos in the future, establishing a title no other had taken before Combat Overlord. Chapter 92, A Surprise in New Banners. 5,000 S-grade magic stones? I want that pill. Just as the last Exceed rank item was sold on the auction and the second Primeval rank item appeared on the auction, Aleron opened his eyes on the couch. Food is also here. Rias smiled and gave a glass to Aleron. Here, your tasty juice. Haha, thanks. Aleron grinned and tasted it as his eyes lit up. Delicious. The trio snacked and drank juice as the auction continued. The following items were of primeval rank, all from the battlefield zone, but all of them were broken. Most of the equipment items and artifacts were broken and Aleron didn't bother to buy any of them since they weren't interesting or powerful even if fixed. After half an hour as the auction finally neared its end, the last item was unveiled on the platform. Usually, there wouldn't be any working and intact primeval rank items daily, but there were two today. One weapon and another an artifact. Ladies and gentlemen, this artifact has been named Devil's Umbrella. Upon activating it, it creates a protective barrier covering a 500-meter radius. The auctioneer grinned and continued, to give you an example of its prowess, we have tested this artifact and it has withstood the full-powered attack from Lady Mezina, the Golden Needle, while also rebounding an attack to the attacker capable of disrupting their mana flow. Instantly, an uproar ensued. What? Lady Mezina is one of the most powerful solo primeval rank powerhouses. Could it be that she was the one who found this artifact? Everyone was shocked at the prowess of this artifact. Lady Mezina's forte was her piercing offense with her mastery of metal and the same elemental-aligned bloodline she manifested, hence her title the Golden Needle. To be able to protect from her most powerful attack meant that this artifact had one of the highest defensive prowess among other items on the Light Dusk continent. Due to the tension and preparation for the upcoming war, nobody wanted to miss out on such a powerful card that could save them. The big shots knew that since it was a primeval rank artifact, it must have 2 or more effects at least, and the auctioneer didn't reveal it all, but they didn't need to know everything to buy it. The bid starts from 1 SSS grade magic stone. Let us begin. What? A protective artifact? Aleron clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is useless. I can make protective artifacts more powerful than this. Sigh, I wanted a weapon. Rias heard that and looked at the bangle on her wrist. He gave me this as well. Give me. Aleron grinned and looked at her wrist. I'll empower since I am more powerful now. I should create more of such bangles that can withstand emergency attacks and give them to everyone who will be working for me. Aleron nodded as he took note of this. Even though they are one-time use items, they can still be useful. Gachapi, just create one and leave the rest to me. I'll copy construct it into hundreds of such bangles. Also, I've finished creating enough Korg serum for 4,000 people. Awesome? Thanks a lot, Gachappy, Aleron grinned. Roxanne looked at Aleron modifying the protective bangle, feeling slightly envious as she also wanted such a protective charm. However, Aleron suddenly did something after he finished modifying the bangle and an exact same second bangle appeared. Here, for you. Aleron handed it to Roxanne and stood up before stretching his arms. Alright, we are done with the auction, so let's go. The trio roamed around in this area of the city until around 5 p.m., visited various fun places, and enjoyed before finally entering the secret realm. When Rias and Roxanne saw the necropolis were dumbfounded. Wasn't this occupied by demons? Roxanne uttered with disbelief. All big forces are still searching for this so they can prevent unexpected attacks from demons. Rias was dazed. Cough. Actually, Aleron coughed before putting his hand behind his back and shaking his head with a somber expression. You know I was summoned as a hero, but you don't know who summoned. Aleron told Rias and Roxanne about everything while he also got entangled in his own heart regarding this city. Looking at all the zombies, vampires, and werewolves living in the city who were once human civilians, Aleron sighed and said, all of them are looking happy and enjoying their life here, but they don't have their memories of being humans. I don't know if they are really happy about being undead. He is conflicted. Someone who is so kind, but became a cause of this. Rias looked at Aleron as her eyes trembled slightly. She grabbed his hand and said with conviction, they are happy, Ale. Moreover, it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. Roxanne was silent. Yeah, but I'm still not satisfied. I am not at peace when it comes to this. Aleron weakly smiled at Rias. So, there's only one way. Once Dax breakthroughs to primeval rank and awakens his soul, his spells regarding death and necromancy will improve. He can't return their memories yet, but once he awakens his soul, he will be able to do that. Aleron clenched his fist as he overlooked from the palace. Once they know what happened to them, I'll enact a judgment on myself from their response. Anyway, this is a thing for a later date. Let me show this secret realm and my hell, in which I might also have to go later. Haha. After showing Rias and Roxanne the beast folk village and hell, he took them to the Hall of Secret Realms. Looking at the board, Roxanne asked with a dumbfounded expression, this is not real, right? Please tell me you don't have more secret realms doors inside. Rias's mouth was wide open in shock. Come in, Aleron laughed and opened the door. In the next second, Rias and Roxanne saw an almost empty hall with 5-5-meter circular portals standing vertically on the floor in a row. Aleron pointed at 3 secret realm portals one by one, introducing the Flame Blaze Abode Realm, Dark Tide Realm, and Terraflux Grove Realm. These 3 secret realms are elemental ones. People who want to improve in fire, darkness, earth, and metal syllabus to create their own arcane syllabus for their skills can go there to comprehend the elemental powers shaped naturally by nature. Aleron smiled and added, I also want to improve, so we will go there later. I can't let you go alone because it's dangerous inside. After all, those secret realms were open with their cracks often appearing and disappearing across the cosmos, allowing lucky powerhouses from other planets to stumble inside. However, you can still roam on this island and practice. Aleron grinned as he turned to Rias and Roxanne. There's no lack of resources in this secret realm, so you can go and fight for resources. Really? Rias's eyes sparkled. Roxanne's heart raced, her face turning red due to excitement. Can we really do that? After all, Roxanne wasn't a royalty. She came from a poor family and rose only because of her talent and hard work. For her to get stronger, she needed to work for the royal family and brave dangers with Rias as her guard for resources. As such, this offer from Aleron was a God-sent blessing to her. Of course, you can, Aleron smiled. This secret is frankly too big, ha ha ha. We are still not done emptying this island and there are thousands of islands more. Aleron grinned. This secret realm can sustain a civilization for hundreds if not thousands of years. Of course, the dangers in this realm are also high. There are more primeval rank monsters here than the number that's appeared on the Light Dusk continent for centuries, so be careful. Rias quickly nodded, thrilled. We will be careful, Ale. But I still feel like I am dreaming. Haha, go and explore. I'll send 2 Death Lords with you. What about you? Rias blinked. I am going to that Colosseum, Aleron said as he pointed at a faraway huge Colosseum. I haven't shown you that because it's a mess right now, Aleron wryly smiled. But, Aleron's eyes glinted. Once I am done finishing my work there, I'll show you my new army, the Court Guardians. Rias and Roxanne excitedly went to explore the island with Death Lords as their team members. On the other hand, Aleron was greeted by 2 notifications that also excited him. The new banner, Myriad Wondrous Bloodlines is ready. The new banner, Job Class Manifesto is ready. Gachappy, Master, we are in for a good surprise with the Job Class Manifesto since it was triggered by Divine Blessings, which is a power from the higher cosmos wielded by Elysia. Gothwing. Chapter 93, Guardians Stationed. Awesome, I'll summon from those banners later after gathering everyone. Aleron grinned. He wanted to finish the task at hand and arrived at the Colosseum as he looked at the 4,000 slaves who were slumped on the ground out of tiredness and exhaustion. The other 26,000 slaves were also in the same situation. It's time, Gachappy. Bring out the serums. Gachappy, yes, Master. After a few seconds, Aleron teleported all serum vials, teleporting a vial to each of the 4,000 slaves. Without hesitation, he forcefully injected the serum into them directly into their body. In the next moment, the entire arena started filling with screams and roars of the 4,000 slaves, waking up the other 26,000 people as they saw a terrifying scene unfolding before their eyes. But the noise didn't last much longer as their mutation into Korgs finished quickly. Aleron scanned them using monitor dome enveloping them and his eyes lit up. All of them have stats equivalent to exceed rank and higher. Each of them had 100,000 or higher in stats. In exchange for losing further growth potential, all of them were turned into Korgs. Their Korg mutation was related to their innate talents and affinity towards certain arcane syllabuses. A direct control on limited individuals would be nice. Aleron randomly picked 50 of them and teleported them in front of him. Their slave collars shining as patterns appeared on them with Aleron modifying them. After a few seconds, he finished modifying the workings of their slave collars before something manifested in his hand. It was a stone tablet with 50 slaves' names. Of course, he only gave them a number in place of names, like Guardian 1, Guardian 2, and such. Of course, all of them wanted to scream and curse Aleron at the moment, but they couldn't speak as he sealed their voices. Aleron didn't want such noise from them. I don't know what all are feeling at the moment. Angry, helpless, despairing? I don't care. You've inflicted all those onto others, quite terribly at that. That's why you are here. This stone tablet can control you, not directly, but inflict you pain. The slave collars also won't ever be removed. The only way for you to get freedom is to protect the Nalem city until you die protecting it. This is your punishment. Once you die, your souls will go to their natural destination as I won't hold them in my hell, Aleron said with a chilly smile. You've been causing suffering to others, so now, you all will repent by protecting others until your death. Aleron left Eldertide Archipelago and arrived in the Aurspec clan's mansion, teleporting right into the office room where Melkern Aurspec was working. He had become quite busy since Aleron had sent him 200,000 prisoners, all of whom had family members in the city and they all wanted to know the truth of their crimes. Looking busy, Aleron smiled. I am willing to do this work for my city thanks to you, Melkern said with a smile. What brings you here, young Lord Ale? The Guardians are ready, Aleron said before he waved his hand and a portal briefly appeared before spewing out in Korg. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid with a blue crystallized body bearing flame-orange patterns. Melkern was startled at the sudden appearance of the strange humanoid creature, but he was shocked when he felt its physical aura that was more powerful than exceed rank. This Guardian, Aleron smiled. Let's go a wider space so I can bring them here. The duo left the room and arrived at the huge clan training ground behind the clan residency area. Aleron teleported all 50 of the Korg Guardians he had formed into the group on the ground, greatly shocking and knocking the socks of Melkern and other powerhouses who had arrived there. Lake's lips trembled. They are all more powerful than exceed rank, or am I sensing their aura wrong? All of them have stats over 100,000, so you are not sensing wrong. Aleron smiled and took out the stone tablet as it flew towards Melkern. Guardian 1, Guardian 2. Their health status. Melkern was shocked. You can use this tablet to control them. Your command will be absolute as their slave collars' ownership is imbued in the tablet. Use them to keep this city in order and peace. If there's any external danger, use them first. Aleron looked at the Korgs as his eyes glinted. They are tough and strong. The arsenal of their powers is limited, but those limited number of powers are still powerful. But what are these things? James asked, appearing confused as he had never seen such creatures before. They are people with black marks. Since I had to punish them, I thought I might as well make use of them while inflicting punishment, just like how prisoners do labor work. This is their labor work until their death. I've mutated them and made them more powerful, though their lifespan is reduced, so they are bound to die. They will probably die after 50 or 60 years, but until then, make good use of them to do good at their hands. After talking with Melkern about the prisoners and seeing that they were speedily and properly working to give information to the family of each prisoner about their crime, he was satisfied. I guess I don't need to stay in this city for 2 more days. We can depart tomorrow. He returned to Eldertide Archipelago and looked at the remaining Korgs as he fell into thought. As for you all, this idea is good. There are many villages and towns that don't have big powerhouses and often get trounced by evil people. Having a single Korg stationed can already give them protection. After all, exceed rank powerhouses were exceedingly rare. Most of the kingdoms didn't even have them, while these Korgs were more powerful than exceed rank in terms of stats but weaker than primeval rank powerhouses. I need to get more powerful. If I can envelop this entire continent within my monitor dome, I can instantly station these Korgs at various villages and towns and even teleport whenever and wherever I want. Or, should I actually try and see how far my monitor dome can spread? Aleron thought, his eyes sparkling. I have unlimited magi lore, after all. Chapter 94, Destroy Yourself, Divine Rank Bloodline Summoning. He swiftly exited the secret realm and teleport high above the city. It was already covered in his monitor dome, and he started increasing it in size. Soon, it started expanding more and more in all directions while his magi lore energy started expanding swiftly. 500 kilometers radius, 600 kilometers radius, 700 kilometers radius, 800 kilometers radius, 900 kilometers radius, 1000 kilometers radius. Just as it was expanding in size more and more, Aleron suddenly felt prickly pain in his mind while a strange screen flashed across his mind. It was not a system notification screen or related to the system at all. Warlord title competitor, it is detected that you have reached an adequate level of power to be subjected to the competition rules. If you do not follow the rules, you will be removed from the competition. The rules are as follows. 1. You cannot harm another individual with your powers. 2. You can use your powers, but you cannot use harmful or directly affecting powers on others that can result in harm. 3. If you want something to be done, you must do so only by using others like your followers or subordinates. I thought I would get restriction after reaching Ascension rank life form. Aleron was taken aback. Gachapi, maybe the cosmos will sense the imbalance here given your power. I see. Aleron wryly smiled, but a moment later, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura behind him and turned around. There floated a woman so beautiful that the surrounding world turned bleak, colorless as if to highlight her beauty. Her long and silky wavy light silver hair with a purple hue suspended gently around her, and golden brown eyes with a starry mark focused on Aleron, her expression partially amused. Wearing a gorgeous white dress that showed a slight bit of her cleavage, she looked like a goddess. Goddess Elysia. Aleron was shocked. Why are you calling me a goddess? Elysia rolled her eyes. I am only a goddess to people here. Aleron cheekily grinned. Not for long. Elysia narrowed her eyes. Aleron raised his eyebrows and also crossed his arms like her as they stared at each other. You are doing some extreme things, Elysia calmly said. Aleron looked below at the city. I am doing normal things, that normal people can't do because they don't have the power to do it. The reserve of his magi lore is terrifying, but his magic potency is low. I can't understand, Elysia inwardly frowned while thinking. Anyway, we cannot harm each other as long as we are in this world, Elysia said with a smile. Aleron, the path you are taking will lead to your self-destruction and it will be in this world. Be a hero all you want, until you find yourself in front of a mirror of hypocrisy, Elysia sharply continued. I am going to remove the seal on the demonic continent and the beast lords of the northern star continent will also make move after that. You talk about not spreading suffering, right? Elysia's smile appeared eerie and strange. Well, show me if you really meant that then. Show me if you really empathize with the suffering of innocents. Aleron was startled and then frowned. Can you not cause the war, please? Elysia raised her eyebrows. You are genuinely pleading. I am. Aleron nodded, his expression somber. Unfortunately, you are wrong, Elysia shook her head. I'm not the one who will cause it. The wars were occurring even before I was here. In fact, I am not going to interfere anymore after observing you and knowing your doings because, haha, you will destroy yourself. Elysia smiled and added, I am just going to focus on meeting other requirements while watching you. Once you destroy yourself, I will descend to make the balance again, win over the population, and acquire the warlord title. Good luck, Aleron Rivenal. After saying that, she vanished. Aleron was dazed for a few seconds before he shook his head as he clenched his fist, his eyes fiercely determined. I can only focus on my own ends and work towards the goals in my path. Taking a deep breath, Aleron's eyes flowed with power and glinted as he continued to expand his monitor dome. 1,500 kilometer radius. 2,000 kilometer radius. Suddenly, Aleron's eyes blurred and he almost lost consciousness, momentarily fainting. Gachapi, master, don't go any further. Even though you have unlimited magi lore, your mind and soul can't take the burden of such a massive monitor dome yet. Aleron gritted his teeth and cursed out loud. Damn it, she just came here and challenged me, but I can only cover a 2,000 kilometer radius of the area. Gachapi, calm down, master. It is fine. 2,000 kilometer radius area is big as well and the monitor dome moves with you. You can still watch over a massive area and station the Korgs. Right, Aleron calmed down and took a deep breath. Alright, it's time to summon from the banners and power up everyone. Aleron disappeared and returned to the Eldertide archipelago. Spending 9,000 gacha points he bought 9 tickets for the Myriad Wondrous Bloodlines banner and 9 tickets for the Job Class Manifesto banner. Now he had 10 tickets for both banners. But instead of summoning all 10 at once, he first decided to do a single summon on each to get the guaranteed highest category reward. Myriad Wondrous Bloodlines, give me something good, Aleron thought as he used a ticket. Banner, Myriad Wondrous Bloodlines. Divine Rank Bloodline, 1% chance. Primeval Rank Bloodline, 20% chance. Exceed Rank Bloodline, 30% chance. Legendary Rank Bloodline, 49% chance. After a few seconds of watching the cool animation of the banner whirlpool flashing exotic powers whirling around DNA-shaped symbols, one of them sprung out of the whirlpool. Congratulations, you have acquired a Divine Rank Bloodline, Phoenix Rite Emporio Overglass. Phoenix Rite Emporio Overglass. Aleron's eyes shone and he quickly inspected it. Bloodline, Phoenix Rite Emporio Overglass. Rank, Divine. Attributes, Flame, Ice, Death, Life. Anomaly Attribute, Emporio Overglass. Status Boost, plus 100% to all physical stats, plus 100% to magic potency, plus 100% to soul potency. Bloodline Essence, 1000/1000. Bloodline Abilities. -1. Phoenix Rite Avatar. -2. Sea of Verglass Ash. -3. Death Duplication. -4. Searing Vitality. -5. Tears of Rebirth. Chapter 95, Supreme Order Job Class. Aleron looked at the floating bloodline orb of the Phoenix Rite Emporio Verglass and fell into thought. If I want work on this world and become warlord, using this bloodline orb on Myself will be useless. Gachapi, indeed, master. It's better if one of your subordinates uses this. I believe this bloodline orb is most suitable for you. Aha. Aha, Aleron nodded and put away the orb before he decided to do the rest of the myriad wondrous bloodlines summons. Congratulations, you have acquired an exceed rank bloodline, Astral Titan Zephyr Veil. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary rank bloodline, Verdant Light Whisperwood. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary rank bloodline, Thunder Sunlit Serenade. Congratulations, you have acquired a primeval rank bloodline, Crystal Kraken Prismalith. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary rank bloodline, Lunar Golems All Mercurius. Congratulations, you have acquired an exceed rank bloodline, Ember Obsidian Zishilisk. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary rank bloodline, Thorn Serpent Shadowspine. Congratulations, you have acquired a legendary rank bloodline, Ember Dusk Glimmer Fang. Congratulations, you have acquired a primeval rank bloodline, Tempest Ryogen Stormscale. Good, Aleron grinned. These bloodlines are the perfect rewards to give others. Gachapi, yes. Some of your subordinates don't have bloodlines, so you can give them. But for now, let's focus on the more important stuff, Master. Haha, you also seem eager for the job class manifesto banner. Gachapi, yes, Master. I feel like we will get a good surprise from it. I cannot wait. Aleron chuckled and moved to the job class manifesto banner before using its ticket, doing a 1x summon. It's time to see what powers the so-called job class of this banner gives. Banner, Job Class Manifesto. Supreme Order Job Class, 0.1% chance. Unique Order Job Class, 1% chance. Special Order Job Class, 10% chance. Rare Order Job Class, 30% chance. Primary Order Job Class, 58.9% chance. Oh, the grading is different than Divine Blessings. Aleron was surprised as he checked the banner's details. The whirlpool was flowing colorfully with an exotic arsenal of powers whirling around different shaped runes with unique patterns and soon spewed one of them out. Since it was the first summon of the banner, he got a Supreme Order Job Class with a 0.1% chance of appearing. It was crazy because it could take him 100 summons and he still might not get this if his luck was running low. Congratulations, you have acquired a Supreme Order Job Class, Primordial Genome Whisperer. Aleron looked at a mysterious rune floating before him with black, gold, white, blue, red, and green patterns on it, looking highly eccentric yet oozing out a hint of untamed wilderness. This. Aleron gulped. He could feel that this was the most powerful thing he had gotten from summoning banners so far. Gachapi, it is of a way higher category of power than what that Elysia Gotway can create. Her divine blessings are powers from some sources she brought or from her own arcane knowledge, but this, ha ha ha, take a look at it, Master. Gachapi sounded super excited. It is also here now. Yes. Gachapi thought. But this is just one of the other things. For the rest of his arsenal, I'm afraid Master will only gain them once ascending to the higher cosmos plane. Aleron was hyped upon hearing Gachapi's words and eagerly opened the rune's detail page by focusing on it for a second. Job Class, Primordial Genome Whisperer. Description, the source of power able to invoke and create the primordial genomes and weave them to your liking, creating and evolving a myriad of organisms. Primordial Genome Whisperer. Underscore Job Class Rank, Supreme Order. Underscore level, 10/100 Geno EXP. Underscore status bonus. Dash physical stats plus 500%. Underscore energy source. Dash genome pulse, 100,000/100,000. Dash 1 genome pulse recovery per second. Underscore skill tree. Dash 1. Genome molding. Dash 2. Genome weaver. Dash 3. Genogear artisan. I can only see surface details, so I don't know what this job class actually does, but... Aleron's eyes shone with excitement and he immediately used the rune on him. It is mine. Gachapi, of course, Master. This belongs to you, and only you. The rune was absorbed into Aleron's skin before it appeared in his source space and intensely glowed before oozing out strange dreamy golden purple energy that enveloped the rune into an orb. But in the next second, intense pain shot throughout Aleron's body as he screamed and started rolling on the ground. Arg? What the F-fu? Erg. Aleron's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was glowing with golden purple pixelated motes, his screams echoing through the whole arena as all slaves were startled and looked at him before many of them started discussing and gloating despite not knowing what was happening. Something's happening. Will he die? I hope he dies. This crazy bastard has unknown powers, so I doubt he will die, but those screams of pain feel good to hear. Please die. He is experimenting, I think, and experiments are dangerous. I hope he dies, so we can become free. Amidst their despairing lives, many of them wished Aleron to die with insanity whirling in their eyes, holding immense hate towards Aleron. In the grand upper cosmos plane, unknown dimension, atop a 10,000 kilometers tall mountain suspended amidst strange darkness, an eye floated. This eye had flame-like waves bursting out of it constantly as if a ball of dirtyish yellow flame with black waves. But the most shocking thing was that this strange ball of the eye appeared no less small than the gigantic mountain. On the peak of the mountain, right under the eye, an old man with a white beard sat in a cross-legged position on the grassy floor. He had a long gray ponytail and wore only a plain white robe. A few seconds after Aleron summoned the primordial genome whisper job class, the old man's eyes opened, revealing ghastly green pupils with red feathery marks around them. How can it disappear like that? A deep frown crept on his face as he muttered. Shortly afterward, faint sparks appeared a few meters before the old man, which soon turned into an otherworldly beautiful woman wearing a layered dress and her face covered in a veil. Except for her eyes. Old Zhang, primordial genome whisperer's rune disappeared. Who conquered it? Or someone finally awakened it? The woman immediately asked, her voice laced with a tinge of frustration. What is lost is lost. It has been there for tens of thousands of years and many have tried but failed, Old Zhang said as his frown eased into a placid expression before he shook his head. Many failed, but its time had arrived. This is too vexing. I wanted it. We all wanted it. Lindsay, Old Zhang bitterly smiled and added, but neither you nor I can dictate the flow of myriad progression. It's time to move on and focus on other things. Lindsay sighed while shaking her head before she turned into faint sparks, vanishing from this strange dimension. After 5 minutes of writhing in pain throughout his body, Aleron finally felt things calming down and felt the pain lessening. A few seconds later, the pain was completely gone and a comfortable feeling and energy washed over his body, feeling immensely stronger than before. His physical stats, strength, agility, health, and stamina were boosted by 500% of their foundational values. Physical status. Strength, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30% plus 500%. Agility, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30% plus 500%. Stamina, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30% plus 500%. Health, S, 10,000/10,000, plus 30% plus 500%. So I awakened this primordial genome whisperer job class, Aleron excitedly scourged. Through the knowledge of the skills he just acquired and his excitement immediately turned 100-fold. No way, right. I can do something like that. Chapter 96, Realm of Exotic Genomes, Power of Primordial Genome Whisperer, 1. This is perfect, this is wonderful. Gachappy, it's extraordinary, fantastic, mind-blowing, sir. Yes, sir. Aleron laughed before saying, all right, let's finish the remaining summon tickets. And start cooking with this primordial genome whisperer. Congratulations, you have acquired a primary order job class, Heavilist Mage. Congratulations, you have acquired a primary order job class, Cerulean Warden. Congratulations, you have acquired a rare order job class, Astral Weaver. Congratulations, you have acquired a primary order job class, Chronicle Bard. Congratulations, you have acquired a primary order job class, Dawnbreak Warrior. Congratulations, you have acquired a special order job class, Chaos Choreographer. Congratulations, you have acquired a special order job class, Xanthios Mechanic. Congratulations, you have acquired a primary order job class, Aurora Shaman. Congratulations, you have acquired a unique order job class, Mystic Glyphic Sage. Damn, they all sound so cool. I want to see their powers. Aleron's eyes sparkled and focused on the last one. So I managed to get a unique order job class? Guess my luck is not bad. Unique order job class had a 1% chance of appearing. Moreover, unlike the names of other job classes, it consisted of 3 words, just like his supreme order job class. Gachappy, yes. Getting a higher order job class means more overall latent power from it, no matter the type of job class it is. People can also evolve their job class, but that's not an easy thing to do. Oh, do you mean the primary order job class can eventually evolve into a rare order job class and so on? Gachappy, yes, but the requirements are harsh, and it takes a lot of time. It's not something one can do in a day or two, but requires an accumulative effort. Once your job class reaches level 10, you can attempt to evolve it, but the higher the rarity of the job class, the harder it is to level it up. I see, but it's still awesome that they can evolve. Aleron put away the job class runes and sat down cross-legged before closing his eyes with a smile hanging on his lips. Now it's time to see the wonders of my job class. According to the knowledge that infused into him regarding this class when he awakened it using the rune, the most important thing for this class was Genome Pulse Energy. It was a unique energy, with a unique way of use. Magi lore couldn't replicate it nor produce the effect Genome Pulse could. Let's start. Aleron focused and first resonated his consciousness with the Genome Pulse according to the knowledge of this job class. Doing this would grant his consciousness access to the Sea of Genome, an ethereal plane of existence where myriad genomes are constantly birthed, combined, modified, and such. Soon, he found himself in a place that didn't make sense to him. It was a strange, colorful world that constantly changed and showed absurd things, or rather, absurd organisms. Colorful DNA-shaped motes filled up this entire world and these motes would combine to turn into exotic animals, plants, and such. Even then, those animals might combine with plants to turn into something, and this constantly happened as he observed around him. The world's structure was a complete anomaly with colorful water, ground, hills, and all types of terrain constantly changing and transforming. Ugh, my consciousness is getting dizzy. Right after that, Aleron suddenly felt a threat and quickly turned to his left to see a horrifying black fish with large fangs like some prehistoric beast and feathery wings charging at his consciousness form. Shoot! Aleron quickly used Genome Pulse and shot it at the incoming monstrosity. The moment his ball of Genome Pulse struck the incoming fish, it broke apart and burst like a bubble, leaving behind a thumb-sized bubble with 2 unique DNA-shaped motes in them. Aleron quickly arrived beside them and gently poured in 1 Genome Pulse in each. You have acquired Genome Mod, Pirata Strength. You have acquired Genome Mod, Blood Void. According to the knowledge, he was supposed to collect Genome Mods here just like he did now. He could do that by killing things here with his Genome Pulse. I can't waste Genome Pulse carelessly since it takes over a day to fully recover 100,000 Genome Pulse, Aleron thought as he saw that he had spent over 1,000 Genome Pulse during that emergency attack. He then focused on various organisms, which was pretty much everything because everything, even ground, rivers, trees, and such looked alive as if having power and constantly modifying by combining with other genome motes. After 5 minutes, he had spent roughly 2,000 Genome Pulse and collected 5 Genome Mods. The thing he didn't expect was that even if he killed something with his Genome Pulse, it didn't always drop a Genome Mod. As such, despite killing over 10 of these living genomes, he only acquired 5. Alright, this is enough. It's time to use this new stuff. Aleron's eyes showed excitement and also a fiery resolve. I will shape the world around me to my liking. That's why I am bestowed with this system and such powers. Gachapi, indeed, Master. Aleron left this strange plane of existence as his consciousness returned to his body and started using those genome mods after activating the Genogear Artisan skill. Genogear Artisan. _effect, opens a neural genome field in your mind, in which you can use genome mods in Genome Refining Pond and craft them into Genogears by consuming Genome Pulse. The consumption of Genome Pulse depends on your mastery of being Genogear Artisan and the amount of genome mods you combine. Aleron saw the neural genome field opening as his consciousness arrived in complete whiteness, with 7 genome mods floating before him. To his left, there was a strange pond of water called Genome Refining Pond. According to the knowledge, he was supposed to throw the genome mods in the pond, which would release the information and power contained within the genome mods. Afterward, he could use his Genome Pulse to use the information and power to shape them into a gear. As for what to make and how to make what gear, it depended on his imagination and utilizing the resources released within the pond by genome mods. Gachapi, Master, try it with 1 genome mod. You have to practice first. Yep, that's the plan. Aleron nodded and threw a genome mod called Liver Black Pierce into the pond, which soon dissolved into a strange type of energy and countless tiny DNA-shaped motes. Each one was in microrealm in size. Now, he had to use the information and resources released into the pond to craft a gear. The first step is to decide the shape of the gear, and what kind of gear I want. This genome mod has power regarding piercing, penetration, darkness, and, what's those? Aleron began gleaning the information released and was soon absorbed in the task. Elysia returned to her secret realm and also saw that Aleron also went there. Keep an eye out and immediately inform me when he appears, Elysia said before she took out a strange dark violet orb. It's been long, she muttered as she looked at the orb. Her grip on it tightened and the orb shattered in the next second. Instantly, a burst of powerful aura released from her as she looked up with her eyes closed, appearing satisfied. It's been so long I forgot how I felt at my full power. Her eyes opened with a sharp glint in them as she smiled. Aleron Rivenal, I hope you continue to enjoy playing hero. Chapter 97, Battle at the Shore, Power of Primordial Genome Whisperer, 2. To far northeast of the island, Ueha and Mei fought against 4 powerful primeval rank monsters who lived on both the island and the ocean. The leader of the 3 aquafin lions had stats breaking past 500k, surpassing Ueha. It stood tallest at 10 meters in height with water scales and dark blue glittering mane and 2 large icy white fangs emerging from its mouth outward. Their fight already destroyed the shore and nearby woods. The other 3 aquafin lions had lower stats as 2 were in the early stage and 1 in the median stage of primeval rank, but still higher than Mei's stats. Aquafin lions, having a primeval rank bloodline, and primeval rank grade, were proving challenging to defeat. Their toughness was hard to break, and their attacks were deadly. Having outnumbered Ueha and Mei, the duo was in heated combat with the group of beasts, dodging and moving around while attacking. All in on the leader feline. I'll bind it briefly and weaken the defense on its head. Its attacks are fatal, so we have to kill it fast. Ueha moved around transforming into an icy mist before she made a big move after activating her domain in burst mode, empowering herself directly instead of creating a field that empowers and supports her before using a technique, Icy Hell Mirror Chambers. In the next moment, the 3 aquafin lions who were after Mei were trapped in different icy chambers. Mei was initially juggling around them while attacking and dodging their attacks with her nimbleness and assassin mode, waiting for Ueha to finish her battle with the leader aquafin lion. But as those 3 were trapped, she immediately vanished and appeared before the leader aquafin lion, her dagger gleaming powerfully as she used one of her most powerful techniques, Blood Shadow Parry. Instantly, the powerful and deadly claw attack of the lion was already releasing a frigid icy wave toward Ueha who just used her technique. Mei's dagger clashed against the incoming attack and a loud clang sound echoed before her wrist broke and she shot back like a bullet towards the sky, right past Ueha. She immediately chugged a potion while stabilizing to heal her wrist as she succeeded in parrying the attack despite losing the bout, giving Yueha enough time to execute her next technique. Die! Yueha's eyes flashed with an icy gleam as a star-shaped icy crystal with indigo blue patterns shot on the aquafin lion's head. Boom! Its head was instantly frozen while patterns on the icy shone. This attack's effect activated, initiating a shatter trigger. Once an attack hit the frozen head, the ice would shatter powerfully, directing all of its energy to burst with a pure offensive attack into its head. Moreover, the frozen part would also get frostbite and affect the flesh, lowering the defense. Dark Shadow clones. May arrived on time just a second later, but there were 5 mice instead of 1, and all of them executed her most powerful offensive attack, Deathly Black Strike, their daggers shining with a black sheen before striking the beast's head as 5 slashes crossed against each other on the frozen head. The slashes on the ice burst with black flame while the ice also shattered with a bright glow and exploded. Boom! Due to its head frozen with Yueha's powerful skill into which she poured half of her energy, and their combined fatal attack, the lion's head exploded with a gaping hole. Its brain was dead, but its vitality was still there. Yueha sent her spirit sword inside the head, powerfully gleaming as it tore through its internals before striking its core and killing it completely. The duo recovered their mana with a potion and focused on killing the remaining 3 aquafin lions. On the other hand, Rias and Roxanne, who were a couple of kilometers away, were fighting with legendary rank monsters and soon finished their battle. Leaning against the tree, Rias smiled with satisfaction and wiped blood from her lips. We've fought a lot and got a lot, Roxanne. Roxanne slumped on the ground as her chest heaved up and down with her breathing, a grin on her face. We both will be able to reach the peak of legendary rank with these resources. Then we just need to awaken our soul and we'll reach exceed rank. I am ready for it, Rias chuckled. Soul break pill. Roxanne slightly tilted her head upward to look at Rias. Yep. I'll get you one as well. I doubt that's possible, Roxanne wryly smiled. Nobody can craft those pills anymore and your empire had it saved for decades. How many are left anyway? There's 4 pills left, and I'll get you one as well, Rias snorted. That's final. You don't need to worry about my brothers. They are not even working hard, so they don't deserve it. I want to see who dares to stop me. Only 4 and you want to give me one. Fine, I'll accept the offer since you are insisting. Roxanne helplessly smiled and looked straight up before closing her eyes. You two are done, ladies. Ricky arrived there as his voice rang from above. Rias and Roxanne saw him standing on a nearby tree branch. Yes, sir, Rias smiled. Thanks for the teaching. Roxanne stood up and bowed. I learned much. Haha, sweat not. Ricky sat down on the branch and leaned back. Those 2 will be done soon, so let's wait. Ricky had gone into an underground cavern to explore it and had a good haul of exceed rank resources, both natural and monster type, as he killed a few exceed rank monsters as well. After a few minutes, Yueha and May also arrived there. We are done with cats. It's time to return. Rias stood up and nodded with a grin. Thank you for accompanying us. We gained a lot. We also got what we wanted, May nodded. The 5 of them were together, but since Rias and Roxanne were not powerful enough, Yueha, May, and Ricky killed exceed rank monsters, while Rias and Roxanne killed legendary rank monsters. There were no primeval rank monsters on the island, but there were some who lived in the ocean and occasionally arrived on the island to hunt other monsters like aquafin lions. They wanted to kill primeval rank monsters and get their organs, bones, and cores to craft pills. Yeah, I finally want to rest now. Yueha stretched her arms forward after crossing her hands as popping sounds occurred all over her body. We spent 5 hours without realizing, Roxanne chuckled. You 3 relax. I'll get us back to the base. She slammed her palm on the ground before a plain earth chariot made of clay and big round wheels constructed before her. I'll do a solo hunt for a while, Ricky said with a grin. You all return first. All right. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the base. Let's see what Master is doing before resting, Yueha said, and the group rolled towards the Colosseum. As soon they entered the Colosseum, a loud blast echoed as they saw a glowing crimson-red neon orb with a black void in the center exploding. Arg! Finally made one after 5 damn hours. Gotchappy, congratulations, Master. Aleron shouted while raising his hand upward that held a strange red gun with metallic black feathers on its big fat barrel body while tentacles wiggled from its grip area, attached to Aleron's wrist for the hold and looked as if it physically combined with his hand, which, actually it did combine with his flesh and bones. What's that, Ale? Rias and others flew towards him, streaking across the empty Colosseum. Aleron headlong sent the slaves away to work on mining the arcane veins, while also sending Korgs to help collect resources at various parts of the island since they were powerful enough to kill monsters. This? Ha ha ha, I don't know where to begin, Aleron said with a laugh as he turned the ladies and showed them the gun. It looks alive. Roxanne felt goosebumps looking at the gun and her eyes widened. Is that eye? It just blinked. Indeed, there was an eye that wandered around the gun's body, looking ethereal and creepy, but as alive as possible. I don't sense mana or spirit energy from it. It's strange. Yueha raised brows, her eyes filling up with curiosity. Aleron grinned and waved his hand, using Magi lore to create a 10-meter round metallic board with eccentric patterns before pointing his Genogear gun at it. Chapter 98, Live Your Life Master, Power of Primordial Genome Whisperer, 3. Because this weapon has nothing to with magic, Aleron pressed a wiggly fat trigger that was attached to the gun. It pressed inside as the whole gun glowed and he felt drained of his stamina. But in the next second, the gun released a tiny palm-sized orb with a black void in the middle, which struck the metallic board. Yueha and others saw that small orb instantly expanding before exploding in a compact blast, devouring the whole metallic board. This gun consumes my stamina. It is a product of a high realm in the body path, called Genogear, Aleron grinned. As such, it scales with my physical stats. If that's the case, then this gun is quite powerful, Yueha's eyes shone. Your physical prowess is also boosted, Master. Yeah, though that's why I had struggled to craft Genogears, Aleron added with a wry smile. This is the first one I crafted successfully after 5 hours, haha. Your physical aura. Rias just noticed and was shocked. It's so high, but you are still legendary rank. Roxanne was blank. Just how much crazy stuff and powers he has. High realm of body path, Genogears, what the hell is even that? Stamina converting to such a powerful attack, May's eyes glittered. It's cool, Master. I wonder if you can create melee weapons like that gun. Hihi, I plan to create all kinds of weapons for you all. Aleron grinned with an excited gleam in his eyes as he was filled up with ideas. I want to craft Genogears in a way that can be empowered by magic, but this is gonna time and experiments. Everyone was genuinely amazed and flabbergasted. Anyway, I am super tired, so I want to sleep. Aleron put away the Genogear and stretched his arms and legs. Yes, Master. Let us rest after having a comfortable hot spring bath. What do you say? Yueha smiled. Perfect. He had exhausted himself so much, both physically and mentally, and also spent all of his Genopulse and Geno modes only to successfully craft a single Genogear, which he named Red Void Blaster. It was made from 2 genome mods, Blood Void plus Octoforce Drive. Although it was up to him to create the Genogear's shape and work, he couldn't just do it randomly or it would be a waste. After learning the genome mod's information in the pond, it was up to him to create a Genogear that could utilize the genome mod's powers and specialty to full. For instance, one of the main powers of Octoforce Drive was to condense stamina energy to an extreme and in a compact area upon release while giving it explosive attributes. Blood Void's effects also complemented it. As such, it was more suitable for projectile attacks, hence he chose to design a gun-based Genogear. He initially wasted 2 genome mods individually before he had a minor success with the 3rd genome mod as he managed to create a shield-type Genogear. However, it was not completely successful as it broke apart after taking on one hit and activating its Geno technique. But since he had minor success with failure and had already spent 4 hours trying, he decided to combine Blood Void with Octoforce Drive and succeeded after working for an hour on it, his previous failure paving the path to completing this Genogear, Red Void Blaster. Red Void Blaster. Type, Attack/Pure Offense. Genogear Force, 3.8. Attack Power, User Stamina Stat x 38. Cost, 10% of the user's max stamina per shot. Geno Technique. Crimson Void Blast, shoots a condensed bullet that triggers upon user's will or when striking at something, expanding into a volatile orb releasing micro-level destructive power to annihilate the target. Aleron, Yueha, May, Rias, and Roxanne went to the nearby hill which was transformed into a hot springs area by Odar who used slaves, directing them with his orders while designing its infrastructure himself. Master, you don't have to bathe alone, May pouted. What? Aleron's face flushed. You can't be serious. Come on, young Master Ale. Yueha grabbed Aleron from behind, locking her arms around him from behind. Got you? Aleron wryly smiled as he glanced at Rias and Roxanne before disappearing from Yueha's lock with teleport and appearing in front of the squad. I get it, you two don't mind, but not today. Yueha and May appeared disappointed, but they didn't want to force it. On the other hand, Rias's face was flushed and Roxanne appeared awkward. I don't really mind. Rias's cheeks painted red. It's just relaxing in the hot spring together, right Roxanne? Roxanne was startled. Why did you throw this at me? However, Aleron gently smiled at them and chuckled as he walked towards Yueha and May. I know you two love me and I love you too, but haha, not today. After saying that, he disappeared, teleporting away to another hot spring pool. Gah, I wasted such a good chance, but it's not good. Aleron thought as he dived inside after removing his clothes. They are summons, they only feel for me, but don't they also deserve freedom like others? Aleron thought but he couldn't imagine Yueha, May, and Inoran with another man. I am being selfish? But Gachapi, come on, Master. You are not being selfish. Master, you deserve to get love from them all, and they want your love. It is as simple as that. Gachapi wanted to tell this to Aleron but refrained for now. Gachapi, Master, you are attracted to them, right? Aleron popped out his head from the water and leaned at the hot spring pond's edge. Of course I am, they are so beautiful. Gachapi, good. Now tell me, do you love them? I do. Aleron seriously nodded. They can die for me and do everything for me. If not them, who do I love? Gachapi, exactly. But you are a man and not just any man? You are a better man than any man they can come across in the future. Even to Rias as well. They are females, so they are also attracted to you, a man. They long for your love because you are awesome. Gachapi, if not you, then who do they fall for? That. Gachapi, Master, they wish for your love, but you are the only one who can decide who you want to love romantically. If you want to do that, then don't hesitate. You want to live and enjoy your life, right? This is how people live. You couldn't live as you wanted in your previous life, but that's not the case anymore, my dear master. Gachapi gave a big smile and added, they are listening to their heart and seeking your love, so you should listen to your heart and follow it to live your life in this area too, not just to make the world better. Aelren's blushed face had a big smile blooming. You are right, Gachapi. I will live my life and follow my heart. Aelren looked at Gachapi in his mind and grinned. Thank you, Gachapi. If only you were physically here, I could hug you, haha. Gachapi, that would be my greatest joy, master. It is possible, but only when the system reaches level 5. Aelren was surprised and laughed delightfully. Then it is just a matter of time, Gachapi. Chapter 99, Power of Primordial Genome Whisperer, 4/4, Delightful Awakening. Aelren floated on the hot spring pool as he relaxed and felt comfortable with his exhaustion washing away. Soon, he involuntarily fell asleep and started snoring with a peaceful expression. On the other hand, Yueha, Mei, Rias, and Roxin finished bathing. You two go ahead and sleep in a random room in the palace. There are plenty of empty rooms, Yueha said to the duo. All right, sleep is hitting me like a stone bowl after this relaxing hot spring, Roxin chuckled. Yeah, Rias smiled and nodded. The duo left. Master is still in the other hot spring pond, Mei said as she looked in a particular direction upward the hill. Let's go pick him up, Yueha chuckled and flew up after weaving a plain robe over her body using spirit energy. Mei did the same, weaving a shadow energy robe using her spirit energy, and followed. As they flew past the second hot spring's wooden wall and decedent, they couldn't help but smile seeing Aelren snoring while sleeping on the pond. He must be very tired if he fell asleep like that, Yueha chuckled. Let's get him back to the room. Master have a big worm below. Mei's eyes saw a bit of Aelren's slick and straight erect penis popping out of the water and muttered. Ha ha ha, Yueha arrived beside Aelren and flicked the dick gently. The spirit water is making his blood flow throughout his body, including this area. It's cute, Mei said as she appeared across Yueha in the pond and poked it. Master's body looks so well defined with lean muscles, very slick than before. I wonder what happened. It changed after he got that Geno something power, Yueha said as he waved her hand and covered Aelren in spirit energy. Let's take him to the room. Both of them vanished and soon arrived in the royal bedchamber of the palace. Yueha put Aelren on the bed and covered him with the blanket before she thought of something and smiled. Mei, I have an idea. As one gets powerful, the amount of sleep needed to fully recover also lowers, and if one didn't work or exhaust oneself, one could easily skip sleeping for days. Aelren's biology had a big upgrade thanks to Primordial Genome Whisper's source. He had a new energy source as well, the genome pulse, that his body generated. Gore. But that also meant that he needed a higher consumption of energy to maintain his health. Aelren's stomach made a faint grumbling sound as his eyes slowly fluttered open. He felt something soft pressing him from behind and his legs entangled with something. As his eyes finally saw light, he saw a light pink cherry a few centimeters away from him, making him confused. Wait, this is not a cherry. Aelren's eyes widened. Master Dash. He looked up and saw Yueha looking at him with a shy smile. Why, you are not upset that we slept here, right? Behind him was Mei, hugging him and sleeping soundly with her C-cup tender breasts pressing on him. I have decided, Aelren thought as he looked into Yueha's eyes, which were full of affection for him. I am not upset, you. Aelren gave a gentle smile, his hand moving a lock of hair away from her face before he neared her and planted his lips on hers. Yueha was pleasantly surprised at the kiss. Master. Aelren cheekily grinned. I am not good with it because of no experience. Yueha's eyes turned slightly watery and she quickly neared Aelren before kissing him. Me too, but we can get good with time, my dear master. Aelren felt butterflies in his stomach while feeling a type of delight he never felt before. This little dragon is hot and twitching, master. I think you need some help. Yueha got up, her plump yet tender breasts slightly jiggling as she sat on his thighs. Aelren gulped as he moved and lay straight on his back. Mei, who was still sleeping, adjusted in her sleep as her arm rested on Aelren's shoulder while putting one of her legs on Aelren's leg. Master, cute dragon. She muttered in her sleep. Haha, the little lass is dreaming about you. Yueha chuckled as she bent down and licked Aelren's penis, while Aelren's eyes involuntarily moved at her beautiful breasts with erect light pink cherries. Her figure was slender and slim with her long hair cascading around her shoulder, making her look so beautiful. Aelren was starstruck for a moment before he snapped out with a vibration spreading throughout his body as Yueha put his penis in her mouth and gently started moving her head up and down. He could feel her tongue and lips giving the sensual feeling that made him feel pleasure like never before. MHMI. Aelren subtly groaned due to pleasure and immediately burst out a load of semen in her mouth as Yueha got up with a chuckle. Wow, master. This is unique. Yueha felt strange powers in the semen and gulped it down as her body glowed. Aelren was also surprised. What happened? It strengthened my innate physique's overall power. Yueha was startled upon checking what had happened. Not significant boost, but your semen did empower it. It could be because of your new biostructure, master. Aelren looked at his hand before his eyes flashed faint blue as he looked through it in micro levels. Primordial Genome Whisper changed my body, or rather, evolved its foundation. Gore. His stomach rumbled loudly this time. Yueha smiled and got up. Let's go and eat something, master. Yep, super hungry right now. Aleron nodded as he got up as well. May's eyes slowly opened and then she abruptly got up like a cat while rubbing her eyes. Master, we are going to eat, you want to come? Yueha asked as she dressed herself in a plain kimono-type robe made of spirit energy. We also need new clothes, let's get some tailor to make them for us. There should be some in the necropolis, Aleron said as he walked towards the mirror before his expression was dumbfounded. Is this me? Yueha hugged him from behind while smiling. Indeed, master. You look handsome and hot. From top to bottom. Aleron's eyes shone as he nodded. Primordial genome whisper is awesome, haha. Oh yeah, that reminded me, I have a present for everyone. Present. May tilted her head, curious. She was still naked and just got off the bed. Unlike Yueha, she was petite with C-cup perky breasts and when Aleron looked at her, he couldn't help but get hard again, not to mention Yueha's breasts pressing him from behind. May blinked as her eyes shifted towards his enlarging penis. I have superb presents for everyone, ha ha ha. Aleron laughed and saw May's eyes somewhere else before his face slightly turned red. May's figure vanished as she appeared before Aleron in a kneeling position, her eyes curious as she nudged it with her hand. Master, what is this big worm? I don't have it. Ayo, May, you didn't get information about this. Yueha wryly smiled. No wonder she was so curious about it and called it the way it looked, ha ha ha. This is called a penis, Aleron said with slight awkwardness. After all, Yueha, May, Hua, Fang, and others who were summoned from the Eastern fantasy banner were not people like Darzax, Inorin, Ricky, and Arentel who had lived a life and had died at some point in the past before being summoned by Aleron. Yueha, May, and others were pure new existences with predetermined broken memories that only served to define their cultivation prowess. Yueha had knowledge about biology from her broken memories given by the Gacha System, but May had none about it despite being over 18 years old. May, I will give you a teaching class about it later, Yueha chuckled and said, but for now, let's go and eat. Master is hungry. Okay, let's eat first and then gather everyone for the presents I am about to present, Aleron grinned. The three of them went to the dining hall before the royal chef brought dishes one by one for them to eat. Rias and Roxanne are still sleeping, let them then, Aleron said before picking up a tier 3 sandwich and taking a bite. Yummy. Master, try this. Oh, it looks spicy, I love it. The trio ate contently and Aleron devoured food like a hungry lion who hadn't eaten for days, devouring plates after plates of various food dishes. Due to constant monster hunting every day, there was enough stock for high-quality meat of monsters at legendary rank and above, giving Aleron plenty of energy as he started feeling energized. Chapter 100, Power Boons as Presents, 1. During the past 5 hours, all of Aleron's subordinates broke through one by one. Darzax was already near the peak of Exceed rank, with his magic and mana already at peak. So after absorbing the essence of a primeval rank monster to increase his physical stats, he reached the peak. Since he already had secret knowledge about souls and how to affect them with his necromancy and death knowledge, he readily awakened his soul and broke through primeval rank. Inorin absorbed a primeval rank monster's core and SSS rank magic stones before she also broke through to primeval rank, posing no difficulty in triggering her soul awakening after meditating for 3 hours. She had a divine rank bloodline, which was a peak rank of bloodline one could have in the lower cosmos. Her bloodline's anomaly attribute Animus Luminator had the power of a mixed path of soul and magic. It was also the main reason she could seal Akuma despite the power gap since this anomaly attribute complemented her holy element attribute. Feng and Hua had a different method of powering up due to their power system being different, reaching the peak stats of Exceed rank, Spirit Core stage, by using resources and SSS rank magic stones. Instead of mana, they absorbed spirit energy from the magic stones and completed their nascent soul formation, successfully breaking through to the Spirit Lord stage like Yueha and Mei, which was equal to primeval rank. All of them were still meditating even after the breakthrough to stabilize their surge of power, but they suddenly heard Aleron's voice in their heads, telling them to gather atop the palace terrace if they had finished the breakthrough. Everyone soon gathered at the terrace and stood before Aleron, surprised at their master's refined appearance. Aleron then proceeded to tell them about bloodline orbs and job class runes he had, while also showing them his job class, Primordial Genome Whisperer, listing them in a screen he created using Magi lore in front of them. Hua and Inorin already have bloodlines, so you two look at the job class and pick what you like. As for the rest of you, pick whatever you like after reading the descriptions as you'll have the general idea about them. Aleron grinned and took out the bloodline orb of Phoenix Right Emporio Verglass as it flew towards Yueha. This is the best bloodline out of all, but it shall go to Yueha because this is more suitable for females, and it will complement her greatly. Yueha was surprised before her eyes glittered with delight. Thank you so much, Master. Yueha giddily grabbed the bloodline orb. Divine rank bloodline, Inorin blinked and smiled. It's very powerful. Congratulations, Sister Yueha. Yueha nodded, a reeling smile on her face as she eagerly used the bloodline orb. Swoosh! Everyone was suddenly pushed away slightly with a powerful aura that burst out of Yueha. They quickly enacted their barriers to resist it. Meanwhile, Yueha's eyes glowed powerfully with an intense golden icy aura while other hues of gold and orange with black flares burst around her body. It wasn't long before she was starting to turn into a cocoon as the mystical aura of the Phoenix Right Emporio Verglass weaved around her. This is something else, alright. Ricky was amazed. Life, death, flame, and ice, Fang spoke as his eyes glinted. There's something more powerful as well. Darzax faintly smiled. It will certainly make Miss Yueha very powerful. The additional attribute I sense is making my death soul tremble with some kind of symphony, so I suppose it's related to the soul path. Anomaly attributes have unique powers from multiple paths, Inoran said. Hers is related to all three paths, body, magic, and soul. Among divine rank bloodlines, ones with anomaly attribute of all three paths are considered peak. Yep, Aleron grinned and said with a nod, this anomaly attribute is called Emporio Verglass. I don't know what it does, but we'll find out once you is done awakening this bloodline. Ha ha ha, my bloodline is not at divine rank, but I will make it there eventually, Hua said with a gusto laugh. Now, I have looked at the job classes and decided what I want, boss. Say, Cerulean Warden. That one at primary rank, what's the reason to choose it? Aleron curiously asked. Primary rank is the lowest rank as master explained, so I thought a power freak like you would choose one of those four, Ricky chuckled. I am a power freak, brother Ricky, Hua grinned and looked at Cerulean Warden on the screen. After reading its description, I feel like I can utilize it well and beyond. Moreover, didn't master say that we can evolve our job class to higher ranks? Haha, then I shall do just that. Hua thumped his chest with a big grin and added, a power cultivated at a higher and new realm with my own efforts appeals to me much and gives me joy. I can relate to that even though I already got so much quickly without much effort. Aleron wryly smiled. Gotchappy, what do you mean without much effort, master? You've done plenty in your short previous life and after coming here. Please don't say that and know that nobody is more worthy of the Gacha system than you. Aleron couldn't help but feel gratifying. Alright, Gotchappy. I will not say it again. I don't have such a heat as brother Hua but don't think you can surpass us that easily. Fang chuckled and bowed at Aleron. I would like to have chaos choreographer. It seems to complement my specialty as an array master. My forte is mainly assault array, but I shall expand my arsenal of power as I will certainly aim to be the best array master under heaven and wholeheartedly work for you, my lord. And you say you don't have such a heat, Mei flatly said, making everyone laugh. Haha, the choice is good. I thought of you when I saw that job class. Aleron grinned and took out the runes of Cerulean Warden and Chaos Choreographer before they flew toward Hua and Fang. Both of them thanked Aleron before using the job class runes. They sat down cross-legged and started absorbing the new knowledge and new power birthed in them via the runes.